Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our show, Absolute Cinema, the International Reviews. On today's episode, we are reviewing Rogue One, a Star Wars story, which was my favorite Star Wars movie until rewatching it again this time. My name is Squibby, and I'll be your host today. And joining me on our panel is our British friend Logan, our American friend Hex, our German friend Atomic, and our special guest for today is our German friend Ice. If you're new here, welcome to the show. Sit back, relax, and grab some snacks because we've got a lot to discuss. Here, we review movies and TV shows according to 5 different categories: story, characters, cinematography, overall enjoyment, and rewatchability. If you'd like to join us live for these podcast recordings, check us out on YouTube, where we also post comprehensive video essays inspired by our reviews. The essay for Rogue One is currently in production. Without further ado, let's get right into it. Before we begin, just a quick side note about our Rogue One episode. It is 5.5 hours long, and this podcast recording was originally from December 20th and 21st of 2025. And we recorded this episode right when we had come up with the idea for the channel, but had not really figured out all the different nuances and details for how we were going to present our content. So you may find this episode to be very rough around the edges and unpolished, but overall, I still think it is a very in-depth discussion about this movie. Enjoy. We're going to dive right into the story. How did everybody feel about the story of Rogue One? Anybody is welcome to jump in and just start yapping.
Mm, I think the story of Rogue One is fascinating in many ways.
Right. It is worth mentioning that Logan is a Rogue One hater.
Whoa. Okay,
Boo.
fascinatingly bad.
He is not a fan of this movie.
I'm not a hater, but I'm not a lover.
Right.
I'm a wish it could be better.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fundamental the base of the story of this movie is really interesting and could have been done really, really well. But I really don't like how it was executed. And I think when we get more into the scene by scene breakdown, that will become apparent, because I think there's already issues in the first scene when it comes to the story and how I don't understand how things have got to where they are, and you can get into that straight away, I suppose. But
yeah, I will admit this movie has been my favorite Star Wars movie for forever since it came out, and after rewatching it today, I would still say it's my favorite Star Wars movie, but now there's a lot more moments where I kind of went, huh?
Right.
And
yeah,
and now I'm starting to understand that sentiment.
Yeah. What about anyone else though?
Okay, so anybody who's taken notes on the story, feel free to make a point, and then let's start talking about it. Interject with whatever you want.
I'll start something off, because I had this about the opening scene.
Great.
Because Director Krennic, of course, lands on the ship, on the planet. I don't remember if the planet's named. Does it name the planet? I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
With Galen Erso and his family. Of course, Galen comes out of his home. Obviously, they prepared for him to arrive. They have that dialogue where Galen says, "Oh, we knew he would come." They've already planned an escape for Jyn, the daughter. Krennic says to Galen when they're talking, he says something, I'm kind of paraphrasing, something along the lines of, "We searched the galaxy for you. We didn't expect you to be a farmer," something along those lines, right? If Krennic, Krennic has just been aimlessly searching the galaxy for this family, and then just randomly finds them in the middle of a farm in a field. If we are to believe that Krennic maybe used life tracking technology, which is something that's been established, and I think that's a good point. The issue is then he would know that there is a family. There's not just one guy, but he doesn't know about Lyra and Jyn until Lyra, or his wife, Galen Erso's wife, comes out, and obviously he makes that sarcastic comment where he's like, "Oh, she's back from the dead," which, by the way, I love the acting in the scene, by the way. Ben Mendelsohn as Krennic and Mads Mikkelsen as Galen Erso, they're phenomenal. I think this is one of the best.
I will interject actually, because something you just said, that Krennic doesn't know that they're there until they show up. But
Mhm.
he does know because he makes a comment, uh, "You, your child," right? Like, obviously, he
Oh,
also
yeah.
calls out that Galen is a terrible liar. So he knows that
Oh,
Galen's
he
been lying
believes
to him
yeah, he believes
during
he's
this
lying, right? But
conversation. So he, obviously, because of another flashback scene that we get from later on,
mhm,
we
yeah,
know that Krennic, Lyra, Galen, and Jin have all been in the same room
yeah,
at multiple points.
yeah,
They all know of their existence.
he obviously believes that he's lying, right? Because he immediately tells his, death troopers to go and search the house, so he
Yeah,
believes he's lying. But the point is, he would if he used life tracking signatures to find the family, then he would have just immediately known and wouldn't have been kind of trying to like pry it from him. Do you know what I mean? Like he wouldn't have
yeah,
been kind of like sarcastically kind of like I don't know. It would have been much more clear when he arrived. Like he would have landed and he would have been like, troopers go search the house. There's three of them. There's it's probably the mum and the daughter. Do you know what I mean? Like that would have been more clear. And then he wouldn't have made that comment like, "Oh, Lyra's back from the dead." When she approaches, like that kind of like I don't know. He would have been much more
I feel like
stern.
that still fits because of the level of sarcasm he had when
No,
he said it.
yeah, I do know what you mean. But
Well,
like,
not only that, but I mean, if he just acted with no conversation at all, that doesn't really translate to a movie per se.
no, yeah, for sure. But we have to think about this from like you can't just this like obviously you got to think about it from like two perspectives as a movie as being dramatic and you know it's like having like promoting emotions from the audience, but also as making sense as it like in the universe. You know what I mean? Like you can't just think
Right.
of it as like it's a
Right.
movie, so they have to do movie things. Like they are in their own world. They're gonna act like they don't know they're not being filmed. Do you know what I mean? They're meant to be immersed in this world. But
Yeah.
I think the main question really is how does he find them? I don't know
That is a
because
good question, honestly,
he
because
has that
I wouldn't
line
have an answer for that either.
because he has that line where he says like we searched the whole galaxy for you or something like that. It's like okay, buddy, like the galaxy
Well,
is very
the
big and
the
it's only been
logical
a
side
few
of me
years.
thinks that
Mhm.
maybe they started searching in, you know, places that would be obvious and then worked towards less obvious and eventually got to, oh, he's farming on this fuck ass planet out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, like I don't, it's less about like I don't know. It's less about the like
I do
it's
agree
more
that there should have been more explanation, like, oh, we searched for you on the XYZ planet or whatever.
yeah
Right.
they could have had like there be actual information that he had given them that could have linked, like hinted to where they were hiding. They could have had that, and that probably is the answer. But obviously that isn't in the movie. The movie
Mhm.
doesn't tell you like, oh, we found in your I don't know your lab that you had some kind of planned route to this random. Like I don't know. There's nothing there. Like, the idea of just searching the entire galaxy, like that is like in a couple of years they find him. It doesn't seem particularly reasonable, like with how big the galaxy is, and also
Yeah,
because the
fair enough.
Empire doesn't
That
have
definitely doesn't make sense if you think about it.
it's it's just not likely. It's not reasonable. I don't
No, it's
think.
not.
One thing I can add to the like when you were talking about which persons are there, like with his wife and his child.
Mhm.
Mhm.
If, as Eternal said, he used like a life scanner, he would know, okay, there are multiple persons, but he wouldn't know, oh, it's his wife. Maybe he just assumed like, oh, they're just two friends of his, or there's another family living there. So his line
Um,
with, oh, Lyra is back from the dead, like his wife, kind of makes sense because he didn't know she was there.
no,
Maybe
for
just
sure,
making a
for sure.
sarcastic comment
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
It
No,
clearly
I do think that that
there is
line
another
is.
theory that I could, suggest, which is that based on that other scene that I was referencing earlier where um, the four of them are in a room together and they're clearly drinking, well,
Mhm.
appearing to have fun. I
Fine.
don't think Lyra was ever having fun, but
No, no, for
you
sure.
get the idea. It could be inferred that Galen and Krennic have a level of a relationship where it wouldn't make sense to Krennic for Lyra to just suddenly drop dead. Like that he would
Oh yeah.
know if something like that happened, which
Mhm.
in Star Wars, anything is possible, but it also doesn't
Yeah,
seem realistic that she would just die
yeah,
out of
no, for
nowhere.
sure. Like I would presume, like if I was to actually like presume how this scene actually went, it was probably that they scanned the planet, they detected 3 life forms. Krennic went, "Well, I know Galen had a wife and a daughter, so that's probably
So that's
probably
probably
the
who it
3
is.
people."
Yeah.
And then, of course, he lands, they have the talk, he kind of is like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about your loss," but he doesn't believe it. He tells the guards to go in and look for them. But then, like, once they capture Galen and, of course, kill Lyra, they would know there's a third, and Krennic would probably presume that that's Jin, but they never find them.
Mhm.
Like, they never find Jin. She just gets left. Like, obviously, she hides, and then they don't manage to find her. So, if he does know that there's 3 people there, then he would have got Jin. Like, they would have searched for Jin, and they would have used the life tracker to find her once they, like, when they started looking. So, yeah, they can't. He can't have known that there was exactly 3 people, like, for sure, because else they
Right.
would have found Jin
Mm.
eventually. So, yeah, I don't know. So how does
Mhm.
he find them? I have no idea. I don't know. That's just the main question. How do they
Yeah.
find them? The movie doesn't give us enough, like, possible explanation for how they would have found them. And I think they could have done that, like I said, by just having maybe in a flashback sequence, like maybe in that bar line, there could have been a really cool, like, line where Galen talks to Krennic and he says, "Once I'm done with all this, I want to go live away, like, out on, like, in a farm, like,
Yeah, if
like,
you could have
start a new
given them
life."
some kind of a hint so that it
Like,
would at least make more
yeah,
sense as
like,
to how he found him at the beginning.
it would have
Thanos,
been
lore for more
exactly.
foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, how cool would it have been if he had said, like, "I want to go to planet blah 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 and start a life with my family, like, just farm, live out on the radar, like, off the radar, off the grid,"
Mhm.
and, like, that could have been Krennic could have taken that information to find them. That would have been a really cool kind of payoff that could have been used.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway,
Well, everyone knows it's the bad guys that give away their plan, not the good
right,
guys.
it's not good again.
This is true. Yeah.
Um,
Although we will reference this later, but when Jin is standing in front of the antenna, hasn't sent the plans yet, she just tells Krennic everything. Obviously,
mhm.
they do that because
Yeah.
as
At this point,
the
they've already
writers
done.
know that Krennic dies like 30 seconds later.
Yeah,
But it still doesn't necessarily make sense that she would just unfold everything to Krennic right then and there. Like he could have
I think
easily just walked away and then told
not to
everyone else and then done something about it, and then they're actually screwed.
not and also not to jump ahead too much, but the fact that he doesn't just immediately shoot her when he goes over, like, around that
Ah,
corner is kind of
yes.
silly.
Now that I'm watching it, it's like you don't need to talk. You could just
Yeah.
shoot her. But yeah, I understand nonetheless.
Anyway, anything else on the opening scene from anybody else?
Um, couple things I wrote down, just that like the fact that the opening is like a memory scene, it's a little
Yeah.
bit cliche. We've seen that a
Mhm.
lot before, but I think that where was it? Oh, I think I wrote this down in a different category, but like the
Mhm.
transition from that intro scene into the title and then
Yeah.
into the present, I thought that was really effective.
I was also gonna say what I do love about this scene is I don't know if everybody's seen Inglourious Bastards, but I feel like this is inspired by Inglourious Bastards. Like the evil fascist guy shows up and he knows more than the audience knows, and we see the farmer guy who's like trying to hide information from, like, do you know what I mean? I don't know how many people have seen
Right.
Inglourious Bastards, but that I feel like they're
Mm.
playing on that, and I think it's quite cool. It's obviously not it's nowhere near as good as the Inglourious Bastards one, but still, it's
Hmm.
a cool, like, kind of homage. Like, that's a very similar structure to how that scene, the opening of Inglourious Bastards, is when Hans Lander shows up at the farmer's home, and he's like, being really nice, but he's evil, and he knows, like, more information that the homeowner isn't giving him, and, like, yeah, I think it's a similar dynamic. And it's quite
Hmm.
cool, and also, like, the like, cinematography wise, the fact that it's a real like, it's not a set, it's like real setting, like it all, like, the planet itself looks beautiful, like the massive open field, and like overall the sets in this movie, and like the yeah, like the look of everything is so cool because it doesn't just look like everything is CGI. Like,
Yeah.
most of everything feels so tangible in a way that, like, The Mandalorian and well, I say The Mandalorian, the first
Other
season did it
future
really
works
well.
just don't feel like that.
Yeah, the future's like Ahsoka, everything looks like they're on a green screen, and even the
Mhm.
prequels, everything just looks like they're on a green screen because they are.
Because
They're
they
just
are.
CGI
Yeah.
backgrounds. Whereas it feels so real for most of this movie. It's really, really cool.
Mhm. Mhm.
Anyway,
I did also notice,
yeah,
Stardust was instantly mentioned in the first scene. The very first
right,
time
yeah.
we see Galen talking to Jin, he calls her
She Stardust,
Stardust.
yeah.
So
Of
it
course
is
that's her.
very evident that, well, obviously we know that the director really wants the audience to remember that she is Stardust, right? This
Yeah,
is extremely important
exactly.
later, and we know why. But
Mm,
also that the director is trying to idiot proof this movie a little bit,
yeah,
which is good because not a lot of directors do that. And
right, I
sometimes
know
it
what you mean.
takes a lot of brain power to really stick with the plot, especially on your first watch, right?
Yeah,
But for this movie, I think
I
they
think,
did a much better job with making sure that, you're not going to forget the name Stardust because they
yeah,
say it how many times.
I think it is a cute like motif and it has a cute payoff in the end. Like it's not a major thing,
Definitely.
but I think it's a cool
Yeah.
thing. And I could be wrong, but I believe Stardust was actually the name for the Death Star before Rogue One even came out. So it's a cool way that they
Oh, it might have
paid
been.
homage to that
Do you remember what
nickname.
Count Dooku called it?
I don't even know if he does call it anything.
Don't think he
But
does.
if he
I don't
does
think he
call it
calls it anything,
Stardust,
but there is a moment
yeah,
where he whips up a hologram of it.
I will get to that later because I
He
have
says
issues with
Mhm.
ultimate
that.
weapon
I have
Ultimate
issues with
weapon.
in episode
that
2.
this movie
Yeah, but he
causes.
definitely did not call it Stardust.
If he did, that would break this whole movie. But
Yeah.
that would that would be really dumb if he did call it that. But yeah,
Why
He
did he
just
name
called
Yeah.
it
it
after a
ultimate
Dead by
weapon.
Daylight perk?
what do you say?
Why
Ultimate
did he
weapon.
name it after a Dead by Daylight perk?
Oh, Ultimate Weapon? Yeah, nice
Fancy.
one.
Oh.
Insane. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, anybody else got anything
I
really
also
interesting?
wrote down that from the first scene, the necklace, I kind
Mhm.
of thought it was a little bit of wasted potential and
It
that
is.
they
Yeah.
put too much hype on the necklace because I remember the first time I went to go see this movie when it came out and we were in theaters, my mom asked me at the end of the movie what happened with the necklace, and I'm like,
Right.
well, what do you mean? And she said, well, in the beginning scene, her mom gives her a necklace and says, trust the force. What happens with that? And I'm like, oh, she
I
dies. Nothing
I
happens with that necklace.
I agree, but I also think that the payoff of that necklace is meant to be kind of a thing that kind of gets encapsulated by other characters. So, for example,
Right.
Chirrut, I think that his the whole connection with the Force is meant to be kind of like the necklace, the connection with the Jedi, and also like the whole idea of the Force being so powerful and being something that is kind of a religious connection that kind of unites the rebels is an idea that's meant to be encapsulated by other characters, not necessarily Jin.
Right.
But I know what you mean. Yeah, it feels a
Yeah,
random
because they
thing that
made
you
that
show off.
the passing off or the handing off of the necklace
Really
really
intentional.
dramatic, and then
Mm,
we see it used two more times. One when Chirrut just um, says you should trade that necklace for a glimpse into your future, and then
mhm.
Jin is like, "How did you know I was wearing a necklace?" They use it there, and
Right, right.
then I think is Jin on Scarif or in the ship or something. I don't remember what she's doing, but she pulls out the necklace and she looks at it and then she puts it away.
Yeah,
As the
it's
only
definitely,
only two times we see it.
and obviously the kyber crystal itself, kind of ironically, being used as a weapon for the or as a source of power for the Death Star. So like the idea that her father or her mother or both of them gave her this necklace that is technically like a piece of the Death Star is kind of a cool kind of
That is kind of
poetic, as
cool.
George
Yeah.
Lucas would say, kind of element. Um,
Hmm.
but still, I completely agree. I think the payoff is meant to be, the whole constant mention of the force that is kind of meant to be the payoff, but it isn't. It's still not very. I think it's still underutilized and it could have been more impactful for sure. It could have been more interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so moving on to the next scene where we see Cassian for the first time. Um, and he's chatting with that other rebel spy, I'm
Rebel.
assuming.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm?
Rebel spy.
And when he calls it a planet killer,
Yeah.
I thought that referenced episode 3, and I thought that Dooku called it a planet killer.
Okay, well that was in episode 2, but maybe he does. Like,
Number 2? Okay.
Maybe, yeah, episode 2, maybe. But
Right.
I don't remember. I haven't watched episode 2. I'm not even joking. I think I've seen episode 2 once because that movie is so crap.
Let me
Like, I
look up
think I've
the
only
scene
watched
real
it
quick.
once.
Mhm.
Well,
I'm
that
gonna
whole
say
scene made no sense to me
okay.
because they're supposed to be discussing, the defector pilot and
Yep.
the secret hush hush shit at the top of their fucking lungs. Make it make sense. Why are we
There's
screaming about the
Right.
secret plot?
That he
I
yelled
have
a planet killer. That's what he
there's a
called
moment
it.
that I
Yeah.
think is worse for this later on because at least in this scene they're in that like tight like alleyway. They're by themselves.
Yeah,
But
they are quite isolated from the crowd
there's a
there.
moment later on when they're on Jeddah where they see the hologram bounty for Bodhi the pilot, and then Jin just says, "Well, your pilot's causing trouble." Your pilot is causing trouble.
Oh,
You
yeah,
just
she
shout
said,
that
"Is
out in
this
the
all
middle of
because
the
of your
bounty.
pilot?"
The
Yeah.
city that's been told there's a bounty on this guy's head.
Yeah.
That's pretty bold.
That's extremely
But
bold.
anyway,
Yes, it is.
I will say, kind of in regards to this scene and the kind of following scenes, I made that point earlier about how the movie is quite confusing. I think this scene is probably the worst for it, or this moment, because it kind of we get introduced to Cassian, and then we get introduced to Bodhi, and then we get introduced to who else? Saw Gerrera, I think, as well. Like we get reintroduced to them. This all
Yeah.
happens in like these like 3 or 4 really short burst scenes where we just go to like 4 planets. We go to Caffeine, which is the one with Andor. We go to Cobain, which is the one with where Jin's in prison.
Mhm.
Jeddah. Like all of this happens in the space of like 5 minutes, and this bit is kind of jarring in terms of
It is
pacing
a little bit jarring. Yeah,
with
for pacing
bouncing
now that I've
across the
watched it, for
galaxy.
sure.
Um, but yeah, I just want to bring that up in general. But I think this is a cool scene. At least I'm going to mention something I think was quite cool. The way that Andor reacts after he kills the spy, his like in terms of the acting, you can see the kind of remorse and like this idea that even though Andor is kind of having to take desperate measures and kill people who are meant to be his allies and all this stuff, it's like for the greater cause, and he isn't kind of just a murderer. He has
Yeah.
humanity, and I
Yeah,
think that
like
ends up
I had
being paid
a
off.
note about that.
Yeah,
Where he shot the dude after he was saying, "With my arm, I'm not gonna be able to climb out," and I was
mhm,
like, Dude really got the intel and then shot the messenger." I was like, "Yeah, it's probably a mercy kill, but
mhm.
still, like,
It
why?"
for sure is. Yeah.
But I
Well,
think yeah,
he had to kill him or escape with him.
because
And after the guy just more or less gave up and he said, "I'll never climb out of here with my
he
arm,"
was like he has to kill
Cassian
him.
was
Yeah,
like, there are 2 ways this is gonna go down. One, I'm gonna kill you and get away, and then the
2,
Imperials
they're gonna
have
torture
no
you,
idea what's
get the
going on.
info,
yeah,
and then they're
exactly,
gonna kill you anyway.
Exactly.
exactly.
Or
Which, by the way,
or the Imperials capture you and then they figure out what's going on and then you're screwed.
mhm. And yeah, the point I was trying to make was basically just that like him showing remorse here kind of ends up getting paid off later when he fails to kill Galen on that platform.
Right.
Like that kind of
Yeah, those 2
humanity
are
that we see in
definitely
him
connected.
is kind of a kind of very small detail that you notice with the acting. So I think that's really cool. And
That
Diego
is
Luna,
cool.
the actor for Cassian, does a great job.
He
I think it's
does.
also a good way to introduce the character, to like show his values, show that
Right,
he
exactly.
does what must be done in
Yeah,
situations.
definitely.
He instantly just kills the guy that's
He's
his
committed to the
obviously an
bit.
ally. Exactly. It's yeah, for sure.
Before we continue, Toro, would you like to elaborate on when you said that the movie is confusing? What did you mean by that?
How would she know? She was asleep.
Oh, okay.
Listen here, pal.
She did take a little nappy nap.
She might be napping now.
I'm not napping.
Ooh, you are very quiet though.
Oh, right. Sorry. Hold on.
Have you messed
I
with the
was
gain knob again?
Give her a minute.
I had to because somebody is playing really loud music downstairs.
Um,
Sorry. What was the
hey,
question?
Well, crank it and see how it sounds.
Okay.
And now
Yeah, you're
speak.
good.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
fine. So the question was, can you elaborate on what you said earlier about the movie being confusing?
I just like in the sense that it was just confusing, gang. I don't know. Like Please
Yeah.
don't laugh.
Are there like
Well,
any details that you can remember about like what specific
when you
scene
were
or
just
what part
confused,
or
yeah.
anything like that?
I just like no.
No?
Was it
Okay,
just
I'll
that
that's
you
fine.
didn't understand why they're doing what they're currently doing, or was it more?
It was like yeah, I just
I'm gonna
guys.
I'll try and back her up here. I'll try and back her up here. The movie does struggle with this overall because it has such a kind of complex story where there's characters that are spies and that are behind the scenes, and the characters love other characters, and then like there's like a lot of the narrative is very complex, and for a movie that's only 2 hours long, where they're introducing a bunch of new characters, not using returning ones, all of that adds up to like, okay, this whole movie has got to not only present the narrative, but then also has to make new characters, make them likable, make them have some kind of development, or have them go on some kind of journey. All of that while also being accurate to the lore previously established. All of that in 2 hours, and
Right.
it's
Yeah.
just like
It's a difficult
it's
task. It
constantly
really is.
it's
I
constantly
can
name
almost
dropping
guarantee that the
people.
director's cut of this film was much longer than 2 hours.
Exactly, for sure. So I think in that sense, I completely agree with Tori. Even when I was watching it, I've only seen Rogue One maybe twice before this, and even when I was watching this, like just in that scene that I mentioned earlier, when we go from like those 4 planets in quick succession, like I was just like, holy crap! Like here's a new character, here's a new character, here's a new world, here's a new character, here's a new world, and we have to just keep a note of this, and this will all add up later on. But it's just like, wow, we're just going all over the place, and like they have an entire title crawl to display the planet of Caffeine, which is the one where Andor kills the spy. But that planet is literally in it for just 2 minutes in the scene, and it's
Yeah.
like then we go to the next one. We go to Cobain, which is where Jin is imprisoned. Then she gets immediately sent out of that planet, and it's in there for 2 minutes. It's like wow, okay, here's a new, and you think it's going to be important, but it isn't. Like that planet never shows up again. So it's like, why did we need the title crawl and like the all this establishing information? It just is like, yeah, I don't know. It's in that sense that yeah, I completely agree. I think the narrative is very confusing. At least at the start, it gets more clear later on, for sure. But at the
Mhm.
start, it's quite jarring.
Okay.
Uh,
So then after that, I wrote down some stuff like just overall about how they progress the story from here. And one
mhm,
of the things is that they try their absolute hardest
mhm,
to set the exact moment of time that they're in right before episode 4 and hit
mhm.
as many nostalgia notes as they possibly can. And
Right.
they did it with Yavin.
Yeah.
They did it with Mon Mothma. They did it with Organa's entrance. He just
Yeah.
shows up for 2 seconds and
And there's
doesn't say
and there's
anything,
powerful
but
music. Yeah.
Luke's theme plays on top of that. I don't know if you
Yeah.
caught
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. I did.
Like there there were just a bunch of nostalgia bombs over and
The
over
movie.
in that
Yeah.
next
The
scene,
movie
which
is self-aware, and that kind of makes it
yeah,
kind of cringe when you're watching it. But like, I think overall the movie showing Yavin and having Mon Mothma, all that is fine because the movie is set at this moment where they are going to be very active and very important. But Bail Organa just walking in and having powerful music, and then there's just a shot of him, and then Jin looks at him, and that's it. Like there is no reason for Bail Organa to for it to be so self-aware. Like when he shows up, like I don't know why he even shows up there because he just shows up later anyway. Like it's so random. It is really like a bit jarring when you're watching it, and it makes you think like in the cinema, in like fucking like stupid American cinemas, everyone would have clapped when Bill Organa came on screen. Like you just know that when there's that pause and then the powerful music swells, you're like, oh, clap! That's the guy that you know from the other thing. Like I don't know. It's just that it just feel kind of forced in
yeah.
that sense.
While
One
I agree
element
with you that his appearance is kind of forced, you also have to think about that you somehow have to bring the connection to Leia into like
That's also
to episode
true.
4 and Leia
mhm,
in there.
Mhm,
I think he should have had like more screen time or like more
mhm.
of a role in the plot
Yeah.
because like this his entrance is, as you guys said, just weird in a weird place. But in general, I don't think it's bad that he was in there to make that connection to Leia.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like the scene later on when he, has that comment to, um, is it Mon
Mon.
Mothma where he says, where he says, "I trust her with her life." Obviously,
Yep.
everyone was joking about that, but like that scene in isolation, I think is okay, and that could have just been the only Bail Organa scene. Like I don't know why we needed the shot of him cinematically walking in. Like they could have just had him say that line and then make the connection with Leia, and there we go. Like that's it. That scene, in my opinion, is kind of fine in terms of
I think it
introducing
does
Leia.
it does make sense that he makes a cameo. It's very
For
clear
sure.
that when they were trying to write this and figure it out, that they were just like, well, we're already using these nostalgia bombs. He's gonna appear later in the movie anyway. Let's just throw him in here because Mon is already there. He is
Yeah.
going to be there as well. Because the two of them talk there later, so they might as well, because then otherwise it'll be like, whoa, they're here?
I
What?
think
So
the
that could
part.
have been a little bit confusing. But another thing I will say about that scene when he says, I would trust her with my life,
Mhm.
it was on this watch of the movie that I figured out that he's talking about Leia. I had
Right.
no idea he was talking about Leia before, and I thought that he was talking about some Jedi, but I was like, the only Jedi he knows is Obi-Wan. But then
Mm.
I remembered all the dots like magically connected in my head all at once when I saw this scene today, and I audibly went, "Oh!" Like I
Right.
actually made that sound when he
Right.
said that because I was like, "Oh my goodness, he's sending Leia to go to go get Obi-Wan. That's why she's trying to find Ben
Yeah.
Kenobi. That's why she's trying to get a message to him is
I'll
because
say
he sent her there."
like not obviously not to jump ahead too far, but I think most of the dialogue in that scene is really crap, and I'll get to it like now because while we're on the subject of it, but like him like there's a very forced line where he's like, "I am going to Alderaan." It's like the movie's like he's going to Alderaan, guys, because he's going to get blown up. Like he's going to go to
Yeah.
Alderaan and die. Like he's going to
Yeah.
Alderaan. Do you hear that? He's
Which is
going to
really
Alderaan.
unfortunate.
And
Yeah,
then
that's the
obviously the
part where
line,
everybody goes, "No, don't
yeah.
go back."
But obviously, also when he says the line, "I trust her with my life." Obviously, it's kind of it's kind of a joke line because obviously Leia ends up getting him killed on the Death Star because obviously
I don't
you know
think
what I mean.
she's the reason
Well,
he
obviously
dies.
not directly, but the point is that he's like, "I trust her with my life," and
Well,
then
because
she's getting interrogated, and
Mhm.
she obviously Tarkin kind of sees through her facade, and then it's like, "We'll blow up her planet," and then it's like she's like, "What?" And like so in a way, it's like obviously she
However,
doesn't cause
in
his
the
death,
amount
but
of
I
time
think.
that has progressed from
Mhm,
the end of Rogue One, or at
mhm,
least not even the end, like the moment they get the plans
mhm,
to like to when Alderaan gets blown up, there is absolutely enough time for the rebels to figure out that they have the plans. They already know they have the plans,
mhm,
right? Spread that information everywhere as much
mhm.
as they can to their allies, including on Alderaan,
Yeah,
and then for them to figure something out and get the hell off that planet.
yeah. No,
They absolutely had enough time to do that. So that
the
was
reason
just
why
clearly like a this happens anyway, so we have to include this.
I think the reason why I will give the defense for the film here in the sense that the reason why Bail Organa probably wasn't urgently evacuating Alderaan was because Alderaan was an imperial controlled system. So the idea the
Right.
Empire would show up and blow up a core world that is imperial controlled and has imperial royalty is crazy work. Like
It
you're
is.
not going to blow up this planet, and also obviously they didn't have reason to know that at this point they don't actually like didn't have reason to. They can't really destroy Alderaan until they get the Death Star, obviously. But like in the sense that um like obviously they can't physically destroy it, but I mean like the set obviously in the movie in A New Hope, not to obviously go off a tangent, but the Senate gets disbanded in The New Hope, so that way Palpatine has full control over like the politics of the galaxy. So at that point, there is no reason for the senators to even exist, or for any of the Alderaan royal family anymore, which is why blowing them up is so insignificant at that point. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Palpatine has just
Yeah.
made all of them useless, and then boom, we can blow them up. So it's like, yeah, I think obviously,
That was just to stick
yeah,
it to Leia because they knew that she had the plans somewhere.
hmm,
And
obviously, like,
it doesn't really like for them, obviously they don't know that there's a little weakness because Krennic never
exactly,
delivered that message because he died instantly, right? But with they know that if the rebels have the plans, eventually they will find something.
Yeah.
Because the problem is that they have the plans in the first place, now that there's a weakness. So obviously in their mind, they were like, we need to torture Leia. We need to get the plans at her, figure out where they are. And then they're like, okay, we're going to take it 10 steps further, test the full power of the station and blow up her planet
And by the way,
because they just don't care anymore.
there's a moment later on when, in regards to interrogation, that I find kind of funny, and we'll get to that in a bit. Like,
Yeah,
it's maybe
just
one of
to
the
jump in here and go
Mhm,
back to they had plenty of time to evacuate
mhm.
the
Yeah.
discussion. No, the fuck they didn't, because
It wasn't that long.
in any natural disaster or scientific disaster, sci-fi, whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
politics, 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 it slows everything to a
No,
screeching
yeah,
halt.
I don't
I'm
think
not
that.
They
saying
have
the
to
entire
they have
planet
to
needs to evacuate. I'm saying General Organa himself, just him. Just him.
Just the rebels that
Yeah,
are on
because
Alderaan.
to be honest, it then doesn't, in my mind, doesn't make perfect sense that he sends Leia to go find Obi-Wan, and then he's
Mhm.
just gonna sit on his ass on his own planet for
Well, I think
the
at
whole
least
time. Like that's it.
the argument for that can be that he's still operating in the Senate and he has actual like work, and and obviously the idea is that
Right.
in Episode 4, Palpatine disbands the Senate, and then it's like, well, fuck, we have no power. We're just and like at this point, like then with the Death Star, they haven't like the Senate is gone, and now we have a weapon that destroys planets. There is nothing anyone can do. We're just
Well,
gonna start
also,
fucking killing
weren't
people.
most of the rebel forces sent to the planet that had the Death
Yeah,
Star plans on it?
yeah,
So, like,
I
who's
think so.
there
Scarif.
still at, Alderaan
Yeah,
to
no, it's not
Well,
many
they
people.
defend?
definitely they still had a base at Yavin. At Yavin, people stay behind. Not everybody
Yeah.
is gonna
Oh,
jump in their
I
ships
know
and
not
go.
everyone goes there, but,
Mhm.
Yeah.
the vast
Also,
majority went. Probably, I'd say roughly a third died in the fight
yeah,
Mhm.
easily,
a big chunk of like you see
A
it in A New
huge
Hope.
chunk
They
of
only
rebels died there. Yeah.
In A New Hope they
and
only have
then
a small strike team that attack the Death
in
Star.
the instance that they get the plans and they start disseminating them, that is their main goal. Their main goal
Mhm.
is not, hey, this big ass fucking thing is headed your way. It's, this is how to stop this big ass thing wherever the fuck it is.
Right.
I think also Bail Organa's line when he says he's going to Alderaan, I'm pretty sure he makes a comment roughly along the lines of like he's having a meeting with his like allies. So there
Yeah.
are more
Yeah.
rebel like at least rebel sympathizers on Alderaan. Now, I still don't think there's anybody like major. Like there's not any like generals or military people. It's probably just uh like royalty who
Potential
are
supporters.
providing wealth, probably that are just like money and distributors and sponsors for the rebels. Probably not
Mhm.
any military people. Probably.
Yeah, like
Um,
Yeah.
any intel you receive has to be, first of all, verified, probably by two separate entities before it's even remotely taken seriously,
mhm,
other than sending someone to fucking verify it. And this is just real world application to a science fiction movie.
yeah.
So take it for what it's worth.
Mhm,
But any intel has to be verified, then acted on after it's discussed about what action is appropriate to take. And that's where the politics gets
yeah.
into it.
I
Mhm.
think the whole thing about like Alderaan just being an imperial planet is enough that the rebels wouldn't immediately want to or need to evacuate Alderaan, because obviously
Right.
like the Senate getting disbanded and then Alderaan getting destroyed happens like within like hours. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh, we're now useless. We now have no power, and we're now not important to the Empire. Now it becomes more like they can just get rid of us now because there's no political backing. Like we aren't like it's not a political assassination anymore. They're just killing us. We're just citizens. We have no power. We don't have any protection from what I mean, like we can't like we're not political figures being killed anymore. We're just royalty. We're just useless. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I don't think they needed to evacuate Alderaan because of how it was such an imperial planet and how it had so much imperial influence and personnel. So I think that makes sense that they wouldn't think they would need to evacuate. Especially also because Bail Organa is still trying to front as an imperial sympathizer, or at least as a member of the imperial government. so he wouldn't just like he like basically he still thinks he's kind of a spy, so he doesn't think he needs to run away because he's kind of under their nose. You know what I mean? And of course,
Right.
when the Senate is gone, Palpatine's like, yeah, fuck it, get rid of them, and then boom, they're useless, they get killed. So it doesn't. Yeah, I don't think that really is an issue personally. Anyway,
Not to derail the current conversation, but I do think we need to reel it back into the movie that we watched,
yeah,
and not
yeah,
the
I was
movie
gonna
that
say,
immediately follows.
Yes, yes, that'd be a good idea. Yes, thank you
let's
for
move on. Let's
catching
move
that.
on.
Okay. Couple of the thing. Well, I wrote uh that prepping the Death Star, which what I mean by that is when they are prepping
Basically,
it to
the
fire on
shield thing.
Jeddah, the way they
Mhm.
executed that whole scene, like pure chills. I'm not gonna lie,
I think I
because
really like.
like getting it from the point of we see it as a hologram in episode 3 to we see it destroy a whole planet in episode 4. That's where
Mhm.
we're at right now, is them building it. And even just as someone who's like really into Star Wars, like watching the canon get put into place, right? In that one
Mhm.
scene, it looks awesome. Like
Yeah, no,
it looks terrifying.
in terms of
And then when they
cinematography,
start
it's
winding
awesome.
up the weapon and they're
Mhm.
building tension that way as they're talking, and like as the hologram message is going and Jin is sitting there tearing up watching this, and you
Yeah.
see them charging up the Death Star getting ready to shoot, and then they finally do it. Like the way they did that whole scene, especially that the explosion didn't have sound or that it was extremely muffled,
Mhm.
that the impact that that had, no pun intended, was insane,
Yeah,
in
I
my
think
opinion.
as someone who's also seen Andor, and Ice will also attest to this, Tony Gilroy, who's like the screenwriter, is so good at making the Empire feel like powerful and like a threat, and at making some of the smaller things feel so powerful. And I think that's one thing I realized with this movie, on a similar kind of note to you, is like whenever the Death Star is brought up, it feels so menacing. Like
So menacing.
in that hologram, when Galen Erso says they call it the Death Star, like that line is like that feels so like, because
That
obviously as an
line
audience,
hits, it
yeah,
really
like
does.
as an audience we go, oh, it's the Death Star, it's the big laser thing like from the movie, but like
Yeah.
in universe, them calling it the Death Star, like that
The
went
Death
so
Star
far
is
into.
the biggest turning point from what we've seen in Star Wars history, I think, because it's like, excuse me, it's right after they wipe out all the Jedi, and now Palpatine's in control. And then the Death Star is the big turning point because now they have mechanical power, not just political power. And now they have the ability to destroy planets. But then after the first Death Star, when that fails, what do? Make another one. When that one fails, they wait 30 years, but what do? They make another one. And then
Yeah,
when
it
that
just all
fails, what
about layers.
do? Make tiny ships that can do what the Death
Yeah,
Star
yeah.
does.
See, that's why the first Death Star is the best, right? Because they keep doing it and it becomes less
Because that is
impactful
the
every
turning
time.
point. And then you just can't top that. You can't.
No, the
Yeah,
first
I don't
one.
know.
that's a
I've tried to think
cycle of
about this, but like
technology.
the
Mhm.
yeah, exactly. But like the
You make it
terror
bigger,
of
you make it
the
bigger, and when you can't make it bigger, you make it smaller.
yeah, there you go. Yes, exactly. Oh my God, that is a perfect analogy.
Yeah,
But like
the
the
Death Star
second
is the
Death
iPhone
Star and
5.
even Starkiller Base and even the ships on Exegol. Ugh, ugh.
Yeah,
Anyway, I digress. None of those hit the same as the
no,
first
for
Death
sure.
Star when that was completed. Like it,
Yeah, I think it's a problem that George Lucas himself makes by having
yeah,
there be a second
absolutely.
one. Is that, and of course it ends up being a problem in the sequels and with Exegol and with the Starkiller Base. Is like
Yeah.
you make it out like it's so important and such an incredible feat with the first one, but then they make a second one like 90% complete in like 3 years.
And it's
It's like
just like,
it's
yeah,
not a
in
thing with the
within
Star
3 years,
One.
and
Just
it's just suddenly 10 times better than the other
yeah,
one.
they just
And
pump
it's
them out
not
now.
completed.
Yeah, they just
well,
pump them out now.
there is an in-universe explanation on why they like hurried so much to make the second one, because the first one
Mhm.
gave them the iron grip that gave them the power to disband the
Yeah,
Senate, as Eternal earlier mentioned.
Hmm.
And since that one was destroyed, they really needed like that power back that made them
yeah,
able to disband the Senate and
Right.
basically control the galaxy. Later on, I think it's just especially with the Starkiller base, the impact is so little because we
Hmm.
don't really see the universe as much as like before. Like Just
Yeah,
oh
I
yeah,
feel
the
like the
rebels.
whole point of
Just the
Starkiller Base
rebels.
was just to destroy the Republic, though. That's all they
Yeah,
use it for.
Right.
it's also like back in with the Starkiller Base, the rebels, like the New Republic as it's called, was in power, and then the Starkiller Base just comes and destroys it. But in the original trilogy, the Empire were in control and had that Death Star that made them so strong and so special.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I feel
Yeah,
like we're
Death Star.
venturing off course again,
A
Yeah.
little bit,
I think
yes, yes.
despite our best efforts.
the point is
Like,
the way the Death Star is presented as being such a threat and being such a core point of the story. I think it's done really, really well, and you really feel like the impact, the way the characters address it, the way that it's like, the planet killer, the ultimate weapon, all this stuff kind of gets brought up and up and up, and every time it's mentioned, like, it kind of goes back to how good Tony Gilroy is at writing kind of gritty, dark a dark side of Star Wars. Because whenever it's mentioned, you don't, because like when you think of the Death Star as an audience, you kind of like think of the whimsical side of it in A New Hope, when it's like, oh, the big evil planet killer, wow, and oh no, the rebels need to destroy it. But like when you have it in universe, the way that it's presented in Rogue One, it's like, it's so scary. Like, this thing is
It
so
is, yeah,
dangerous, and it's not just, oh, look at the big thing, and oh no, the rebels got to go blow it up. It's like
yeah.
so kind of like
I
adventurous
think,
and
yeah,
silly
the timing of this movie,
toning.
because it was released in 2016, that was the year after The Force Awakens came out.
Yeah.
And it was super clear that the director really wanted to emphasize that, like, the first one hits the hardest. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know
Okay,
what the
buddy.
better way to describe that is.
What's the
Yeah,
thing?
okay, nice one.
What's
Like,
the euphemism here?
but like nothing can top the first Death Star. That
Yeah.
whole sentiment and idea. And they do such a good job of that because after watching The Force Awakens a year before, you're like, oh, this is Death Star number 3, right?
Yeah.
But then even
We
in
go
The
again.
Force Awakens, they compare Starkiller Base to the first Death Star, not the second one. They
Yeah.
compare it to the original. Well, they do that on purpose to make it look way bigger because the second Death Star was bigger than the first one.
I swear they compare it to both of them.
We never
I
saw the
swear they
second
have like a
one.
hologram with both, or like two. I don't know. I know the point you're trying to make.
It's not the
Holograms.
one they mention when everybody reacts to it in the
No,
room. I
for
know
sure.
that.
all right, kids. This is the third warning. Wrap it up. Get back on subject.
You've got to understand, being a movie that is set within this wider universe, you have to look
Oh,
at how
I
it
understand,
affects
We can do
everything
that
else
at
in
the
it.
but
end, I
we're
think.
not breaking down the
Like,
universe. We're breaking down the movie.
well, yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
The movie's
Ooh,
part of
clock
the wider
it.
universe.
Look, I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm
No, I
just
get
No,
it.
no, no, you're right. You're
trying
right.
to rein it
You're
in,
right. Yeah, if
Yeah, for
somebody
sure.
doesn't rein it in, then we're just gonna not stop yapping
right?
about
Because we'll be
it.
talking about episode 10. Let's
Yep,
hold on. How
I
did
exactly.
we
just
get
want to
here?
say this though, because
Just cut
How
it
did we
out.
get here?
later on in the movie, its ability to fit in with the rest of the movies becomes very, very important, and I think it fails to do that later on in the movie. And
Really?
we'll talk to that. We will talk about that. I think that the entire ending battle on Scarif, mainly like the final part of it,
Hmm.
and I talked about this the other day, makes no sense.
We will
And
come to that, yeah.
yeah. Anyway, let's keep
Yeah,
going
for
from
sure.
the
Okay.
main narrative.
So then other plot points I wrote down. Saw Gerrera had no reason to stay behind.
Okay, classic. This
I
is
thought we were going
absolutely
scene
so.
by scene because I have also some ones
Oh
written
yeah.
down.
Well, I wrote it down as I was watching, right? So it's
Also,
gonna be
Oh,
in
okay.
before
chronological.
that, just before that though, Boar
Yeah,
Gullet, right? The big tentacle weird
Borgullet.
monster that kind of
Yes.
like the weird hentai monster. Like, look,
The hentai
I don't
monster.
Here
get.
we
I,
go.
I
Good
have no
lord.
clue. I have no clue why this monster's in the film. Okay, because Saw
Yeah.
Gerrera describes it as being able to, make you tell the truth. It deciphers lies, whatever. It's just a mind reading machine, right? And yet, in the next scene, when Jin shows up, he goes, "He was sent to kill me. You were sent to kill me. Didn't you not mind read him and find out that he wasn't lying? Was that not the whole point of what you did?"
Yeah.
Like, I don't get why he
That
then is so paranoid, because
it's
he
it's
already.
He clearly
What?
greened out.
it's a little bit evident that the Borg gullet is used as an excuse to wipe Bodhi's mind, because then in the next scene,
Oh,
when he's well, not in the next scene, a few scenes later, when he's in the cell next to them,
yeah,
um, they would have instantly got to talking
yeah,
had he had his mind not been wiped, but Cassian needed to bring him back.
yeah.
So that was clearly just kind of an excuse to do that. Or someone came up with Borgullet, and then they were
It's
like,
just
"Oh my
silly.
god, this is so cool. How can we possibly squeeze this into the movie?" And then they did it.
Borgullet is so cool, gang.
Borgullet. Borgullet.
That's like Babu Frick.
Oh my
Exactly.
god, Babu Frick. Why the fuck did they name a character Frick? Oh my
Why is he
god.
called
Like,
Babu
We'll get to that when we watch
Borgullet?
the
Disney
movie.
has lost the plot, guys. They named a character Frick in Star Wars. What are
Babu
we
Frick.
doing?
What the freak?
I can't wait for Big Chungus in the next movie.
Oh my god. That's the first thing Atomic has said this whole discussion, by the way, is
Yes,
what the
Atomic.
frick.
What the freak?
Quality,
Okay.
not quantity.
You guy.
Yeah.
To the point you
Yeah.
guys
Thank,
just
thank you for
made.
your additions, Atomic.
Okay. No.
Yeah, that whole exchange is just so weird because Sogura is like, this guy's going to read your mind, but you might go crazy and forget everything.
Might?
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Well,
of
Is that
reading your
one
mind?
tends to lose one's mind.
It's so funny. And then Jin shows up and he's like, "Oh, you came to kill me." It's like, well, if you had just read his mind like Paul Gallet was meant to do, like you were to use that information, you would have found out he wasn't lying. It's I don't know. It's
Yeah,
such a
but
weird
I
moment.
don't think that anything that the pilot had to say involved Jin, other than he was sent to
No,
give
but
the
the point.
message
No, he
to
didn't
him
figure out who
and
Jin was
try to
until they were on the
find
ship.
No, for
his
sure.
daughter.
But
Yeah.
he was still suspicious that the pilot was uh was a spy or was like a like a traitor. He was still suspicious of him. But when Jin explains like the story that the pilot has the information about King Nurse or whatever, like when she explains that to him, he would then realize that is accurate. That matches his story about him having that information, and I know that he is not a liar.
Mm-hmm.
So I can like, okay, you seem much more trustworthy because now your information matches his, and he isn't a liar for sure. It's like
Well, I
a
think
mother. Like, come on.
all that you're sent here as a trap, as far as Jin
Mhm.
is concerned, was resolved when they went back and forth about how
Yeah.
they separated
Yeah.
15 or 16 years ago when
Mhm.
he left her in a fucking hole in the ground, said,
Mhm.
"Here's a blaster and a knife, best of luck."
Uh-huh.
Right.
And
Yeah.
she just fucking popped off on him for that. He was like, "All right, that's valid. You're
I will
you."
say this is also where I'm going to mention I'm not a massive fan of Felicity Jones, and like I said, Hex mentioned also like, is it about the director? Is it about the actor? Is it whatever? It's kind of all of those combined. But the line when he sees her and then he's like, Jin, is that you? And then she's like, must be a surprise. Like, what the fuck is that line? Like that is
Ye-
what like.
That kind of tracks for
I
her
think
character. She's a bit of
I
a
think it does,
smartass.
especially because we know that she's pissed that he
Yeah, like he left her in
left
a
her
hole.
behind.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
like,
So it kind of makes sense. It's just that's like the first snarky thing because like you got to remember, Jin doesn't want to be there.
Like
no,
She
and
wants her
also,
father, and
as
the
far as
Alliance said that they
Felicity
will help her find
goes,
her dad if they get to Saw first.
Mhm.
and as far
So
as
she,
Felicity goes in the movie, like she, for everything that lacks in the snarky, sarcastic scenes,
oh no,
is made up for
oh no,
in the emotional scenes. Like
no,
when
for
she
sure.
sees the hologram message of her dad,
Yeah.
like the doe eyes were doing.
yeah,
Yes, the performance like in those kind of the emotional scenes, she's really good. But like, I mean, what I mean by that line is like, he says he like he's obviously surprised to see her, and then she's like, must be a surprise. I don't know that line just feels so clunky. It's like,
mm,
yeah, he's obviously surprised. That's why he said that. Like, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of lines in the movie where she makes comments like that, and also in like the conferences with the rebels where she kind of just makes like bizarrely obvious comments, and you're like, okay, like it feels like kind of an weird, like kind of audience insert in a way. Like I just think most of her dialogue is really kind of clunky, and like I said, like Hex said as well, like the emotional performances later on, like she's really strong in those scenes. But I feel like whenever she's not having an emotional a moment, she feels super like, and I think partly it is to do with the fact that she doesn't, as we've mentioned, she doesn't. And I think this is kind of also a weakness of her character is that she doesn't actually have a motive in the story for
mm.
most of the movie. She's just there. The story is carrying her along. She's not actually
right, yeah, because
following the
she just wants
story.
her dad.
Mm.
Yeah,
But she doesn't even want her dad until she
Until she
gets
sees the
reminded of her
hologram.
dad. Yeah, like she doesn't have any motive And even when she has that motive, like it's only in the end when she actually kind of has that call to action when she tells the rebels we're going to go to Scarif and we're gonna do it, right? But even then, you have that kind of like that hologram gives her motive. So I think up until that point, her character feels kind of like it's like it's like when you're just dragging like
It
a
feels
dog along
very,
with
I don't
you.
want to be here. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
exactly.
like you go into town to go
To
to
be
the
honest,
shop
I
and
don't
you're
really
just
blame
taking
her
a
for
dog
that
with
though,
you.
because she had absolutely no idea that her dad was going to plant a trap in the machine that
Mhm,
he was building until he set it in the hologram. She had no
uh-huh,
idea, right?
mhm,
Yeah, she went
So
from doing stuff in spite of her dad to doing it
mhm.
for her dad,
exactly. Yeah, and
and
that was the switch
arguably
that
Sure.
we
with her
watched.
dad.
That was the
Yeah.
switch that we like the moment of realization that we got to see on her face as she's watching this hologram, and
Mhm.
we're starting to see her perspective change on that, like in real time. I think that was really
But
cool.
I think also about that hologram, I think there's a line in that hologram that's they try and fix a kind of possible like kind of not maybe not plot hole, but they try and fix something when Galen Erso has that line where he
Hmm.
says, "I would have killed myself, but I realised that Krennic would have been able to finish the weapon without me." I don't get that
Right.
line because Krennic literally went out to find him in the galaxy because he needed him to finish the weapon. So why wouldn't he just kill
I
himself?
have an
And
explanation for that
okay,
potentially. It might
Okay.
not be the canon one,
right, but
but
okay, but before
yes,
you say, can I say, is anything in the movie to back this up, or is this just complete?
this is strictly
Like,
me thinking using
okay,
logic.
Okay.
So, like I
I'm
said,
like,
take it for what it's worth. It makes sense because finding him and having him do it
mhm,
would arguably be much faster than having a whole team that doesn't know what he knows to figure out what he knows and then get it done. And
That was also
we're
my
already
impression.
shown that he's under a time crunch
yeah, that is implied, yeah,
when
with
Krennic
Falcon Vader.
gets the Count Dooku talk about, somebody is mad that you're wasting all this time.
Mhm.
So
I
I
think
could see him needing
leading him,
needing
mhm.
him more than
I think
having his team do it
in a
slower.
way though, the hologram in Attack of the Clones kind of punches this in the gut because they had like early plans for it as early as episode 2 before Galen is even involved. So it's like, how much did the Empire already have
Well, are we
Yeah.
talking
before
about
he was
plans for
involved?
the Death Star itself or plans
Yes.
for
Yeah,
the
They had a
weapon?
they had a hologram
of
for
the literal
the
Death Star.
entire Death Star, but like what we got to see of it
We don't
was
know how
just
much.
the final shape and what the gun looks like. Well,
Yeah,
just
we
like the
don't.
shape of the space station in general. We
Mhm.
don't get to see any of the intricacies for how the mechanism works, for how the
Yeah, for sure.
weapon works, for the reactor, none of that. So I
All right,
think
well,
they went from a shell and then they were like, okay, how do we fit this in the
yeah,
shell?
fit everything in the hole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think
All right,
even then,
so
even if we take Hex's explanation, which I think is obviously is decent because in the movie we see that there's a time crunch. Then later on, it makes me wonder if Galen had killed himself, he could have slowed them down. And there's a moment later on where uh, that idea or a similar idea could have been very beneficial to the rebels and made it not be like a last second win. Which, and we'll get to that later on because I think Galen Erso is kind of just stupid.
well,
And I'll get to
see,
that in a minute.
if the other side of that is if they make it without him, there's no weak point to exploit.
Hmm.
No, that is of course true. But like,
That
if
that's
he,
his
So
main point is that he decided to stick around and build it for them because he
yeah, I
knew if
mean
he did
he
that
still
he
yeah, but
dragged
could
his
the
feet when he
sabotage
was
it
doing it.
and he could put
yeah,
in a trap. But that he wouldn't be able to trust anybody else to do that, obviously.
mhm.
And he knows that even though the work would stall, they would still finish it. But then the rebels have no advantage, and he
Yeah,
could at least try to give them one.
yeah. I just think that like, if the movie had made the point that they needed him because of the time crunch, if they made that point like as an actual like plot point, that would have been fine. But the issue is like that isn't actually explicitly stated. So like, if he had just like he makes out like because like it's kind of this like weird cycle where it's like Krennic needs him, but then he says they don't need him, but then Krennic goes and finds him because they need him. So it's like, wait, what? Like, do they need? Like, if obviously they need him
Yeah,
because
well, there's
they
there's
went
two
and
different
found
opinions here.
him.
One opinion is Krennic's, and one opinion is Galen's. Galen's opinion is that they don't need him, and that
Right, but he doesn't
they
know that.
will finish it without him, because Galen doesn't understand the pressure that Krennic is under. Krennic's
Yeah.
pressure is literally directly from the freaking Emperor and Vader and Tarkin. Do you remember, like,
Yeah,
Tarkin was harping on this man for the delays and
yeah, yeah.
setbacks and all of that, and then even Vader talks about that a little bit. That's what Krennic is going through. So
Yeah.
in Krennic's mind, he's like, I need to get this stupid thing done. And then
Right.
he's like, the fastest way I could do it is to go find Galen, because he was doing good
It's like,
work before he
he
left.
did need him until he got force choked, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I do need that guy."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
He got
always makes sense.
motivated.
Well,
But I think
no, that's not why. That's not why. When he got force choked after
Well,
Vader
it
told him
was metaphorical, not
that.
the actual.
Okay, sure, totally fine. But then either way, those two perspectives can still be true at the same time, and I
Yeah.
think that
Yeah,
still
100%.
works.
Like I said,
I
I'm just
think
spitballing.
that I think that does work, but I think mainly it's just his comment of like, he has no reason to believe that they can finish it without him. That's the point I want to make. Galen doesn't. He shouldn't know that. Like, he shouldn't think that they need. Like,
He is
should
not the
think that
only
they need
smart
him.
engineer in the whole galaxy.
Right, but he should. No,
That's probably what he's getting at.
He
No, but the
said
point is,
that
he
they
has
could do
no
it without him,
reason.
so they didn't need him. It would have been
Right.
better for them to have him, 100%.
Yeah, no, but okay. But he literally says, "I was going to kill myself, but it doesn't matter because they could have done it without me." Why does he know that? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I
all he
assume
Because
he
they
was
have enough
like,
power and
he was like
resources
the
to get it done in the first
overseer
place.
in
They
the
have the
sense
willpower. They'll
of,
find a
like,
way.
the team of big brains.
But like,
So
he
like
doesn't.
he probably knows what his team is capable of, at least on an
Obviously-
individual level, and
Yeah,
he
but
can
obviously
connect the
we know.
dots.
Obviously, we know that it's because Krennic needs it done faster, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that.
But Galen doesn't
So
know that. No.
So
Well, I
that's
mean, it's a
obviously-
logical assumption by anyone.
But
Kind
yeah,
of.
but all I'm trying to say is Galen kind of has like this comment where he says they could do it without him. It seems like a kind of weird cop out, considering they went and hunted him across the galaxy, and he knew they were going to hunt him across the galaxy. So like, he shouldn't know that. Like, he thinks that they rely on him to make it. So why does he know that they don't need him? Is what I'm trying to say. Like, why does he know that? If they were hunting him down this whole time to make it, why is he then like, oh, they don't actually need me, but like, so killing myself doesn't matter. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, he has that knowledge, which everything that he knows would make that seem ridiculous. Because why would they come and search for him if they don't need him? But anyway,
I guess that makes sense.
Leading into a later on scene.
Oh,
which is
before we skip that scene entirely,
actually,
there's also no reason for Jin to not take the message with her. There's no reason.
Yeah,
We
it's
saw
like a
what the
little
message
disc
was.
thing.
It's a tiny little chip. It's a little thumb drive. She has no reason to not snatch that up and then run.
Yeah.
She
No
doesn't know
reason.
that's the message,
Put it
does
in
she?
your pocket.
He does, because he shows it to her and he plugs it in right into the hologram. And
Yeah, he picks up the thing and he's like, "This is." Oh wait, does he plug it in, or does he say,
don't
"This is the
know.
message I was sent," and then switch on the
He
machine?
plugs it in, it starts playing,
then.
and then
Okay, but then
start to
there's
blow up
also
the city, and then it like jitters and cuts out.
breaks.
So I don't
yeah,
know.
the machine cuts
if
out,
it
but then
broke
there's also no
or
reason for
if the
Saw to not
connection got
just unplug the
severed
thing
or
and
whatever.
give it to her.
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean,
We
who
know how
knows
easy
why
their
he did.
technology is to use, because when they got the Death Star plans up on the little ship, they turned it into a tiny disk and then passed it around. Like, we know
Yeah.
how easy it is for them to
Obviously-
transfer data.
Going back to the comment you made at the start of this scene, Saw not just kind of suiciding here. Like, they try and make it make sense because he says like, "Oh, I'm too old, whatever, I'm too slow." But like, I have no idea why he just gives up.
Right?
He
Yeah.
went out like
I
every
think it's just an honor thing.
every soldier dreams, facing death face to face and welcoming it with open arms.
But he could have gone and helped the rebels and died on Scarif. Or died
He
in-
had a fucking mask on his suit, and
Yeah,
he
no.
moved at half the speed of smell. He
But the
couldn't
point
go
is,
anywhere, and he knew it.
the point is, but as a friend of
Right.
Kim Naso, his importance in this story, like everything could have gone
Yeah.
so much smoother because nobody believes Jin when she tells them about the message
Mhm.
later on in the movie. If Saul Guerrero was there and everybody else was there to back her up, that could have been so much more easy. But instead, he just lets himself die, and then later on in the movie, Jin pays the price for not having that support from him as someone who's very trustworthy to the rebels. So
And that goes back to my intel reported to politicians point that I made earlier in our discussion.
Right.
right,
It's got to
if
be verified, and that takes time. And then you have
exactly,
to discuss appropriate
if the point
responses, and
is,
that takes time.
if he didn't suicide himself,
Fucked.
like he could have helped Jin and supported her claims that she gave to the rebellion. But also another just point about to close off this scene is the fact that they have enough time to escape is very like Deus Ex Machina. Like it's very like,
Yeah.
oh, they're there and it's slowly the big explosion is slowly closing in and the
I
rebels like,
haven't finished my calculations. Here, let me do that for you. Click, click. Vroom.
like you know what I
Like,
mean?
all
It's
right,
Yeah.
like
pal.
Well, not only that,
yeah,
if you notice shot by shot, the explosion will move at different speeds,
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember that
depending
being
on
very
how
it's like
it best
crashing over
benefits
them
the
like a
plot.
fucking tidal wave.
And that's see, I think there's a reason behind that, and I could be wrong about this, but I know
Mhm.
that when VFX artists work on movies like this, they're
Uh-huh.
given little chunks of the film to work on. They
Yeah.
don't do the whole
Well,
thing, and
no,
it'll
it's
be
sure.
literally different artists that are working on
Yeah,
different little chunks, and it could be just a few seconds.
Yeah, like
So
for
for
sure.
even
project
that difference could
where you
be
don't see
why the
anyone
shots are at
else's
different speed.
participation until the fucking final project is put up on the screen.
Exactly. Yeah.
For sure. But obviously, like that's obviously the real life explanation, but that doesn't change the fact that that is
That is
a
a
mistake
problem,
with the
and if
film
I
as
were
a
a
problem.
film
Yeah.
director and I watched my movie have that problem, I'd be like, "No, fix it,"
I just
because
think
that's dumb.
that whole scene is very
Money.
convenient and cliche in the sense
Mhm,
that it's like,
mhm.
oh, the big explosion's closing in, and they just barely make it out. It's
They
like
barely make it out.
it's like I don't know why they like. Yeah, like they had to have them escape quickly. They needed Saw to die, and they needed that message to not get retrieved.
Yep,
And the way that they did that was by having the Death Star explosion. But like the problem is, it's just so lucky that they have just enough time to get out, and the explosion travels like the eruption is too slow and it doesn't reach. Like all of that is just
mhm.
so convenient and
It is, it
how
really
so
is.
perfect. It's just yeah.
I have
Yeah,
another
if
thing to
you
add to this like escape
Mhm,
scene real
Mhm.
quick.
mhm.
When I was watching, I was wondering, firstly, all the people that were like with Sogoreva in that hideout, that just side note, why did the Empire never search that big temple that was there when they were literally looking
Right.
for Saw? But that's just done. Why were they the only ones fleeing on the entire planet, and why didn't the Imperials pick them up when they were fleeing from the planet they just exploded?
Well, yeah, it's funny that you point out because there's actually a shot where you see their ship
You
fly away
see
from the
them,
planet,
yeah.
and
Yep.
then you see the Death Star. Like,
Yeah, and then you see
yeah,
that they have a camera on looking at the planet, and it's just like, did you
and you
not
just see the
see
ship spinning
that?"
off.
Must have been
Yeah,
the wind.
It must have
yeah,
been the wind. Light speed escape. Yep. Well,
it's all
because
kind of
even then, the point could be made that like light speed tracking is not a thing yet. They don't have that until the sequels and like all that
it's
kind of
funny you
stuff.
Well,
mentioned
I
that, Stevie
mean,
Gamer.
if
Funny you
you can
mentioned that.
see it,
Right.
Yeah,
what do you need a sensor for?
well, no,
Yeah.
it's funny. Yeah, no, okay, no, they do go into hyperspace, don't they? They do
Mhm.
go into light speed when
They
they leave, right?
absolutely
Yep,
do.
they do.
Okay, so then in that
But the
case,
Death
there's
Star
no way
is
you can stop
far
them.
enough away because we're
Yeah,
the angle we get is like above quote unquote the Death Star
mhm,
in like a 2D type thing.
yeah,
You see the explosion shooting up, and then this
and it's
one
beautiful.
beam going off at this random angle in a
Yeah,
straight
it was
line.
just
It's like, all right,
but
Yep.
obviously the thing with
nobody
light
else saw
speed.
that.
See, realistically, they are so the Death Star is so far away from the
You
planet
wouldn't
that
really
there
be able
is
to see that.
no way they'd be able to see the ship
No,
because it's so minuscule and it's so close to the ground.
but
But I think that shot is what the problem is.
it's
Or
misleading.
Yeah,
the shot just looks
Mm.
really misleading, but it's meant to
And
be a
also,
cool pan up of the explosion.
as you mentioned, they're going into light speed anyway, so they can't be stopped. You can't really stop a ship going into light speed. There's not really like
Yeah, you
obviously like
can't.
Vader's Star Destroyer crushes the rebels as they're
that
like
that brings
physically
up
moving.
another fucking plot question I have for
Oh
this
no.
movie, and it's more of like a science question. How do you communicate when traveling faster than light?
I mean,
Because
this
last
is just
time
a,
I
Yeah, that
checked,
didn't make sense. The
Yeah,
it
but
comms.
this
how
is
do you travel
impossible.
Yeah,
faster than light? It's in universe
this is
just.
just a Star Wars plot. Like this is just a
it's just a
Star
Star
Wars
Wars thing that
sciencey
you could
question that we
somehow
can't
use
really
comms
explain.
while traveling at light speed. That doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
we can't really explain that.
No.
Somehow comms
Star
is
Wars,
faster
Star
than
Wars.
light.
Yeah.
I have one more point from early in the entire movie when
Mhm.
Jean was first explained like why she's here and what they need her for. They say to her that they need her to help find her father. So he testifies in front of the Senate that the weapon was built and she then walks free.
Yeah,
The real plan is that that's what Andor later gets told that he should kill the like
Galen.
Galen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why? Like especially after
I
Andor
think that
reports that
wasn't
this
actually
radio
the decision
station.
of Mon, and that was the decision of just that admiral.
No, for
Because
sure,
Yeah, but
maybe.
in
we
But
this
also
one
learned that
movie,
that
just
guy's
kill
really
them.
aggressive because
I
he's the
think,
one that sent them to Edu to go kill Galen.
yeah, I think I made a comment about this as well. I swear I put. Let me try and find it. A comment about why not detain Galen if possible,
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially considering the pilot who is leaking info to the rebels was sent specifically by Galen. So why would
exactly.
they know that Galen is a
They
is a
know that
spy?
Galen is slightly on their side at least,
Yeah,
so
because he
they
sent the
wouldn't they
pilot.
want to hear him out?
But the
But
problem
also
is
Mon wanted to bring him to the Senate for testimony
exactly
because obviously
he's on their side.
the Empire
Mhm.
something would happen if they said this in the movie that something would happen to the Empire if the Senate found out about the Death Star, right?
Mhm.
Mm.
And so I think that was Mon's goal is to go through
Yeah,
the political
Yeah,
route to
that's what
do
she says.
this.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
But the
she
problem
needed
is, like,
Galen for that.
the whole thing about killing Galen ends up getting kind of like the narrative kind of just like affirms that idea because obviously when he's there talking to Krennic, like that whole sequence is ends up you end up being like, oh yeah, like they probably should kill him because now he's about to be exposed as a liar and a fraud. So like now
Mhm.
you should kill him. But it's like they didn't know that before. Like that was just so convenient that now it's like,
It
oh,
was.
now it makes sense to kill him. Like in
Yeah.
that very moment, you're like, now we should kill him. It's like, wow, how lucky. How
Well,
convenient.
it was also unbelievably convenient that all of the engineers happened to be walking out at the moment that they are all also at Edu looking for the guy. Like
But, I mean,
that's too convenient.
is this is basically the next scene, isn't it? So we can't move on to this because this scene is the main reason why I think that Galen Erso is just a moron
Is
because
this
like
next scene?
or at least could have done better, right? Because and also the Empire is stupid. Krennic brings out the engineers, right, and he's
Mhm.
interrogating them. They don't give him the information, so he says, "Let's just kill them." I don't know what happened to Viper probe droids or like torture methods. That was a big thing in The New
Yeah.
Hope. I don't know why they don't torture them. Why did they just immediately go to kill them because they said no? Like that has never been a thing ever. Like
I
that's
think that's
just
just specifically a Krennic thing because Tarkin is not like
to,
that.
to a degree I understand, but it's
Tarkin
like
needs
still
answers, but Krennic is just
yeah,
impatient.
for
I
sure. But
mean,
it kind of becomes very
torture
convenient in that
torture
sense.
is only very, very
It's not.
slightly efficient because
Oh no, yeah.
you'll say whatever the fuck they want to hear,
Mhm,
whether it's the truth or not,
mhm,
to make the shit stop at some
yeah,
point.
Mm.
right.
Mm.
But
So
I think adding on top of that, the fact that Galen ends up saving them, or at least tries to, ends up being really retarded because he then admits that there was a fault and that it was him that did it. So now the Empire don't need to keep searching. So if he had just been quiet and as horrible as it is, let the engineers die, the Empire would keep searching because Krennic obviously is not suspicious of Galen because he doesn't
Yeah.
tell him to, he doesn't kill him. He immediately goes to the engineers, right? So if
Mhm.
Galen had just been quiet, he could have stalled the Empire further when they're trying to find out how this information was leaked and could have given the rebels more time. But instead, he kind of steps up and goes, "No, no, it was me." And then Krennic, and then this information kind of creates a chain reaction because then Vader later on says, "You need to make sure that Galen Erso did not compromise this weapon in any way." If he had never said anything, then none of that would have kind of chained into like the Empire having more and more knowledge, and it ends up becoming really, really close for comfort for the rebels. So if he had just hadn't said anything, I'm not saying the Empire wouldn't have been able to find out, but he could have stalled them. But instead, he kind of just goes, "No, it was me," and then the credits like, "Oh, well, there we go. That's that solved. You're the
this
you're
was
the
all part
traitor."
of his redemption arc. at the
Mhm.
end of
for
his
sure,
life cycle.
for sure. But still, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
And,
sense. Like I
yeah,
don't disagree with any of your points, but
mhm,
as far as why it was done,
yeah,
it was
for a
clearly a
cinematic
redemption.
reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say that he didn't expose himself, that he was a spy. Wouldn't
Uh,
it still be logical to look, oh, did they, because they don't know who it was, in any way
mhm,
compromise just because they know it was Galen? Like, let's say it
uh-huh.
was one of the engineers, it doesn't change. They would still look if it was compromised in any way.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
but
they'd
like,
still blame Galen for it because he was the one overseeing all of the engineers.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
like,
him exposing himself or not only really makes a difference for Krennic, I think,
uh-huh.
and not
Well,
really
I think,
for will they look for like the problems. It could
but I think,
delay them more because later on he searches like for messages sent by Galen.
mhm. Which, by the way, why the fuck he doesn't ask for the actual plans for the weapon to look at that? I don't know.
Well, if you look at plans of that, would you? It, it's not that easy to find an error in there, I think.
Well, but like,
Something tells me he wouldn't know what the fuck he was looking at.
no, not him specifically, but like, I mean, like, this is like, I don't know,
Probably just killed the engineers.
this is like being like, look at the guy's text messages rather than just looking at his phone. Like, I don't like, why doesn't he just go like, okay, the literal plans for the Death Star are here. Like, even Tarkin makes that comment. He's like, plans for the station are kept there, are they not? And it's like, yeah. It's like, why don't we look at those plans directly? Like, rather than just looking for a bunch of weird phone calls where he's still like, or transmissions. Like, I just don't
I
get
have
why he
another
didn't
problem with that
immediately
scene
go
later
to
on.
that. But yeah, but like, Galen not only admits that it's his wrongdoing and not the engineers, but also he ends up giving away the fact that he had like, I don't remember the dialogue in the scene, but he ends up kind of giving away the fact that he had engineered, like, he lets this pilot out, and like, yeah, like all of that, like, 'cause, like, Krennic just was going to just kill the engineers and like move on. Like, he wasn't suspicious of Galen, so it's like, I don't know. I feel like him admitting that gives the Empire so much information, or like a lot of information that they just have definitively, that they can then, like, I don't know. I just think that whole exchange is kind of clunky. And I think it would have been smarter if Galen just literally hadn't said anything. As horrible as it was to like sacrifice the engineers like that, I just think that could have helped stall them more and more, because in a way, Krennic's impatience pays off. Like, Krennic just mindlessly killing the supposed traitors rather than interrogating them ends up just paying off, because Galen just admits. You know what I mean? If he had just killed them and then left, he would have, like, that would have been stupid. They would have been like, why didn't you interrogate them? And it's like, yeah, well, that was just me being, you know what I mean? Like, that incompetence from Krennic would have been punished if he had just killed those engineers. But instead, because Galen admits it, he ends up just kind of like, yeah, he ends up just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, he just ends up helping Krennic where he should have been punished for that kind of incompetence. Do you know what I mean? If he had just
Mhm.
killed those engineers, it would have delayed him even more, basically. And you know, but also about that scene, I mean, some of the more obvious things that I think I find kind of silly about that moment is that the bombers hit the landing pad. It kills Galen, but doesn't kill Krennic.
Yeah,
Well,
and
Like,
they're
he
he
standing
just
right
deploys
next to
it.
wiped it
each
off
other.
to it being more like near
Yeah, but
Galen,
aren't
but
they
not
next
near
to each other?
Krennic.
Aren't they next to each other when
They
they
were
get
standing
hit?
next to each other.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's why I don't like. It's just very convenient. Like, Krennic obviously gets wounded, but he walks up and gets escorted by his
Yeah,
guards.
not
Like,
not actually wounded,
it's
just
yeah,
stunned
he
essentially.
just kind of goes like, ugh. Like, I don't know.
He
They're
got hit
both
with a
next to
collat.
each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. Anyone else got anything about this moment on what map? What planet is it actually? I'm saying, what map is it?
Edu.
Well,
Yeah, you do.
Other
That's it.
problems with Edo I had written
Yeah.
down were first, do they really not notice the ship crashing right in front of their facility? That was
Yeah,
one of
that
the
shit will
things.
make a sound.
I mean, it was
this is
storming,
mhm.
dark.
Yeah.
Well, this has been an issue
So
in, I think, at
plus
least a
they
couple
were
Star Wars movies
well
where
below
the
the
answer is just
platform, right?
fly low, they won't spot you. Like,
Yeah.
Except they have tracking
what?
like, gimmicks and stuff.
Yeah, and that
Mhm.
there's literally like a laser sheet essentially that goes across a certain Y level, and if you're below that, you're just completely safe no matter what. Like, what? I
Yeah.
think they do this in The Force Awakens as well, because
Yeah.
when the Millennium Falcon gets to Starkiller Base, they have to fly super close to the ground and crash through the trees and whatever, but somehow they don't get
Mhm.
spotted crashing through trees and shit. Like,
Right.
are we serious?
The
Well,
security of
at
the
a certain
Empire is
point,
massive.
the terrain becomes
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
an eye
Yeah.
patch or a
obviously,
blindfold.
Yeah.
obviously having it set at night in a storm was very intentional because it makes it the easiest to
Mm.
stealth in a way,
Yeah.
right? But
I love that there's one
Sure.
line in there where Cassian goes, let's hope this storm keeps up and keeps us hidden. Meanwhile, when
right,
we were watching them get to the planet, the entire planet is just nothing but cyclones and
right,
hurricanes. And it's like,
yeah,
gee, I wonder if it's going to stop raining. Like,
yeah. This is just the whole planet's
oh my
atmosphere
God.
and climate.
The whole planet is
So,
always raining. Clearly, it is the
More
rain
problems I
planet.
had written down about Edu is first, the first one when they're going like when Andor is going into position to shoot and Jin just goes to the platform or tries to go
mhm,
to the platform. How is she faster going down over there and then up then they're just like going up to the right. And the second
right,
Hmm.
like
point
she
is,
makes it
why
all the way
in
over
the
there.
first place is there a ladder? What use does this
Yeah, that doesn't
ladder
make
that's
any
going up
sense
to
to
the
me.
facility have?
Yeah, I don't know that either. It's
I
kind of
don't
it's
know.
just very convenient.
It's
And
convenient.
another thing I also point out I had written down here is why doesn't Andor try and assassinate Krennic too? Or
That's a
why
good
does he
point.
not?
Yeah.
Does Andor
I
know
don't know
who
why.
Krennic is?
Well, does he?
No, I don't think so.
Not. He
I don't
doesn't
think he
really know
knows
that.
or cares. Like, I don't think Cassian has a reason to believe that Krennic is the guy who's
Oh yeah, no,
behind
for sure. I
making
mean,
sure this
I'm
Death
trying to
Star gets
think.
built and that
Does
he
he
is the
know?
bigger fish.
I'm trying to think.
One
Does he
point for
know?
that. In Rogue One, he doesn't know it, but I think in the Andor series, which obviously came out after, so you can't really account for that, I think
Yeah,
he knows about Krennic, if I'm not
Hmm.
in
mistaken.
Andor.
Yeah.
Yeah, then
But that is
Yeah,
like
I don't think you can
meta,
count
so
that because
yeah.
that's Andor. I'm sorry, it's Disney Plus slop. Like they came out with it after the movie. They didn't think of any of that for his character at the time when this
yes.
movie was released.
I wouldn't call it slop, but I know what you're trying to say at least. I know
No,
what
no,
you
no.
mean.
I'm calling it slop as in they're just
Yeah, it
whipping
was
something
made
together
after we
to get a
came
quick
for it.
buck on Disney
Yeah,
Plus.
exactly.
Like
We can't
it,
use it.
that's
I
what I
think
mean by it. Not that the show is bad because I haven't seen it, but still.
it's mainly just the fact that like Andor sees Krennic. Obviously, he doesn't know who he is, but you can, obviously he's important. He's wearing a fucking cape. He's an absolute dickhead. He's wearing a cape in the middle of the storm. But like he's
Yeah.
there, and Andor doesn't have the guts to kill Galen, and it's like
Mhm.
maybe you kill the officer guy, like just maybe, like maybe
Maybe.
or both of them. Like I don't know, just like you shoot Galen, everyone starts running around like big panic. I don't know. It just I think he doesn't. That idea just doesn't even really show up, and I think
Mhm.
especially once he kind of gives up killing Galen, that could have been something that was like an idea that could have been raised. You know what I mean? Although maybe I'm wrong, but actually now that I think about it, I swear in that shot he aims at Krennic after,
No,
doesn't
he
he?
doesn't.
Does he not?
No,
I don't think he ever does. No.
Okay.
I don't
he
think
never
I
so.
know
aimed at Krennic.
I like that
aims at
his
Krennic.
I like that his sniper scope also changes what's it called? Changes like focal distance? Is that what it's or
I know what you
magnification?
mean.
It
Yeah,
changes magnification various times.
like a camera lens.
Well, yeah, like
Like
in
a,
one of the shots it's really zoomed out, then in another one
I
it's
mean, that's
extremely
actually
zoomed
a
in.
thing. That's
yeah,
No,
Yeah,
it's
they
actually
a,
a
have
it's a,
I
like a
thing.
know
zoom
it.
yeah,
in thing on the scopes.
I
yeah,
guess it's just
it is a thing. Definitely.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, the main point of the scene is I think that Galen ends up making Krennic's impatience pay off by exposing himself. Whereas if you just let Krennic kill those engineers, it would have delayed them further. I think that was my main kind of. It's not necessarily like a plot hole, but it's just kind of it kind of is poor characterization for Galen because it just comes off as like, well, that was a stupid thing, wasn't it? Why didn't you? Like, I don't know. It's just like that was dumb. Like, come on, that was annoying.
Mhm.
You didn't have
Oh
to
my
do that.
god! I just remembered my
Mhm.
big gripe with that scene
Yeah,
when when Krennic's ship turns around and goes to take off and
mhm.
yeets Jin, but does nothing to her dying father.
It's on the floor. I know what you mean. When it ejects.
Yeah. Yeah, when physics only apply to one person.
Yeah,
Yes.
Now,
Yeah.
granted, I think she was standing at the time, right? And he obviously he had his dick in the dirt, like he was fucked up.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the argument could be made. It could be made that she was
So,
standing and she
I mean
slipped and then
that gets a little bit of credence shall we say, to the scene. But come on, guys.
Mhm. The
Yeah.
next scene, I think, at least the next scene I haven't annotated is the Mustafar, the Darth Vader, the first Darth Vader
Ooh.
scene.
I think
Wait, that is the meeting.
is the Rebel
Yeah,
Council before this?
The Board
it's
Council.
before.
Okay,
It's before because I
so
also have that next.
right,
Okay.
so at the Rebel Council,
Yeah.
there is genuinely no reason for them not to agree to go fight. That makes no sense to me because they
I
are
know what you
talking
mean.
about the biggest threat they have ever faced, ever, and they're just like, surrender. Like, what?
Yeah, no,
No.
it's like
No,
Nonsense.
this argument by Squibby is presented by the simple
oh, no.
throwaway chat line by Felicity. What choice do we have?
It's like no, yeah,
Yeah.
no, exactly. It's like
What
I don't
chance
get
do we have?
the
The question
arguments that
is,
they
what
have.
choice?
The arguments there are so like goofy because it's like, guys, if we surrender, then we die, or we go and fight and die. It's like, brother, what? Then what are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
had like
Well, the only
Jin was trying to
guaranteed
tell
death
them
is
that like
surrender.
this is a shot that you have to save the galaxy from this super weapon, and they've all heard of what it did to Jeddah. They all know what it did, but they're just like, nah,
Yeah, they should do more.
we need to
I
scatter our
understand.
troops and just go hide forever.
I think I think that they could have done this better and had like I don't think there could be opposition to the idea, right? But I just think that the way it's done is so silly because like the fact that so many people completely disagree with her and are just like, we're fucked. Like we're good. Let's give up. Let's
Such
do all this
cowards.
stupid.
It's such
Yeah,
plot
it's so silly. Like,
garbage.
the dialogue there is so kind of funny and
It's
like
trash.
comical.
Yes.
It's pretty silly the way that they
Yeah.
argue there. It's kind of funny
Yeah.
for
I
sure.
also had it written down that they joined a rebellion, and at the first sign, like, oh, they can defeat us, they instantly give up and want to leave the
Right?
rebellion.
That's why it doesn't make any
Right.
sense because they're going against the entire point of joining the alliance against the Empire.
Yeah, it's very funny. That whole
It's
scene is
so
kind of just
silly.
silly. The dialogue is like, and also by the way, this is where I made a funny comment in my notebook that just says everyone is British because everybody in this movie is British, and it
Yeah.
kind of pisses me off because whenever like once again this kind of comes down to the acting and the directing, but it's like all the comments are just like, you guys are fools, we're all going to die. Like that's how everybody talks. It's like, what chance do
Right.
we have? It's like, why does everyone talk like that? Because everyone's British and they're all annoying.
So, which one of the extras were you?
I
Oh,
was one of them.
okay. He
You
was
were
the little he was the
the
little
short gnome looking guy.
yeah,
Just ate
yeah, yeah,
you?
yeah, 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 the little alien gnome guy. That's
It was
exactly
funny
right.
to see, even though obviously it was a
The
funny. It was kind of
middle-aged midget.
Okay, so what else do we have for after the meeting?
no. I will just say real quick, like even though everyone is British, and I made that as kind of a negative comment. Like I did like that in the sense that in the original trilogy, most of the cast is British, and especially like the
Mhm.
commanders, and that's mainly because it was filmed. I believe most of it was filmed in London, but also because
British guys
like
make good bad guys.
exactly,
This is
all
known.
the bad guys are evil
I think they
British
should all
Yeah.
be
Empire.
German.
As an American, I concur.
Yeah, either the bad guys are all British or they're all German. That is how it goes.
Yeah,
Um,
that's usually how it goes. Yes.
Anyway, is the next scene the Darth Vader scene? I think it is.
Should be.
I think it's the Darth
The
Vader.
next thing I have written for the plot is like
Okay.
what when does this happen?
I have a more of a personal question that
Yeah.
somewhat applies to the movie.
Yeah.
The fuel for the Death Star, is that the same thing that powers lightsabers?
Yes.
Yes.
They did
Make
mention
that
that.
make
Yes, it powers
sense.
the Jedi's lightsabers, kyber
Make
crystals.
that make sense.
I
Which
mean,
it's just an
once
energy
again,
crystal, but they're able to use it for
Energy.
power.
I don't know. This is an impossible
So every
question. You don't know
lightsaber
how
is a
power
mini Death
works.
Star laser?
Yeah. It's
Well,
just a lightsaber has like okay. You know the crystal that's on Jin's necklace? I
Yeah.
think like that I think maybe I don't know the exact
like a
size, but like
quote-unquote
maybe
dull.
quadrupled in size of that crystal is what's in each lightsaber. And
I
then
don't
there's
even
some
think it's
kind of
that big, based on the Disneyland slop that
Double,
you
I
can buy.
think.
Yeah, that
right.
is about the raw
Okay,
size.
double
That's-
probably. Then there's
Double.
some kind of igniter for it, obviously, when they switch, and then
Could
it
be.
turns it on, and then the crystal is what keeps it going. Because like you
It's-
don't need to charge a lightsaber or anything. That's just like
Obviously-
the source of power for it.
But obviously, this is science fiction, science bullshit. So there's no
Yeah,
actual
this
answer
is
here. We're
gonna be
never gonna
science
come to an
BS.
like I
answer.
said, this was more for
Yeah.
my understanding than for
No,
Yeah.
that's
the
fine.
movie
But
thing.
like you gotta remember, like, did you see in the canisters of like that
Oh yeah,
one
yeah.
tank
Like
thing how
when they
big
were
those crystals
outflowing
were?
from Jeddah,
Well,
like they
Mhm.
yeah,
were
think
moving
about
them in
like
mass.
yeah, but
Oh
in the
my
Death Star, they
god.
have like almost a mountain of
No.
that crystal in there. Like it
God.
is
Yeah.
so much
Sorry,
power.
I hate to backpedal, but there was a moment in that Jeddah thing that I thought was so stupid. Because on Jeddah, when Saul Guerrero's rebels have that like uprising,
Mhm.
why the fuck does the Empire tank? Why is the gunner just exposed? Like, why is the guy on top of it just exposed? So, like, they have a super
that's what they
powerful
do.
gun. So there's a super powerful gun
Yeah, and if they get
that
shot
like
once, they
blows
can't
up.
use it.
Yeah, they just
Well, I
kill the
mean,
guy on the top. It's like what?
it's a
Yeah.
perfect analogy for the Death Star. It's a massive weapon that has one fatal flaw.
Well, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, okay, fine. That's very cool. Very cool. But did Galen Erso also destroy that? Like, did he also design that retarded weapon? Like, was Galen Erso just designing everything to be retarded? Because if so,
Oh,
then
You got to think
I
about
have
it. Like
more problem with that scene where they
he
attack the
was their
thing.
chief engineer for their
right.
most effective weapon.
Mhm.
So you got to make the crappy ones as well, right? What were you gonna say, Ives?
I had other problems with that, but I don't really think it's relevant. It's more of like, why
Nitpicks.
do they throw a grenade at it so it stops, and then people in front just stand there and pull out weapons? Like, what is the
No,
plan? Or later
also,
on, when Jin, instead of using the gun that she has, whips out the baton. Like,
yeah, that's
Yeah,
another
the
good
melee.
point.
It was just because they wanted melee combat. That's it.
Exactly.
And
we
because
give out
other
the
characters
Battlefront
rely on
ability.
it.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I feel
right?
like we.
Yeah,
Anyway,
and for the Battlefront.
guys, I think we have to go back because I feel like that scene is really important because it also introduces Chirrut and what's his
Base.
name? Sorry,
True,
Babe,
yeah.
right? And
Yes.
that scene is also complete bullshit because Chirrut, the blind guy, I know that he's using the Force, right? I'm not questioning the whole
Yeah.
like him being able to see is fine because the Force lets you see, right? Like
Mhm.
we've already seen that, it lets you see things, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, there is no fucking way that this guy with a staff is beating up a bunch of guys with guns. And I
Yeah,
don't know
it
why
makes no
they all
sense.
I don't
I
know
have
why they all run into him. I don't know
I,
why
ha-
they all run into him to hit them.
I
Because
have
Yeah.
two
listen,
notes written for that guy.
yeah, like no,
The
but
first
listen. Okay, wait.
It just was.
the first
Yeah.
note is blind guy is a force master. Holy plot armor paired with character flaw.
Oh,
and
wow.
and then my second one was excessive aura farming by the blind guy. We get it. He's a badass.
Yeah, there we go.
Like,
Very well
listen,
said.
back to that stormtrooper fight. It's like all it took was just one guy to go. Like, he's blind and he's got a melee weapon. If I just walk backwards and shoot him, he is completely fucked. There is literally nothing he
And
can do.
nobody does
You
that.
just walk
Yeah.
backwards.
They tried it on the island and they didn't shoot him until he hit the switch of destiny.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
This is
But
true.
about that fight where they're in the city and the blind guy's there, did you notice the one shot? Like he dodges or he ducks under a shot, and the shot goes between Andor and Jin and hits the trooper.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments
Imagine
like that
it
in this
didn't hit
movie.
the trooper.
Oh, there's another thing that this scene does that's
Right.
terrible. Is that, and I feel like someone probably had this, I assume you probably had this written down, but like
Hmm?
Jin destroys a Imperial droid with one bullet, but K2SO
Yeah.
tanks hundreds of bullets in the
Yeah.
ending
Yeah,
scene.
he does.
Yeah, because he's just balling like that.
Because of literal armor and also plot armor at the same
Atomic
time.
with the quality over quantity. I love it.
Yeah.
Keep
Barely
going.
interjecting, but when he does, it's gold.
Yeah, that scene.
Why use many word when few word do trick?
Exactly. I think that scene,
Yeah, doing
the whole
tricks on it.
Jeddah scene, is a bit more. That's a bit more to it than we. That I think
Yeah.
we kind of overlooked. But anyway, we can get back onto.
Oh, yes, let's get back on
Traction
track. By the way, we have been talking for an hour and a half, and we are on section 1 out of 5.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
we've
Characters
been
will be
bouncing back and forth
faster, I
between
think.
yeah.
Say again?
stories, characters, and cinematography.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We've been
I
bouncing
think
back
the
and
other
forth.
ones will be way faster. I hope.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I'm starting to get
Um,
No
tired.
problem.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm enjoying it. I love it.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
now
no
what the
doubt.
Darth
Let's
Vader
go.
scene? Right, Darth Vader scene, right?
The first or the second?
The first
Darth
one at
Vader
his
scene.
castle. Yes.
The
Visually,
one,
Good on my
the one
knees.
with the GIF.
visually with like his castle, the cinematography, whatever, all of that, like him, I think it's all very
Oh,
cool,
it's
right? It's
beautiful.
cool. It's Darth Vader. It's going to be fucking cool. It's hard to make him not cool, although
Mhm.
Disney has done their best to do that in other things. He's
Yeah.
pretty
Sound
cool.
design also awesome.
Yeah, it's very cool. But the first question I had overall, and I'm not saying this is a concrete problem, but it's kind of just something that feels a bit off. Why does he go to Darth Vader? Because
I had
Darth
that
Vader,
written down as well. I
because
didn't
Darth
know.
Vader's the head of the Imperial military. He's not head architect, and
Mm.
Tarkin already, like, Tarkin has direct contact with Palpatine, who is number one. So why do you go to number two? I don't know why
Chain
Krennic
of
goes to
command.
him.
Maybe it could be
Yeah.
implied that, like at the beginning of the scene when he's in the tub, we'll call it the vertical tub, and then the guy walks in, and then he says, "My Lord Director Krennic has arrived." He said "has arrived" instead of like "is here" or whatever. That kind of implies that this was a bit of a scheduled meeting.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
it could be that this meeting was scheduled prior to Krennic talking to Tarkin, and then Tarkin being like, "There's a security breach," blah 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 blah.
Although I would argue that Darth Vader being in the bathtub kind of undermines that. And also, when Vader comes out, he is very quick to like get the meeting over. He's like, "Yeah, give me this
Yes.
bullshit, whatever, fuck off," and then he just leaves. Like he's like, "I was having
Yeah.
a bath, and you interrupted me. I was in the sauna."
I
My
was
bath
having a
bomb
bath.
better still be fizzing, or there's
Right?
gonna be hell to pay.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But like,
Imagine a
yeah,
Baghdad tank drained and there was just like a little like duck to swim around or something.
There's a little rubber duck at the bottom.
A rubber duck, yeah.
Yeah.
the guard walks in. The guard walks in. He's like listening to Katy Perry on the speaker, and he's like, "Alexa, stop."
Katy
What?
Perry is a choice, although she has been to space.
She has
So
been to
this could be
space.
canon.
She's been to space, gang. Oh my god, Katy
But yeah,
freaking
I just
Perry.
think,
Oh,
I think,
Katy. Oh, sorry. Complete tangent. Let's pause for like a quick sec. Katy Perry is in a relationship with the old Prime Minister of Canada,
the Prime
Justin
Minister
Trudeau.
of Canada.
Yeah, she's actually dating our old Prime Minister. Isn't that
That was so
insane?
random. So random.
It's so
The
random, but
Toro
it's also
got yeeted
insane.
to AFK. No.
No, she fell
Yeah.
asleep, bless her. What was I going to say about this? Yeah, for some reason I noticed this. There's a line in the movie later on where it's like,
Welcome back,
oh
Atoro.
yeah, I think it's when Tarkin or Krennic says like,
Thank you.
oh yeah, he says, why didn't you have Palpatine and Vader actually here to watch the destruction of
right.
Jeddah? And Tarkin's like, I didn't want to. I want to avoid the possible embarrassment or whatever of it not
Mhm.
working. But it's like, I don't know why they keep making such a big deal out of Vader when Vader isn't, like, if you have Palpatine, then why do you need Vader? Because Palpatine is number one. So why do you need
Right.
number two?
Yeah, but
And like
if you think
Vader
about
isn't the
Vader's
only
like
reason
kind of
is
the
Vader.
enforcer. Like
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I think
Like
as head of
I can somewhat speak to this via the military. There's the commanding officer, it's number one, and then there's the executive officer, that's number two.
Mhm.
Everyone likes the commanding officer. The
Uh-huh.
executive officer or the XO is the bad guy because he's the one
Right,
that
he's
enforces
the
all the
Darth Vader.
rules.
No, I think him being there to watch, like, to see the Death Star makes sense because as head of the military, and the Death Star being this massive military weapon, he's going to be using it or going to be familiar with it. But like Krennic specifically going to him, just I don't know
So-
why he does, because Tarkin already has contact with Palpatine. He
yeah,
literally
but
says
that's
to
the thing. Like probably Palpatine just wants to see the results, and like Vader
Yeah,
is there to
he
like
doesn't want to see
also,
tests or whatever.
make sure
He
that the
doesn't
results are
care.
delivered.
Yeah.
yeah, but also Vader, when he goes to Vader, like all Vader basically says is, "Give me some bullshit I can tell Palpatine." So it's like, why don't you go to Tarkin to tell him the bullshit to Palpatine? Like,
Yeah.
I don't like. It feels like Vader is being. I'm gonna be honest. He's being shoehorned in because one, Darth Vader's really really cool, and two, because Darth Vader's in A New Hope. So you kind of need him to be involved in the
Yeah, and they
ending
didn't want
battle
his first introduction to be the
in
Scarif
on
scene.
Scarif. Yeah, they
Yeah, they
wanted him
wanted
to.
something before.
They need to set him up.
So
But
they
like,
definitely must have like squeezed something in, and then that's what
and
they
I
came
think
up
another
with.
reason,
He
and this
puts
is
asses in seats.
to kind of lead into this, and I'm not saying this is concretely a problem, but it just is something that feels kind of off when you compare it to A New Hope. when Vader is there on the Death Star, and especially in the conference, he does not give two fucks about the Death Star, and it seems like he is so like lost while he's there. Like he's just kind of there, and he's like, "Yeah, guys, I'm around," like whatever. Like he doesn't feel like he's at all involved. But in this
No,
movie,
he's
it's
not.
like he's really involved. Like he's constantly, Krennic is going to him, being like, "Help me," or like, "I need, I promise you everything's going fine. Like tell Palpatine I'm doing really, really well." Like all this stuff. It's like, but then in A New Hope, he's kind of just like a dog being carried around by Tarkin, just like, yeah, hello guys, this is the Death Star. It's kind of shit. I don't know. The Force is way cooler. Like I don't know. They don't seem like they're the same, in my opinion. The way he acts in A
Right,
New Hope
right.
don't feel exactly the same as how his role is in Rogue One. But that's just a small kind of nitpicky thing that maybe it's just more subjective
Well,
for
there
me.
was also 30 years between Episode 4 and Rogue One.
What?
There
Wait,
was
what?
30 years of real time between when Episode
real
4
time,
came
yeah.
out and when
Yeah, no.
Rogue One came out.
Okay. I thought you meant like plot wise, and I'm like,
No,
wait a
no.
second.
Plot-wise, no. Plot-wise, it
exactly.
was Rogue One, and then in time to run the fucking opening slanted text, and then Episode 4.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but like,
Yeah.
so what's the point you're making there, though?
That they had to try and match 30 years old
Yeah,
Vader with
basically, you're
Yeah.
saying they
what he turned
mischaracterized.
I
into.
mean, they did kind of
And
do
kind
it
of
because obviously he's at his castle, he's on his own doing whatever. But then who is the one that says Lord Vader will deal with the fleet? Is it Tarkin who
Tarkin.
says that? Because
Tarkin
then
says
it could
that.
be that Tarkin's like, Vader, go deal with them. They have the plans. So like that I think it still works. I don't know.
No, yeah, I'm not. But then the point I'm trying to make is that like when Vader is on the Death Star in New Hope, he
Yeah.
seems so lost, and he seems like he's completely like unaware of because
Well,
like
because
doesn't
when
like
he's
doesn't
there, he's running around to try to figure out where the plans are, and the only time when he's on the Death Star is when he brings Leia there,
yeah. I'm
right?
not saying that like him, but I just mean in the sense that like while he's there and like the people in the conference room are bickering about the Death Star, and he's like, "Don't be so proud of this technological like terror you've constructed." Like all this stuff. It's just like it's not. I'm saying it's wrong and it's a mistake. But I'm just saying like when I compare both of them, it's something just doesn't feel the same about the way that he
Mm,
acts in New Hope about the Death Star and he doesn't basically what I'm trying to say is he doesn't feel like he is at all involved with the Death Star in A New Hope. But in Rogue One, it feels like he is much more involved because Krennic is going to him to tell him about stuff that's happening with the Death Star.
mhm.
But in reality, he isn't like I don't know. Like I said, it's not a concrete issue. It's just something that I felt just weird to me. There's something that feels
Right.
off about it. And later on, I think Vader's involvement in the Battle of Scarif, is much more concretely wrong. There's much more problems with that, and we'll talk about that in a little bit when we get there.
Well, I mean, it could be that he's used to having bigger fish on his frying pan, and this is somewhat beneath him, so he
No, yeah,
doesn't
for sure.
really take
He
it
doesn't.
seriously.
Yeah, exactly. But that also kind of backs up the whole idea of why does Krennic go to him? Because
Yeah.
Vader is just like what, like I don't know. I don't know. Like, does the movie really give
think
us a good reason for why Vader is the one that he goes to?
No.
Okay, I
Doesn't
feel
give us
like
a
it's
reason why he's there in the first place.
I feel like it's kind of in my like mind. It's because he Krennic, of course, has not the connection to the Emperor, and he just can walk up to him and say like,
Yeah,
yeah.
of course, yeah.
And
Hierarchy.
of course, he wants to earn like the valor and shit for
Yeah, of course.
finishing. Yeah.
Finishing
So
that
he,
stuff.
Yeah, it feels
so
like
he
it
like
feels like
basically went to
it's
the.
his pet.
So he basically went to the like highest ranking person he could like talk to, and yeah, of course
Well, in
that's
all fairness, as I've been thinking about this, I'm remembering, like, at this point, Tarkin has demoted him technically, and at the end of that scene, he has that line where he's like, "Am I still in command?" He's like, "Oh, is like, does he like me? Am I now back in power?" And then Vader's like, "No, fuck off." And he's like, "Oh right, okay." So it's like that scene is kind of him being. It's kind of like when like you get told off by your dad, so then you go to your mum
Yeah.
to ask for like it's like that.
Yeah.
It's like Daddy told me off, but I don't think he's in the right league. Mummy, can I please go back on my Xbox? And she's like, yeah. And then when you do it, then they have a big argument, and then everyone hates each other. It's like
Yeah.
that dynamic. It's like Daddy Tarkin said, I can't take control of the Death Star, but I'll go to that Mummy Vader, and he'll tell me I can go on the Death Star again. It's like that kind of dynamic. But I feel like, yeah, Darth Vader himself being like, I don't know, it feels kind of shoehorned in. And obviously, the big awesome scene at the end with him is very forced. Like, that scene is just literally in it. Like, there's literally a documentary where the director of the movie says, we wanted to have one more badass scene with Darth Vader. And we just thought, why not? That'd be kind of cool. And we pitched it to Kathleen Kennedy, and she said, yeah, that'd be awesome. Like, that whole scene at the end with him is just kind of literally for the banter. So it's like,
Yeah.
it feels like they really wanted to put Darth Vader in as much as they could, but I will give the movie credit where it's due that he is used very sparingly, which is good.
He
But in
is.
my
Yeah.
opinion, and I'll say this because I know that Ice put it down in his notes, and it's one of my big points of the movie, I wish the conflict in the Empire was more between, like, the conflict between Krennic and Tarkin was explored more. I would have preferred that instead of Darth Vader being involved. I wish it was more just about Krennic and
We can
Tarkin.
discuss it when we get to the characters, I think.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good idea. But yeah, is there anything else for the Darth Vader scene, really?
I don't think so.
Like, I think we just got to the end of the movie, so we're
Okay, buddy.
we're about ready to roll on to characters here shortly. I would think.
So the next point I had,
Like, we have Scarif coming up.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
the
have
Battle of
the
Scarif.
Scarif battle,
Oh,
which,
Battle
oh
of Scarif.
boy, this is going to be
Oh,
a fun
boy.
one. One point that I had is I think right before they're about to go out, Baze says to Jin, "Good luck, little sister."
Mm.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? That line caused nothing but confusion for the people that I watched this movie with the first time. My
Of
mom was
course.
like, "Wait, what?" And I'm like, "No, mom. Nope, that doesn't mean anything. It's just there."
Yeah, this is, I think, once again, we'll get into this with characters. But I think a wider issue with this movie is that the side characters are so poorly handled. None of them have, like that line feels like something that could have been powerful if there was much more time with these characters and they had been much more development and time with their relationship. But none of
Yeah.
that is in the movie. He's in the movie for about 10 minutes in total, and then he has that line, and you're just like, whoa, that does not feel warranted at all.
Yeah, it
That doesn't
doesn't feel right.
earned.
I don't understand why you said
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah,
And
no,
now,
right?
there's
Roughly.
one other thing before we go
Mhm.
into the actual battle, which is that I may have found a plot hole,
Okay. Yep.
which is that C-3PO and R2 have a cameo, but they're both on Yavin.
Mhm.
So this means that from that moment
Mhm.
until when we see Leia, they need to
Mhm.
somehow get to Leia and get on that ship. But is Leia at Yavin? The
We
answer
can
is no,
presume
because we
Very
would have seen her.
likely.
Well, we
Ah,
almost
I don't know, because that doesn't really make sense that she'd be there because we would have seen her earlier. I know they were saving her for the end of the movie, but if Leia was at Alderaan, that means they would have had to either Leia
she
needed to come make a pit stop at Yavin, pick them up, and then
she
go
technically
to
she
Scarif.
technically has to be at Yavin because her ship is docked
Oh,
inside
it's
of the
docked with the
capital
big
ship.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she has to be at Yavin, and
Oh,
obviously
this
we don't see
she
her.
had to have been there
She had
then,
to
but
have
then
been there.
we just didn't get to see her at all, even
Yeah,
though she
I
was
mean,
there.
we don't have to see her, and of course they are using
Yes, it's
like
fine.
That's
yeah.
such
I
a
don't think we
shame.
have to see her. They just use that to make that big reveal at the end, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then this
It's
is
also
the final note that I had for the entire movie, because after this I just kind of just watched,
enjoy Battle Scarif.
is
Yeah.
the master switch is the most obvious and annoying plot device I have ever
Yeah,
seen.
it's so
Because,
stupid.
Yeah.
And
oh my god,
I
this idiot Bodhi doesn't know how to run a cable to save his goddamn life. When he pulls at the cable and you see it and it's like wrapping around some shit in like the worst way possible, I'm like, what are we doing right now? Like, they just
I think
needed to stall this guy as
obviously,
long as possible.
obviously we talked about this yesterday, but I think that there's a bigger problem with that whole master switch thing, which we'll get
Yeah,
into.
which one?
Just real
Which
quick to
one?
this master.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
one on the fucking standalone station
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
ground level?
yeah, that master
Or
switch,
the one
huge plot device.
at the top where
Oh, that's the
fucking
antenna. There's only
Jin,
one master switch.
Yeah.
I
Well, no,
have
no,
like
no, no.
20 points
Because
still left, so
she
get
had you had the master switch down at the bottom. You had the switch at the top in the center,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah,
when that
there's
A
one was
switch at the top
activated, it was,
off to the
you got
side.
to align the antenna, so go to the other master
Yeah.
switch, quote unquote.
I know what you mean. That
Like,
whole bit is
yeah.
really silly as well.
enough
Yeah.
is enough.
I don't know why the antenna alignment device is not on the antenna.
Yeah, that
I
doesn't
have a
make
better
any
Why?
question. Why
sense.
is the antenna misaligned in the first place?
Well, there's
Yeah.
What
shit
Yeah,
flying
but
use does
everywhere.
the
I
antenna
kind of get that.
have if it
okay,
can be misaligned?
listen.
That just doesn't
Before
make
we
any
yeah,
sense, to be
before
honest.
we get into the actual battle, I have one like
Yeah.
Jin and Catherine have that big speech, right?
Yeah.
The line "make 10 men for like 100." It sounds awesome, but that is basically just the movie's cop out of saying there's going to be like the odds of survival here is completely bullshit. Like the rebels are going to like this is the movie saying the 10 people are going to be able to win, but
I
it makes
project
sense
our
because they have
odds
the line.
at
Yeah,
we'll make it 33% of the way there before we're all dead.
Yeah.
yeah. It's like the movie. It's like the movie is like pre-firing plot armor. The movie is like make 10 men for like 100. Wow, that sounds so cool, and it does. But it's like that is the movie saying 10 guys are going to take out hundreds of guys. Like the movie is
Yeah.
setting up that as being like the plot
Which
armor.
in
Do you know what
every
I mean? It's
single
kind of
Star Wars
funny.
movie I've ever seen, if people just knew how to fucking aim, they could.
Yeah,
Me
yeah.
Well,
personally, I'm
everyone
not
has
trying to say
plot
that I'm
armor
better, but I have
if you're a
played
main
laser
character.
tag before. I have shot like not real guns, but like,
Yeah.
pellet guns. I've shot those. It is not that hard to aim,
Well, it's
especially if you are
easier.
shooting a laser gun that has next to no recoil and you could just keep firing
Right.
it without ever needing to reload. How the
So,
hell do you miss? Like, genuinely.
I don't know. It's kind of
Oh
silly.
yeah,
Anyway,
that's
Ice, you said you have a lot of points, right,
Yeah,
on
I
things
was.
that you have this.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
just
Let's go to ice.
Atomic. No, let's hear
Mhm.
what.
Atomic first.
Okay,
Oh,
atomic.
Like all the guns, why do they have fucking magazines, but they never reload? Like,
Yeah.
They're
what are we
basically
doing?
listen.
Clone Wars, they do reload. In Clone Wars, it's
No,
explained, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
in universe, obviously this is in the movies, but it isn't really important. But we can still kind of explain it. In the universe, they're basically like battery packs. Like the guns aren't infinite ammo. They have like these packs which they can be fired for, a lot of rounds. But
Mhm.
then eventually they kind of run out of energy, and you have to replace those like energy packs. But obviously none of that's in the movie. That's just expanded lore. But none of
Yeah.
that. It is not really important, really. It's just something that
It's
if you
not.
ask that question, then that is the answer for you. Um,
It's just pull
but yeah,
trigger gun shoot. That's it.
Yeah.
but ice. It was
So
so.
then, my first problem with Scarif that I noticed
Mhm.
when watching this was, why doesn't the Empire have these the protection around the planet like the big ship? Why isn't that on more planets? Why is it the only planet that has it?
I think they picked that one specifically because it keeps all the plans
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
and
but
no,
like,
evidently
episode
other
6, right?
valuable
Put it
data.
around Endor.
why not put it on Endor?
But
Yeah, to
what?
protect on Endor to
On
protect the
Endor,
shield
so then.
generator for the
Mm,
Death Star. But
right.
at the same time,
Yeah, that
also
opens
there's
up a really
kind of
big
It's not
plot
a
hole
big
for that,
problem,
doesn't
it's
it?
just something I noticed.
but
Why
also
not
I will
put the
say
fuck ass thing around the Death Star?
They
There's an
did that.
idea.
Or
They
that,
did that
yeah.
in
you
another
can do that.
movie. They did.
Technically, they
They
do
tried
that. That
to,
is
but
what the shield generator is in Episode 6. That it
yeah.
is what it is, right? But
Mm,
I will say, Ice kind of not to counter it because I think it is still a
Mhm.
good point. But like, in a way, the movie shows its weakness being that they just ram the big Star Destroyers into it and break it. So
Yeah,
there
they
were
broke it.
flaws with that system, which they could have fixed in a new version, but still, like that system was proven to be an issue. Like that didn't work properly. So
Well, if the
in that
solution
sense,
is to ram a Star Destroyer into it, I don't know
not a
if
very
that's really
convenient one.
possible.
Two,
But
No,
Not
yeah,
a
it's
not
it
one.
not.
was
convenient
just
one,
a
Two.
yeah.
side note, it's not really a main point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
then the next thing I've done, problems with the landing. When they land, the people come in, and then he like points down and says, "Oh yeah, the things you need are down there."
Mhm.
What exactly happens in that scene? Because are they just gonna jump down there? Is he gonna go down there? Like I would expect him to go down there and get it up.
Hmm.
But what what happens in that scene? The next thing is
Mm.
they enter with like the commander, the one with the black outfit, and two troopers. And
Yeah,
like somebody disguised the commander, then Jin and the droid leave.
yeah,
What happened to the rest of the people who
Hmm.
spectated? The two troopers walk in, and the only person in the crew in the entire ship was apparently the droid, because
right.
otherwise
Like
nobody leaves.
Yeah. I
Right.
think
It's just
It's
well,
just
I
weird.
don't think that's that weird because the other surrounding troopers, they don't know what these guys are on Scarif for. They don't have
yeah.
that information,
I
obviously,
would say
because you're not at
it's
that clearance, and it
convenient.
doesn't really matter because
Yeah.
as
Mhm,
long as they're all Imperials, they don't really care because, like Jin said, they have no idea we're coming. They have no reason to expect us,
mhm.
so
Mm.
they'd have no reason to be suspicious right now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
convenient, but
okay.
it's I wouldn't say it's like a massive issue.
Yeah. The next
Um,
point I have, because it was the next scene, is when Krennic is in the station at the top and says like, "Oh yeah, pull up any of the communication that Galen
yeah,
had."
Mhm.
Why didn't he say that like before he arrived there and have them prepare it? Why did he go there and then say it?
and then say it. Yeah,
It's
it's
just
a good
also a
point.
minor thing because it would just save time. So
But also, I would also
It would
like you
have,
said
but
earlier, kind of
also they never
literally.
managed to do that.
yeah, it's
No,
weird.
they never did it. I would also say
They
like
just say that and
That
after that
was
drop
just
it
like
completely.
they needed Krennic to have like a motivation
to be
for
there.
being there and then to like
Mhm,
go into that control center to just exist there and then watch the explosions. They needed a reason for that. And I mean, it does make sense that yeah, he could just communicate over there and be like, "Hey, I need all of this, 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 whatever."
mhm.
But it also makes sense that he wouldn't do that because you saw he didn't come to Galen, he flew to Galen
Yeah,
at Edu,
he
Yeah,
did.
right?
true.
I will say, like, yeah, and also I brought this up earlier on, but I do think it is kind of silly that he asks for the transmissions and not also for the direct plans of the Death Star that they're in
Yeah.
there. I think that would have, like, obviously, I'm not saying he would
Right.
understand it, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, why doesn't he get the actual physical? Because the plans, obviously, he doesn't know this, but the plans literally have the weakness in the
In
plans.
them. Yeah, they do.
So,
You'd have to scour to look for it, which is what the rebels
Mhm.
did when they scanned over them and they found how to get to the reactor.
Uh,
But the Empire wouldn't really know where to start looking
right,
for the weakness
Especially
because,
now that they're
right,
engineers of it.
yeah,
right.
yeah,
But still, I think it
Like,
would have been a good point, like, just to be like, get me the plans for the Death Star. Like,
these are
why
just some
not?
minor
Just get me.
nitpicks I wrote down.
But
mhm,
also, the point is that if Krennic had got the plans for the Death Star, they wouldn't have been there for fucking Jin and Cassian to steal. That would have been really awkward.
yeah, exactly.
Uh, but also, like, kind of, I know that this is a little bit later on in the scene, but I think it's really stupid when Krennic says, "Bring 2 men with me to go get Jin and Cassian." The reason
Yeah.
why it's so stupid is because they have literally been pumping soldiers down that corridor and they've just all been killed. So why does he
Yeah.
think that him and 2 guys are going to be enough to take out whatever
Well,
the
because the
hell is
Death
down that
Troopers are so
corridor?
much better.
Well, yeah, but you know what I
True,
mean. Like,
yeah.
yeah, but it's like, why does he think that
Yeah.
like literally hundred, like okay, hundreds is a bit dramatic, but like at least like 20 guys have gone down there and been killed. So to his knowledge, there could be like 20 rebels just like waiting in that doorway. So like I don't know what he thinks is going to happen if him and 2 guys go there. But obviously, very conveniently, K2SO gets killed by the last dude before
Yeah.
they go and get
Yeah.
into that room.
By the last
Um,
guy.
mm, um,
The next point I wrote down was that when you look at the later on when the bombs they planted actually explode,
uh,
I don't know how long they were on that planet, but that's a lot of distance covered considering that
yeah,
later on they're all in the same
Yeah.
place again.
That was also a little bit weird
all
that
the
like
chain
there were
reactions that
explosions
go
like
off.
across the landing pads and I'm
Island.
like, you would have had to book it across the whole
Right.
Yeah.
thing. Like, how? That didn't make any
This al-
sense.
this also a minor nitpick that's not really an issue, but the fact that Krennic has such like military might doesn't make much sense considering he's a director. Like I don't know
Mhm.
why he's the highest ranking, but like
Hmm.
still he's deploying like the military, deploy the garrison, move. Like why is he the one making those decisions? Like he's not a
Yeah.
military personnel. He's
True.
wearing a fucking cape. Like he's a dork. I don't know why he's the one.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which, by the way,
that makes
that's just
sense.
another this is a tiny little nitpick as well. But like, I don't know why director Krennic has a cape. Like, I have no idea why he has a cape.
He was feeling it, man. He was
It's
feeling a cape.
horrifying. Like, I don't know
Mhm.
how he just asked for one. Like, and they were like, "Sure, you have a cape." Like, it's just so
If
I
random.
they
also
But
don't
like,
offered
understand
one
why
to
he's
you,
dressed in white,
you
but
would wear one.
true. No, but like, okay, at least with the white, you can argue that that's like the director uniform, and they do make that consistent across other parts of Star Wars, where other
okay.
characters that are in his rank have the white version of the outfit because they're not in the military. They don't have the
Yeah.
grey one that the Imperial officers have, right? But like,
Mhm.
let's be honest, the only reason he has a cape is probably one to make him different from the others, and two to sell toys. Like those are like the two big reasons. But it
Hmm.
just is in universe. You're just like, holy, this guy is, and like in a way, it kind of links to his character being so egocentric. But it's like, did they really let him have a cape? Like he's the only guy apart from Darth Vader to have a cape. It's so
Yeah.
Yeah.
silly. Anyway, Battle
So then the next one was complete. It's just a nitpick when K2 picks up like the stormtroopers to hit them. Two of them just fall over before he
and die.
actually like swings the trooper at him.
Yeah.
Just
And
no
also they
idea.
die
That's
from that
kind of
way.
nonsense that they also
Yeah,
like
no.
die from that. That's nonsense.
Mm. What
Um,
else do I have written down for
the
Battle
next one was like up at the space battle. When you
Yeah.
see all the TIE fighters flying out from that ring that makes the shield around the planet, why do rebels in movies never shoot into the hangar?
I was thinking about that. Why don't they just blow up the hangar before they have the chance to deploy the ships?
Yeah,
Because
there's
usually there's
also
And
like the
obviously it's
shield
just
in
for
front, but
plot.
this time it wasn't there.
yeah,
There was no shield. Yeah.
and also in at least in like
Or at
obviously this
least
is
try
in
to
Last
spawn
Jedi.
kill them as they're flying out. Like what?
Obviously in
Yeah.
Last Jedi happened after this, but there's that scene where Kylo Ren bombs the hangar bay on Leia's ship, and he
Mm.
just like, oh no, actually, wait, no. In Revenge of the Sith, Anakin and Obi-Wan
Fine,
just
yeah.
they just shoot the edge of the shield and it breaks it,
And it breaks the
and
whole
then they can just
thing.
fly
They
Yeah.
in.
do.
Yeah.
So there is no argument for why that isn't ever done anywhere
Mhm.
else. In fact, um,
The next one is, why is there a light switch that turns off the entire technology of the room that saves the blueprint outside the vault? And why is there a switch for that anyways that you can just shoot and everything turns off?
yeah, this is a classic Star Wars thing, isn't it? Where it's like you
Yeah.
shoot the button and then
Yeah.
everything turns off. Like,
I have the same thing written down for the master switch later on. Why don't they just try shooting it? Normally that
yeah,
works.
because that would
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's
I also
because,
have written
well,
down.
they obviously decide when that does and doesn't work, but what they've at least made slightly consistent. Wait,
Mhm.
maybe? I don't know. But when you shoot a door panel, the door will open.
Closed or
Yeah,
open,
or
depending on
close,
if
depending on what
Well,
you
yeah,
actually, I was gonna say I can think of instances now where they shoot it and it closes, or they shoot it and it locks, and
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
okay, gang, sure
I
thing.
have a yeah. In terms of also like the military things here, like maybe kind of a nitpick as well. But when the rebels' incursion is spotted, when the explosions go off and they realize the rebels are there, why don't they immediately shut the shield generator?
Right?
They shut
Yeah.
it as the rebels are like the rebel fleet arrives,
Yeah,
and they're
it's
able to fly some of their men in before it shuts. Like, why wasn't that the first thing they did? And kind of on top of that as well, the ATSTs being destroyed by X-wings in one shot, and then meanwhile in Empire Strikes Back. And the thing is, right, in the actual like expanded lore, it's described that these aren't actually AT-ATs. They're like a different version, right? But there's
Mhm.
actually a line from one of the little fucking goblins that says AT-AT, look out.
Yeah.
So it's like he literally says it's an
He
AT-AT.
says,
So we are
"Ah."
yeah. So like we as an audience are going to apply our knowledge of the AT-AT to these things, and we know they cannot just be shot and blown up. They have to
if I'm
be.
not
They have shields, right?
that's
Yeah.
right in the movie, but I think in the somewhere it's explained that they're different AT-ATs because they're
Yeah.
not
No. That's
for.
yeah.
Yeah, it's somewhere explained. I don't remember the exact details, but yeah,
Well, the
Yeah.
heads of them
Yeah.
are
it's
different.
really weird.
The
No,
blasters
exactly.
sound different, and some of
Yeah.
them have holes in the middle for some
They
reason.
also have
Yeah, and
higher.
also they
They have
have like
taller legs.
bronze things in the
They have,
middle, or like
yeah.
Yeah.
brown
No, they
things.
So
are.
they're
They
they're
are
evidently
actually.
different walkers that
Yeah.
come before the Empire Strikes
Uh-huh.
Back ones.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, yeah, I sure are right. They aren't the same. But I think the problem is because they have that line where the little guy says 80-80, we as an audience are going to go, oh, we know how these work. And then it's like, oh
Yeah,
wait, no, we
exactly.
don't. They just get blown up by one shot.
Yeah,
So they're not actually like
you can't
so like
one-shot
I
it.
don't know. Yeah, exactly. I
Wait,
just think
never
that's
mind,
kind of
never mind.
crazy.
They call it. I think they call it AT-ACT, not
Right.
80-80.
Exactly.
I think
But then
that's
once again,
the thing.
the little goblin
The
guy
little
says
goblin says
80-80, so
AT-AT.
it kind of yeah, like obviously he's just wrong and he doesn't know like the difference. But
Yeah,
it would have been good if like just
yeah,
even like a
definitely.
one-off line could have just made this easier to explain by just being like
Mhm.
they're just they're
Just
just
call
different
them
and they
something
don't have
different. Like
shields.
call them
Exactly.
AT-ACT.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, kind of on top of that, there's a moment when Baze is being chased by one. They jump into a trench. That is the most pointless trench ever because the AT-AT can just see over the trench and shoot
Yeah.
people. I don't know why that's a point. that's in the
Right.
movie. Because also it's really dumb because after he gets in the trench, he powers up the rocket launcher, which by the way I have no idea why that doesn't do anything, but he fires it, and it's like it's made out like this trench gives him the opportunity to then have cover and get the rocket launcher, but it makes no sense because the AT-AT can just see into the trench and just shoot it. Like I don't know. Yeah, that bit is kind of funny.
hmm
Um,
I will
I'm
say
fine
one
with
thing
the
I noticed is like there are actually inconsistencies between the trailers for this movie and the actual movie
mhm.
itself. One of those being when Jin goes to realign the antenna and then what happens
With
on
the
that
TIE fighter.
platform because there's some
The
kind of
TIE
a TIE
fighter.
fighter shot from the
Mhm.
trailer that looks really cool actually, but I mean it makes sense why it's not in the final cut. But then
Because
also
it makes
that
no sense, yeah.
there are so many different shots for the Scarif fight that aren't in the film. So it's clear that I think Logan and I had this discussion before, but it's really evident that the director had like big plans for this fight and they've
Yeah.
had to scale it down to what it currently is.
There were
It
shots of
still
Krennic
works, but
walking through the beach, right? I remember seeing
yeah,
that. There
yeah,
were
and there
shots
were
of him
shots of Krennic.
storming
Like
into the
I
water.
really wish I could have like I wish we could see that version or like
Mhm.
the full unedited whatever, not
Yeah.
unedited, but like the director's cut version of the Scarif beach fight because
I
there's
will say,
clearly a lot more that went
obviously,
unused.
yeah, on a little bit of a detour though, that shot of the TIE fighter makes zero sense in the trailer. Because like why the fuck does that TIE fighter like know she's there and then specifically slowly fly up to then shoot her like on that bridge? Like it's
I
so
think it's
like
just for the purpose of, hey guys, you know what would be really cool?
yeah, it is
Is if a
literally
TIE fighter
you know
flew
what
up at
would be
this
cool?
exact moment and just locked eyes with her. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. What else do I have here? I have
so
K2SO tanks a bunch of blaster bolts, despite the Imperial
Yeah, of
security showed
course.
earlier
Plot
getting
armor.
destroyed in
Yep.
one shot.
yeah.
Yeah, complete.
Yep. Yeah.
And okay, I think
Okay.
we have to go to the
Anything else
elephant
for the
room.
rest of the film?
Yeah. So
Um,
I
I
think
have
there's an
some more
elephant in this
things,
scene.
but some of them are really small, so I'll leave them
Mhm.
out.
Okay.
The next big thing I have is the Force speech scenes where it says like the Force is with me and I'm with the or I'm the Force.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I don't
They
want to
piss me
hate, but
off.
it's so annoying.
no,
It's so
okay,
annoying.
yeah. That scene, in my opinion, is probably one of the worst moments in the whole movie because that is literally like, and it's funny because I have a comparison to make here. In
hmm
Force Awakens, Han says when they're on Starkiller Base and he's with Finn, like I don't remember the conversation, but Finn looks to Han and says, "Let's use the Force," and Han is like, "That's not how the Force works. Like that's fucking retarded, right?" But then in this scene, Chirrut just says, "I'm one with the Force. The Force is with me," and then he just survives. Like he just gets plot armor.
To be
Like
honest, well, in the defense of the sequels, I can't believe I'm saying that,
mm,
but Han has no fucking idea how the Force works.
yeah,
No
obviously
idea
he
at all.
knows
He
more
is
about
not
it
the one to
at
call
this
the
point.
shots on
No.
how it works or what
Yeah,
you
but
can
like
do with it.
it's kind of a no, but it's like a Matt joke because it's like we as
Oh,
the
of course.
audience
Yeah,
know that
yeah,
the
yeah.
Force you can't just use the Force and then just win.
It
Like
doesn't
that's
work
not how
like
it
that.
works.
Yeah.
And obviously in this scene, it's just he just walks literally he just walks into the middle of open fire. And by the way, like the shot before it has that moment where that guy goes, I'm gonna run for it, and he
Yeah, they
instantly gets
And then
shot.
he peeks, instantly
Instantly.
gets shot, and then flops down. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, what is this?
And this guy just says, I'm one with the Force, Force is with me,
Not
and
only
just
that,
does not
not
get
only
hit.
that, he stands up. He stands
Yeah,
and just waits there for a bit. Then he starts going and praying. And I'm like,
yeah,
bruh,
and
what
also
is
what I think
this?
is also kind of funny is like basically immediately after he pulls the switch, he then dies. Like it's
Right?
like
Like
he
that
gets
was his
there, pulls
purpose
the
is just to pull the
switch,
switch and then boop,
and then
you're
bam,
gone.
dead.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yep.
like that whole
Yeah.
part is so clunky, and
Yeah. The
yeah,
whole inconsistency across Star Wars for how many bullets can you take depending on where you're shot is so stupid.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Oh my god. And
Those-
it's so prevalent in this movie as well, because Krennic gets shot like
Three
twice and he
times in the shoulder.
lives. Like
I will admit, like his ones make sense because he gets hit in the shoulder. Like those are very like you see where he gets shot, right? But
mhm.
that is also another thing I was going to point out is that when he gets shot by Andor, the fact that Andor doesn't make sure he's dead and shoot him like several times afterwards, I seems so random to me. Like for some reason, Andor stays there and like watches him while Jin does the whole like tower thing.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you just kill him? Like, why are you sat guarding him? I don't know.
Mhm.
That's just a small thing that doesn't really mean anything because obviously they get away and he dies anyway. But like, why do they? Why doesn't he? Like, why can't they not just kill people in this movie?
I
Like, why
know.
didn't
Yeah.
he's such a threat, and like obviously he's being guarded by Andor, but like if he just takes if he loses focus for a slight second because he's also wounded at this point, Krennic could like really quickly just turn around and shoot like one of them while he's on the ground. Like anything could happen here. Like it's so risky that for some reason he's like, you do the antenna and I'm just going to guard him rather than just shooting him again and killing him. Like I don't know why that's a weird
Yeah.
Yeah,
point that's
just
made.
Magnum this guy.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, anything else?
I
yeah.
have
Wait, let
two
me have a look.
more big points
Okay.
before the
Mhm.
end, but I think you guys have something as well. Or do you have anything more to Scarif? Because mine is
I was
I
just
I'm
gonna
all
say,
done. I'm all done. I'm just waiting for y'all so we can
yeah,
wrap up this part
yeah,
because
basically
it's been 2 hours.
overall
So then
just
the
in
thing is,
terms.
the last 2 points are pretty big, and me and Nitolo already discussed them, so I don't know
Mm,
No, go
if you
ahead. Go
want me
ahead.
for.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing is I really love the Vader scene. Like visually, it's very nice, but it
Mhm.
has
obviously.
some problems. First is how lucky the door didn't close. Second is why didn't they blow up the ship in the first place? Why did they enter it? Or
Right.
Yeah, why did Vader
and the
board the
last thing is
ship?
the last couple people. It's like 4 soldiers at the end that escape, and like one of them finally gets away. Why doesn't he pull them back or anything? He shows it early that he can pull people, throw them away or something. Why does he just let them get away?
Yeah, and I think just to add on to this, just to make this more like obvious, when Vader is approaching the last guy at the door, he screams, "Take it, take it!" Vader would hear that and just be like, "Why? What is so important that you
Yeah.
are screaming to that guy in your last moments alive to take it? Like, what is that thing you've got? Why are you so?
Yeah.
So why would he stop that guy
Could
to
could it
check
be
what that
argued
is?
that he just doesn't really care?
Well, to an
That doesn't
extent,
make
yeah,
sense
Because
but
in
it's
he
episode
never
4.
did, based on what you guys were describing from like Tarkin
yeah.
ordering him around and that kind of thing, and then what he does in episode 4.
Yeah.
Could it be
My
argued that Vader doesn't actually care?
No,
He's just doing
he
what he's
doesn't.
told
He doesn't really care, but it's like, why is he even there in the first place? If
to
he
just put
isn't like
pressure
to,
on them.
Vader
like I
is
don't
there because he puts asses in seats.
exactly, but we need to
This
look at
is
the
That's the
true.
filming in
Yeah.
meta.
reason.
Yeah.
But like also, yeah, just to kind of go back at Ice's like first point, like when he's in his Star Destroyer, the transmissions have gone to the Rebel flagship. He says the Rebel flagship is disabled, my lord, but they have received transmissions from the surface. And Vader's like, prepare a boarding party. If Vader had just gone bomb that ship and completely destroyed it, he would have killed Leia
Bomb that
inside in
ship.
the Tantive 4, and the plans
Yeah.
would have also been destroyed. So then the whole of Episode 4 gets fucked. But for some reason, he's like, no, let's go on there and kill them myself. Kind of just for the aura. Like, I
Right.
don't actually know why he wants
Yeah,
to do
I
that.
suppose if you think about it, that doesn't
It's
make
kind of
sense.
clunky. And also,
Yeah.
I obviously didn't mention this, but we did talk about this, and I think this is probably one of the biggest issues of the whole movie. In the very end, the last shot of the film, the Tantive 4 goes into hyperspace. In Episode
guys,
4, how does Vader catch them?
quick
Because you can't
interruption.
track in hyperspace.
I'm feeling kind of sick.
Yeah.
I have to go.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
okay.
Mike, I
I hope
hope.
you feel better.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hope you're
thank you.
alright, buddy. See you
Gute
later.
Besserung.
Good night.
See you.
But yeah, like, how does Vader catch them in Episode 4?
Yeah, because he's like right
After they go
behind
into
them on their way to Tatooine.
Well, no, but they go into hyperspace,
Yeah.
and like you can't track through hyperspace. But also, to add on to that, when Vader, like, when they escape Vader, he's like stood at the end of the bridge, right? So he would have to go all the way back, get into his shuttle, fly back into the Star Destroyer, and then keep chasing them. But they've already launched into hyperspace, so they've already completely like left the system. But for
Yeah,
some
so
reason,
then
in Episode 4, he's right behind them.
there's gonna be some exposition that like we just don't get
Well,
where somehow
yeah.
Vader is tipped off about
Yeah.
where Leia might be
Well,
going.
it's funny you mention that because, of course, whenever I have like these ideas, I always look it up just to see if there's something I missed in the movie, right?
Right.
And it's always great because when I googled this, I got the fantastic comment, which is in the novelization, which is always a good sign, right?
Oh,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Oh, that comment. Oh, that
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
just means basically it's a cop out. It explains that. Let me actually get the message up because I took a screenshot because I thought it was so funny. The comment is Darth Vader was able to track the Tantive 4 because its hyperdrive was damaged during the escape from Scarif, leaving a unique traceable energy trail through hyperspace.
No, that's garbage. I'm sorry.
That is complete
That is
Disney
complete
slop.
garbage. And no, we're not
None
even
of
gonna
that is
try
in the
with that.
movie. And like, yeah, the
No.
point is, I think that kind of damages the way that it leads into A New Hope, because like how the hell did he just like immediately catch up to them in Tatooine? Like I don't know. They launched into hyperspace, they're gone. So obviously your answer, Scooby, is much more logical, and there could have been like lines for that to try and help explain it, but that's not the
Maybe.
movie. They just end with that cool shot. But I also said this: they could have
That was a better ending, I feel
well,
like. It would
if
have
they
been
just
better than
didn't.
them trying to explain even more how does this now connect to the next
Well,
movie.
yeah, but the funny thing is, if they just didn't have the hyperspace shot, it wouldn't have mattered. Because then the idea could have been that Vader just chased them like in like a car chase. Do you know what I mean? But for some reason, because they went into hyperspace,
Right.
it
I see what you're
means
saying now. Yes.
yeah, like they literally like obviously it isn't teleporting, but they basically have just like teleported across the galaxy, and somehow Vader is then able to like catch right up to them, even though he has no idea where they're going.
Yeah.
So I don't. Yeah, that to me doesn't make much sense.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that's my final probably my final
Any other points?
point personally. No, that's where my
And then
criticisms and stuff end for the
we
story
need to end
overall.
somewhere.
We do.
Any other
Yeah,
final comments on the plot,
the
the
narrative.
story?
Well, like, what are our overall thoughts on it? Like, what do we think overall? Do we think, with everything that we've discussed, that the story is overall like successful? Like, what do we think? You know what I mean? Does it?
I don't know. I quite like it. Yeah.
Mhm.
I like the idea of it. I really like Jin just in general, and
Uh-huh.
the way that they were able to bring it into or bring it back to A New Hope. I really liked it.
I do have one last thing with the plot, and it's pretty early in
Okay.
the
Uh-huh.
movie. I should have
Yeah.
brought it up
Right.
earlier.
That's all
Okay.
right.
But when Jin gets rescued at the like shortly after the first opening scenes of the movie,
Yep.
Okay.
and then she proceeds to beat the shit out of the people
Yeah.
that have rescued her. What the fuck was that
Well,
decision?
well, the point, like, I don't know. I think she
Well, she
didn't
didn't know that
realize
she
that
was
she
being
was.
rescued.
She didn't know that, but
They
honestly, I
blew the
think
door open and they fucking released her from her handcuffs. Like
it's.
at a minimum, you have my attention and I will
Right.
listen to whatever you have
She's
to
learned to
say.
not trust anyone though, right? You could say that.
It's difficult. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, Hex. Yeah, it's difficult. I think, honestly, the more obvious point is like, how does she actually successfully beat up these three guys with blasters? Like, it's kind of clunky the way that she just like pulls out a shovel and
Well,
like,
because they're told do
it's
not
like,
shoot this girl.
well, yeah, but like the fact that they but like the proxemics of that scene is like one of them unhooks her, like unlocks her, and then like she hits that guy, and then when the shot changes, you see like all three of them are just like next to each other, even though they were like separated, and one of them was waiting at like the ramp, and then she just kind of is able to just beat all of them up like really quickly and then run out. It's like I don't know, like the way that whole scene is kind of shot just feels like really awkward, and yeah, like obviously like you said though they were told they had to rescue her. They were told not to obviously not to kill her, but yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah, I don't know what you're saying, Hex. It's like I don't know why she. Obviously, she's scared and she thinks
Yeah.
maybe she's been captured by like bandits or whatever. Like I don't know. It's very confusing, but still, I think it's just to show that she's very very fierce. She's very physically competent and she doesn't trust anybody. And this is like her kind of character. And yeah, that's what the scene is trying to tell us, right, about her character. But whether or not it was
All
kind
right,
of
so it
appropriate,
boils down to girl power.
okay, buddy.
Possibly.
Like
Probably.
But yeah,
it's like the fucking one scene in Endgame
oh my
when
lord, no, don't say it.
Oh god.
yeah,
No.
you know exactly where
No.
I'm going.
Yeah,
Where every single
Where the
female
fucking
character assembles.
where fucking the girls teamed up, synced up their
they do.
cycles, and fucking got shit done. Like
Oh,
That was
okay.
tough.
All right. All
That's a
right.
nice way to put it.
Wow.
But yeah, are we done with the narrative? I think we're done with the story.
I think we are.
I think we're finally done. So now we can talk about characters.
Oh my god. 2 hours and 17 minutes later.
Crazy.
Holy
Okay, so
crap.
like specifically about characters here.
Yeah, specifically
Should we
about
start with
characters,
Jin?
which is why I have like
Let's question
one
first.
note
Who was your
about these
favorite
characters.
character?
Hmm?
That's a great point.
Oh, that is
oh,
a really good
it's
question.
there is one correct answer to this question. It is not a
Okay.
great question.
Okay,
It
I know
is
exactly what you're gonna say.
K2SO.
Yes.
There is no other answer.
Yeah, my favorite's Jin, but I'm biased.
No,
I
we're
think
not asking who do you want to stick your dick into.
No,
Who is
no,
the favorite
no.
character in
I
the
am not
movie.
attracted to Jin, even
I think
though she has nice hair, but that's like
yeah.
it.
I
Oh,
think the
brother.
problem. No, listen. I think the problem. Yeah, I think when you ask this question, it's one of those things where it's like, which of them actually are characters? And it
Any
basically is literally
anyone
like
that has
only
more
Jin.
than like a death scream as a fucking speaking line is a
Exactly. Like
character.
exactly. It's like no, but it's like unless you say Jin, Cassian, and maybe Krennic, nobody else really has any like real value. Like apart from looking cool and acting cool, which is basically like how they get away with it. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Baze has a cool gun and he's badass and he kind of goes down like a boss. Chirrut is blind and is a badass and goes down like a boss. K2SO is funny and badass and goes down like a boss. Like that is
Mhm,
every character in this movie. That's their character pretty much. Like
mhm.
Mm.
Jane and Cassian obviously have much like they have more. I still wouldn't say that they're fantastically like
No,
they're
definitely
not
not.
fantastic done
I,
though.
I related I related to K2SO on a personal level, which is weird because he's a fucking droid.
Yeah, no, he
But
has great lines. Like his interactions in
he
this
keeps it
movie are
real. He
fantastic.
tells it like it is.
He
Fuck your
Uh,
does.
feelings. This is what you need to hear, not what you
yeah,
want to hear.
Yeah,
K2
he's
was
very
To
good
there's
be
a
for that.
honest,
reason why.
also what like for me, what having watched Andor, it makes
Mhm.
like Cassian and K2 so much better.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Because obviously you guys haven't seen it, but like that show obviously develops Andor as a character. So when you watch Rogue One, like you kind of can't help after watching Andor to have much more of a connection with him. But
Mm.
sadly, he's just way better in Andor than he is in this because he
Well,
has
of
much more
course.
time and
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's much more important. And I don't know, yeah,
yeah.
he's
Yeah, but I'm
obviously
biased towards those two characters. That's why they're
exactly.
Mhm.
above there.
I would probably say I don't even know. Yeah, well, who would we say, guys? So obviously you said Jim. You say K2SO. Hex. Who would you say then? Ice. Who do you think was your favorite character?
K2.
Yeah,
Uh,
K2.
You
K2
just love the dry humor that's doing it for me.
wrong
exactly. He's great. I
Yeah.
I
K2
honestly
and wrong
probably
answers. I mean that's your choices.
yeah, it's really difficult. I honestly I
Eternal
might
loves
say
Bail
Andor.
Organa.
I might say Bail Organa. He's so good in this movie, guys. He has so much screen time.
He's
Like
so
I
good
will
with his
say
30
the
seconds of screen time.
I will
I would
say
probably
that
say
Forrest
Andor.
Whitaker is an amazing fucking actor.
He
Right.
is. Yeah.
He's really
Mm.
cool. And I wish his character was utilized more. I wish he didn't just kill himself. Lol. That would have been cool.
Lol. Yeah.
No,
Here
but
we
I would
go.
probably say Andor. I probably would say Andor, even though he's not as good as he is in Andor. Like I think he's still pretty cool, and he has like character moments when it comes to Gainer. When like there's a lot of like good foundations there that are like really interesting, and yeah, I kind of can't help but project a lot of Andor onto him, like the show Andor,
Mhm.
and how that
Mm.
develops him as a character, and how much cooler he is there, and how much you grow to like care for him and stuff. I don't know. But yeah,
Which
like
is fair. Yeah.
let's look at the characters then. Like, okay, like Jin as a character, right? The kind of her story. Like,
Right.
what like did
Yeah.
people make specific notes on this? Like, what did you guys talk about?
Well,
Um.
my first note was in the opening scene. I'm
Yeah,
not sure why mom was in the movie at all. She was cannon fodder, and that's it.
A
I
little
mean,
bit.
obviously,
Yeah. She was
she's
just
not.
there to be killed, and like that was pretty
Yeah,
much
but
it. Cause
obviously, you
she.
kind of need a mum because like they can't just make a baby, without
Well, no, no.
Oh,
like.
Obviously, she
brother.
has a mom, but like,
Yeah.
Like, not
well,
saying the mom can't exist,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
why is she in the movie
She's
yeah,
for
because
literally like,
all
7
she does is
seconds?
just act all frantic and scared and panicky, and then just dies, and
and
it's
then
like,
kind of
what?
sabotage
What?
everything and then die, and then yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like that scene when she dies feels like really kind of forced because like obviously their plan to escape didn't involve her pulling a gun on the fucking
No,
empire
it
like she does in
didn't.
that scene. So it's like they were like the directors were like, okay, we need the mum to be, we want her to be quite badass, we want her to be quite smart and everything, but we need her to die. So in this scene, she's just going to be stupid and she's just going to pull a gun
Yep.
on these military men and they're going to kill her. Like,
And that's
well, I don't
exactly
know
what
why she
happened.
does that. It's just like she just needs to do that because we need to kill her off early on. and it just feels like it was such a clumsy kind of the way it was done was very clumsy.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
In a way, it would have been, in my opinion, maybe even a really kind of emotional, powerful scene in the opening, if when she's kind of being detained, she kills herself. That could have been something really like interesting, or maybe something very powerful and dark for the opening scene of the movie. Like when they're about to be captured, she kills herself or something.
There's no way, shape, or form that Disney is going to show suicide
I
in
mean,
any of their fucking movies. Like,
I
get
don't know
that
why they
thought out of
wouldn't,
your head
considering
and leave it out of there.
I don't know why. Like this movie has a lot of
Okay,
dark
okay. Let me
ideas.
drop some Disney lore on you.
Oh no,
Disneyland and Disney World have a
yeah,
policy where no visitor or guest to any of
uh,
their parks is permitted to be pronounced dead on site. They will give you CPR via machine or manpower until you are off premises, and then you are free to die.
I'm just gonna say that like in the Andor TV show, there's a rape scene, so they don't like you.
Okay,
Like
well,
obviously, I know what you're
rape
trying to say.
is not
What
suicide.
if they do more?
I'm
No,
not
but
saying one is better or worse than the
no,
other.
I know. But like the point I'm trying to make is that just because like most Disney movies don't have these kind of themes, Disney won't just never show them. Like it's just like you just put an age rating on it, and then like you know what I mean. Like there's not anything stopping them, and Andor shows that Tony Gilroy especially is not afraid of presenting these darker ideas. So I think, and also like the Death Star blows up an entire fucking planet. Like I don't care how little you
Yeah, but
see
they
it in
don't
the movie.
show
Yeah, but like that doesn't
corpses
mean just
flying around, body parts going this way and that way.
yeah, but still, it's like just having her shoot herself. Like, it doesn't have to be on screen. It could have been something that happened off screen, but just having something
That
like
could
that
have
could
been
have been a
done, yeah.
yeah. Like I don't think that like yeah, like we're being kind of dramatic here. Like I don't think it's
Well,
at all.
what purpose would having mom off herself
Well,
provide
no,
to
but
the
the point
plot?
is
Like, how would it
they need
further
her.
anything?
No, the point is they need her to be out of the plot, and so the way they do
Well,
that,
the easy way
like
to have her out of the plot is to not have her in it in the first place.
I mean, you could have had her be killed before, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they could have had her die earlier on and be in the flashbacks a little bit and sort of. I guess they could have. I don't know,
Like, have
but
her get sick after or falling off a cliff or something. Like,
I
Right.
don't.
you don't have to have her pull a gun, have
Get
3 to
her
5
killed,
business days to make a fucking shot and just
and then
pew.
not even
Oh,
fatally kill him.
that's how the gun works. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
like that's another thing as well. Is that like they by having her get killed in that way, in a way, like they risk having Krennic. Like if she had just immediately shot him, like it like fatally as well, like that could have like do you know what I mean? They kind of like they play with fire. They're like we're gonna have her pull a gun on the main villain in the opening scene, and she could kill him here, but obviously she fails and she dies. But it's like why would you even
Yeah.
like risk that? Like why would you even have that be the way she dies? Like is in this moment like basically almost kill the main villain. It kind of seems a bit like
Mhm.
yeah, I know what you mean. Her
Like,
inclusion was kind of
to quote the late great Tupac
we
Shakur,
oh
"You
no.
pull your strap on me, motherfucker,
Okay,
you better
but it's
kill me."
right. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
there you go.
Krennic gets shot in the shoulder like 3 times in the movie, by the way. It's kind of a motif. He gets shot like in the shoulder, the same shoulder.
I think after like the second
Several
time he
times.
just puts armor there.
Right? He puts just like a single shoulder pad, like just on that one shoulder. That would have been funny. But yeah.
He's
So
got frying
characters.
pans under his cape.
I think I talked about this with Ice. I think Krennic as a character, um, I think he's quite an unsuccessful villain. I think he fails a lot in this movie in the sense, like, obviously
Yeah,
he
for
fails
sure.
actually, but I mean, I think
He
as a
doesn't
villain,
really
he's
do
very
anything.
poor. Exactly, he's a very poor villain, and I think mainly, and this is also why I think that Darth Vader shouldn't have been in this movie, is because why the fuck do we give a shit about Director Krennic when Darth Vader's on the screen, especially when Vader is literally like belittling him as well. Like it's not just a case of Darth Vader's there. Darth Vader's force choking him. It's like as the movie goes on, he becomes less and less intimidating, and by the end of it, he's just like, like he's just a pushover. Like nobody's
Mhm.
threatened by this character. So like,
Mhm.
I feel like as a villain, like that's why I think his best scene is the opening scene, because in the opening scene he had like we see his power just in the way that he's talking, in the way that he's acting, and in his like confidence. And like that's where he's the most successful. And then in every other scene, he's being undermined by other characters, whether that be Tarkin, whether that be Vader. So it's
Yeah.
like
He's got responsibility with no ability, and
exactly.
it's fucking stupid.
It's
I
kind of
mean,
annoying.
it's accurate to the real world, but
Yeah,
it's fucking stupid.
it's accurate to like how his character would have been realistically. Like obviously he is pathetic compared to these other higher ups, but like why did they have to undermine him so much? Like that's why I think this movie would have been so much more interesting if you focused more on the conflict between him and Tarkin and had them be like this kind of back and forth for the whole movie where it's just like this. Don't have Tarkin take control of the Death Star in like the first like Death Star scene because it happens very quickly. Like literally after they destroy Jeddah and he's like, I'm taking control. It would have been way more interesting if Tarkin only takes control like at the very end of the movie. Like right when he at Scarif. Do you know what I mean? Like have it be like a conflict that builds throughout the whole movie and then it gets resolved at the very end in Scarif when he blows up Scarif. And I feel like that could have also been very powerful because he kills Krennic in that attack, doesn't it? He kills Krennic when he destroys Scarif, so it could have been kind of, kind of poetic in that sense that in that moment he gets control of the Death Star and then he kills Krennic with it. It's kind of like this final fuck you. Like I don't know. I feel like that would have been way more kind of thoughtful than just having Darth Vader show up and make him Krennic like a pansy for the rest of the movie. I just think him as a villain is kind of lame. And obviously his personality, he is very egocentric, he's very overconfident, he's very impatient. All of that comes across in the movie.
Yeah.
But all of that is kind of, in a way, a cop out in order to make him being undermined feel more like warranted. Like he gets undermined and he doesn't actually do anything. Like he just kind of keeps getting pushed down by these other more important people. So by the end of it, when he's storming down the corridor with his two black fuck off stormtroopers in his cape. You're just like, look at this prat. Like he's such a this guy is not doing anything. This guy he's not threatening. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I think Krennic just doesn't really work very well as a villain. And once again, I hate to say it, but in Andor, he is so much better. He is so much better in Andor, partly because there is nobody above him in Andor. He is the top guy in Andor, the top Imperial. So like he's
And he's
fucking
competent.
everybody else over. Exactly. He's very competent. He makes a lot of great decisions and he gets angry at the other characters when they mess up and he you know what I mean? Like he punishes people. He's extremely like effective. Whereas in this movie he's just
Yeah,
constantly failing. He just
yeah.
fails
Here,
every time.
he seems like he's got Napoleon complex, little man complex.
Yeah, he does. And
Mm.
that is true. But it's just like that his character is just that he's angry and he fails. And then we're meant to believe in this guy as our antagonist. Like I said, as the
Right.
movie goes on, he becomes less of a threat, and so as an antagonist, he becomes less and less successful. And like even in a meta sense, because when he's on the Citadel Tower on Scarif, and they see all the explosions, and there's kind of the funny moment where he's like, "Are we blind to find the castle?" Like even nobody there takes him seriously. Like if none of the characters take him seriously, then why, as the audience, should we take him seriously? I don't. I think he's very unsuccessful as a villain, personally.
Okay. I hate to do this, but
Yeah.
we still have a bit left, and it's
Yeah.
been 2.5 hours, and I am exhausted and I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
let's go. Let's make this faster.
Well,
Just take a break.
if you guys are available tomorrow, we could also continue
that's
this
for sure.
conversation tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
What time, though? Oh
Same
no,
time as
free
today.
anyways. Yeah, okay, then that's fine, of course.
Yeah.
Around the same time, because I'm working until 2 p.m. and today we started at 3 p.m. ish.
Yeah, all good.
So, okay,
Yeah,
let's
I'll be at
continue this
work,
tomorrow
but
then. Oh, you're working?
yeah,
We could like.
I don't get home till about 7:30, 8 o'clock ish my time.
Which would be
5:36.
5:30 for
time.
me.
How many hours ago would that have been?
2 to 2.5 hours ago from present time.
I'll still be
Yeah,
up then, personally.
Well,
if you
for a
want, I
Sunday
can
night, that's
also
a little
drop
too
in.
late.
Yeah.
Yeah. I completely understand. Like y'all are free to carry on without me. I'm
Okay,
just
if
letting you know
you're fine with that, then write down like anything else that you didn't write down for the final 3.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, all my notes I put in
I
a
saw, yeah. So
picture.
then I will just read them on behalf of you.
Uh,
Yeah.
Are you fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I'm just so fucking tired.
All good.
Just go for it.
but I think something we can mention that was kind of brought up in the narrative, the story part, was that line from Baze where he calls Jin sister.
Little
Like,
sister.
yeah,
PMO,
it kind
PMO.
of, yeah, it kind of goes to show like where character, like when character work was kind of forced, like where they hadn't earned that as any kind of payoff for him to
Absolutely.
say that, and it's weird
Yeah,
because
there was no buildup for that because there
no,
was no like actual relationship between the two characters at all. They were just kind of
exactly.
there together.
They
They
were
didn't
together,
interact at
like,
all. And then
yeah,
all of a sudden he just says, "Good luck, little sister." But it's like the way he says it, the way he
mm,
says it also, because he like emphasizes that, you know? And it's like, well,
yeah.
where did this come from? Why is he saying this? So it made no sense.
Him and Chirrut really just don't really get great character or like great development in my opinion. They don't get enough screen
Unfortunately,
time, do
no.
they?
Yeah,
Yeah. And
I mean,
unfortunately, when
to
it
be
comes to Chirrut,
honest,
I think with Chirrut, it feels like whenever he is on screen, usually something really stupid is happening. Like because he just doesn't really work.
he
Like
doesn't
the
work.
mechanics
So
of him,
his thing
like
is just melee combat, and he uses the force to see, which, okay,
yeah,
great.
and
But there's only so much you could do with that outside of his first scene.
well, yeah, but like even I just mean like mechanically, like this guy, like the scene with the stormtroopers, his first scene is like we already talked about how that scene is just so silly. It's like
It is.
I don't know, like yeah. Whenever he basically every one of his scenes, it feels really stupid. Like whenever he's fighting, it's just like okay, like he's obviously really cool, like for as an aesthetic. Um, but still, yeah, like, I don't know. Him and Baze are probably two of the worst treated of the side characters in the sense that they just do not get enough screen time
Definitely.
mm,
for
and the
me,
I
there
impact
feel
was
on
like
that.
like,
I feel
Oh,
like they
sorry.
were just kind of in the movie just because Jeddah gets destroyed and Saw stays behind and dies. So they
Mm-hmm.
needed to bring somebody out of Jeddah. Like they wanted to do that. And
Mm-hmm.
this was just their best way of doing it. And then the rest of the movie, it kind of feels like they're just like squeezing them in however they can. Because
Yeah.
when they go outside, when they're at on Edu, and Cassian and Bodhi go to the top of the mountain, and then Jin goes down below, there's
Mm-hmm.
no actual reason for Chirrut and Baze to go out. They just do. He's
Yeah.
just like, I'm gonna follow Jin, and I'm like, oh, okay, sure. And then they don't end up following Jin because they don't make it anywhere near where Jin was, which is on the actual platform. They just kind of sit there, and then they're just there,
Yeah.
and they're used when the Tie Fighters and the X Wings are battling it out, and then on the in the actual battle, they're just kind of with the rest of the troopers, but they're special.
Exactly. But like, it just feels like the payoff of their deaths does not hit as hard as
No,
it could have done if they had got. But like, they really make out as if it's a big. Like their deaths are like they give them really like kind of emotional scenes, but you don't really feel it because the characters aren't explored enough to
yeah,
have
they're not
sort of have
actually
fun
that
with them.
special to us, and they don't have
Exactly.
reason to be. We weren't given a
Exactly.
reason for that.
I also think the death scenes in general were pretty weird because both of them just basically get like a power up, do a thing, and then die
And then die.
with sad
Yeah.
music.
Like for some reason they just have the most heightened senses they've ever
Mm.
had. And
Mm.
just either Chirrut just doesn't take a bullet when he's walking slow as a slug
So in the
because
middle of the battlefield.
the force wills it so, right?
Yeah, the
Just
force
use
makes
the
him.
force as an excuse. So I guess okay,
Yeah.
fine. But Baze tanks how many bullets, and now he can, well, he's always been able to hit his shots, I think.
Yeah, no,
So
he's got a good weapon. He's pretty, he's pretty
yeah.
skilled. Like
So
I
he
think
kills all the Death Troopers and then dies because one of them happened to charge a bomb and
I just
fall
think
with
it's
it as he killed him.
I think that whole bit is just really like it's really silly because it's not like in a lot of movies when there's kind of that cliche scene where the character's about to die and they like do some big heroic thing that sacrifice himself. Like he doesn't actually do anything. Like he just kills a couple guys and then dies. Like he doesn't help. Like his actions don't result in something. Like he doesn't sacrifice himself in order to
Yeah.
cause something else to happen. He just kills a couple people and
Yeah,
then
I think
dies.
Chirrut was the
Like
big
there's
one
not.
because then after that, if you notice when the grenade is on the ground, obviously he can run. Obviously, he could have avoided that and not been killed because,
Mhm,
well, that grenade isn't a giant bomb, it's a grenade.
mhm.
And instead, he stands there, looks at Chirrut, who's dead on the sand,
And then yeah,
and then
they
just
make it
sits
like a
there and
big
takes
thing.
it. And I'm like, okay,
Mhm,
he dies because Chirrut dies. That's pretty much
mhm.
it.
Hmm.
But then also, like, on complete contrast, that when Bodhi gets killed, it's done super anticlimactically. Like, he's just in the ship, and then the grenade comes in, and he's just like, oh, fuck.
And then he
And then
just
boom.
dies, and then that's it. That's the death that I wish would have paid off because he did so much.
Yeah, and also, he
You
was
know what
so,
also
like,
annoyed me is, like, when Bodhi was on that ship, and he
mhm.
was trying to get the comm line going, and he had the laziest rebels in the ship with him I've ever seen in my life. Did you see the one guy who's just shrugging and going, "What are you doing?" Like,
Right, that will just, like,
are
and then
we
they'll have Eddie these guys.
serious? Does that idiot not know where he is right now and what they're
Right,
trying to accomplish? Like, he's just stood there like, "What are you doing?" Like,
yeah. I think
oh, that
Bodhi's
guy
also,
annoyed me.
Bodhi's another character who is not fleshed out enough in this movie, like,
I
to
guess,
make him,
yeah.
like, I don't know, like, it's so, I think that's the main problem I have with this movie's characters is I think we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's like none of them. How many of them really are characters that have really defining personalities that go on some kind of journey that we connect with?
Jin,
Most of
Cassian,
them,
K2,
yeah, and then
that's it.
that's
I
it. Like
think that's it.
these guys don't, you don't get enough of them, and
Yeah,
they don't. I
because
don't know.
all
It's
of the
like,
rest of them are just like it's going into the whole band of misfits or
mhm,
unlikely heroes narrative. But,
Hmm.
yeah,
like, genuinely, I think if they just didn't pick up Chirrut and Baze in the first place, then they would have had much more room for Bodhi to shine. And
yeah,
then they would have had an opportunity for 4 really developed characters as opposed to 3 developed characters and 3 extras.
yeah. I don't
Really
know
also
why.
just thought about the plays a bit in everything we've just said is that except for Jin, in the movie, we don't really get a backstory for maybe for Cherith a bit with him being like a monk of the
A
temple there.
little bit, yeah.
But for the other characters, we don't know why they are where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, with their
Like,
motives, we don't know why
for
they're.
K2,
Mhm,
we don't need to know because he just says I'm
Yeah,
a
K2 is
reprogrammed
fine.
droid, so that
mhm.
doesn't matter. We don't need to know. But especially for Bodhi, I mean,
Or even Cassian. Do we get a
k-
backstory for
I
Cassian?
we
I don't think
No.
so.
what we get the only backstory we get from Cassian is that he's been in this fight since he was 6 years old. Except,
Mhm.
is he a really special rebel or is
Not,
he
I
just?
mean,
I don't think he's
Andor
super
One of
was
the only
special.
trained ones, I think.
Andor
Right?
obviously makes him a lot more special. The show makes him much more special. Like in
Yeah,
the
but
show,
like
he's the
from
one who rescues Mon
Mhm.
Mothma from the Senate after
Right.
she declares opposition to Palpatine, and then the Empire like come hunting her. She's the one that rescues. Like he's a lot more important in that show,
Mhm.
obviously because he's the main character. But
Which none
yeah,
of that was developed
no,
or not they
That's why
had
I
none
said
of
in the
that
like,
in mind
movie.
before, which is why, like,
mhm,
for details like that, because nowadays we could be like, oh, that's the reason why Mon would trust him and why they would have been in that meeting together when they
exactly.
were talking to Jin. But
Mhm,
from a just watching this movie standpoint, we can't really say that
no,
because Andor was not even a concept at that point.
I think.
However, from the beginning of the movie, it is like the first time we see Cassian, it is established that he is important, especially because he's the one that goes to meet up with this guy from Jeddah to get the news. He knows
Mhm.
this information, he's on the case, he's dealing with it. So I think that just makes sense that he's the the main guy for this.
I think I think Bodhi's the biggest problem when it comes to the characters not being developed because
Yeah.
what we're told about his backstory or like, not like backstory, but his motive is that Galen just sends him out as as like a spy,
Hmm.
but we don't know why he doesn't just go like, "What
Yeah.
the fuck? You're a traitor," and report him. Like he's just a good guy. Like
That.
he
Yeah.
Galen's just like I'm not saying Galen's lucky because I assume Galen knew he was already like good, but like we don't know why he isn't loyal to the Empire as an
Hmm.
Empire
When
worker.
they're on the U-wing
It's
and they're
interesting.
flying, and then he says, "Oh, so you're Galen's daughter," and then they're talking about it.
Mhm,
That moment is the moment when we could have gotten backstory on him,
mhm,
instead of him just saying, "He said I could get right by myself, listen to my heart, and do something. Listen to what's in my heart and do something about it." That was the moment where
mhm.
we could have learned his backstory, and like even that small little thing would have given his character way more depth, is because then we know his personal reason other than look what's in my heart and do something about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like he just has that line where he says like something like Galen knew I was good or said I was good, so he said like what does
Yeah.
that mean? Why?
That doesn't mean anything because we don't actually
Yeah, I
hear
don't
about it.
know. Like why is he not loyal to the Empire as an
Yeah.
Empire worker?
Or
And
like
why
maybe we
did
could have heard
Galen
something from Galen as well.
yeah,
Like in his
why did Galen
hologram or
pick him?
something, he could have put a little blurb about Bodhi because I
Mhm.
don't think he gives him any credit.
No.
No,
No.
I don't think he does at all.
He just said I said. I think he just is like I said the pilot or something.
Yeah, he just sends the cargo pilot.
Hmm. So Bodhi, like from all of that, is kind of treated like a nobody, except
Yeah.
then like I don't know, because literally in the movie that came out the year before, which was The Force Awakens,
Mhm.
Finn is Finn. He used to be a stormtrooper, and then we learn all about his story, his
We see his
motive,
trauma.
and the trauma exactly. So they've done it already just a year before, but they didn't do that with Bodhi at all,
No, we didn't.
and it would have developed his character
Yeah.
way more. It was a small thing, but that small thing because it was missing, you really felt that something was missing,
Yeah,
Mm.
he didn't. All of that, just like with all of these side characters, it all just adds up to their deaths not really meaning or
not
feeling
meaning
as
much.
impactful
Yeah,
as it could
yeah.
have been with better developed characters.
Because had there been a story about like his family or like him being taken from his family
Anything.
or anything like that, then
Mhm.
we're rooting for him. We're on his side. Right now, the only reason why we're on his side is because he's supporting the greater cause and he's
And he's
helping
a good guy.
Galen and he's a good guy.
Mhm.
But like that's it. There's no personal stake that we can connect to the character
Right.
on. You know? Yeah.
And something I also
Also,
want to
he's
mention.
pretty. You talk first.
No, sorry, because I'm going to go on a really big tangent here, so
Okay.
you talk first.
And for the most part, also like later on, especially on Scarif, he's just needed to give the rebels an excuse to, oh yeah, how do we get a signal out of this out of the lockdown? And he's just because he's an imperial pilot, he of course knows it. Because
Hmm.
just imagine if he wasn't there, they could never have gotten a message out that, oh, you have to open the gate. So
Yeah.
Right.
like later on, he's
Yeah.
basically just there to be like a plot tool, so they have information they need.
Yeah. He feels very passive. And like I was just going to say,
Hmm.
like a wider issue I think I have with the whole movie, and you know, people have spoken about this, but it's like not like you don't have to have a character arc to be a good character, but literally no character in this movie has a character arc.
Hmm.
Really, like what is even Jin? Like what is Jin's character arc?
Well, we
She's
talked about the one moment where she kind of switches.
yeah, when
And
she gets a motive,
yeah, exactly, when she gets her motive when listening to that
but she doesn't
message.
have an arc. Like her personality doesn't change. She doesn't
Mhm,
develop. She just is like a fierce kind of badass character who was trained by Saw Gerrera or whatever. So
mhm,
she has a lot of like independence, and then she gets the motive by she sees a hologram of her dad, and she wants to rescue her dad. Her dad dies, and then she wants to fight for the rebellion to avenge her father, and that's it. She doesn't actually have an
yeah,
arc. She doesn't have like a change in character by the end of it. And like I said, not every character needs to have an arc to be a good character, but like I don't know, it just feels like by the end of it, it feels like at the end of the movie, especially when Jin is like talking to Krennic on the tower at the end, it's like it feels like the movie thinks they've done something really special with her, but she hasn't actually really gone anywhere. She's just
mhm.
like there isn't really any development for her, and especially when like, the movie kind of exaggerates, like all the payoffs don't actually mean as much as the movie thinks they do. Is how I would describe it. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know. Jin just doesn't really. Yeah, Jin doesn't change by the end of the movie, and like I said, it's not necessary for that to happen. But because there's no like no character really has an arc. Like none of them. Andor changed within the like Andor. I think maybe
Uh,
Andor you could argue
He
has
makes a
kind of.
decision when decides to not like completely follow the mission and doesn't kill Galen.
yeah,
But
Mhm,
that
other
was
than
kind of a
that,
big moment.
he doesn't really change because after that he's basically, oh yeah, I don't always do the exact mission. Then later on, he obviously like goes with Jin to Scarif, even though that's not allowed, basically.
mhm.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah,
those are the
see,
two major decisions he
Well, like, yeah,
makes. But other than that, I don't
he
know.
has like a flip or like a switch as well, the same way that Jin does, because we see at the beginning, well, he kills the guy, the other spy, because well, he
mhm,
has to, otherwise they're gonna get caught.
Hmm.
But
mhm,
then he realizes he does not need to kill Galen. He doesn't have to. Because even though they were orders and the way that they explained it might have made sense to him, you can kind of
mhm.
see it in his face when that admiral tells him, "You find him, you kill him." Like you could see it in
Yeah,
his face. He's kind of like, "What?"
you
Like
kind of.
it doesn't
I think
immediately
it's
make
just because
sense to
Jin.
him.
I think
Well,
it's just
obviously
because it's
because
Jin's
he
father,
knows
right?
that,
That she doesn't.
yeah, he knows that he's with Jin, so he's like,
He doesn't want to
"Well,
kill him.
I'm kind of with his daughter, so
I
I don't
think
know about all that."
the movie tries to kind of create that conflict with him and Jin and K2SO near the start when they have all like that kind of like that like banter and stuff. But and like yeah, like it kind of makes out like there's conflict in the group, but you don't really feel that conflict very much. Like it doesn't feel like anything. Like then it feels like there needed to be a point in the movie where they all kind of completely split up and
Right.
like there's a really big fallout. And then in the end, when he saves her and when he helps her on Scarif, and then they have their big like their emotional like death scene when they all like hug or whatever, like that bit could have been more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it just feels like there needed to be more conflict in their group, and then yeah, like Andor, does he really have like an arc? Because obviously at the start he's very him and Jin are kind of I don't know, yeah, like really how much conflict is there between him and Jin throughout the movie? Like at the start they have a bit of beef, but then and then when obviously when he goes to kill Galen and oh no, I don't know, like yeah, like it doesn't really feel like he. I don't think even he has a real like an arc.
Yeah,
He just mm,
that makes
yeah, it's
sense.
difficult. I don't think yeah, like I said, like as I've always said, I don't think characters need to have arcs to be good characters. Like for example, Palpatine doesn't have a character arc. He's just bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Like,
Mm-hmm.
but it's it still feels shallow and like I said, because the character work is being spread across this really large cast of characters, it means they don't really have a chance to give any one character a really, really strong like story arc or character like development because it's being
Mm-hmm.
spread across this really large cast, and that I think weighs it down. And especially when it feels unnecessary, because Chirrut and Baz or Chirrut and Baze don't really need to be in this movie. And if you had cut them, you could have given more time to these other characters. And instead, you want to make a bunch of action figures and a cool gimmick character that's blind with a staff with the force. So you know what I mean. You sacrifice stronger character work for the sake of merchandise, probably.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
characters are I don't know they're underwhelming. I think. I think it's also a good time to talk about like the villains
Right.
because obviously we talked quite a bit about Krennic yesterday. To be fair, but like Tarkin in this
Yeah.
movie, obviously he doesn't really do very much. But whenever he is on screen, like I don't know if we talked about this in the story part, but there was a part that kind of I thought was bizarre, like when when Tarkin reveals to Krennic that actually let me get my notes real quick because I need to remember what the exact story part is. But let me get it up real quick. Uh, where is it? I had to mention that Tarkin. There's a bit where Tarkin reveals to Krennic something about Something about the pilot. It's before he goes to Edu to interrogate Galen and his engineers. There's
Mhm.
when Tarkin tells him that.
Yeah.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to find the note I made.
I mean the scene where it says basically like, oh, you're like you're lower rank now because
I believe the recent security breaches have laid bare your inadequacies as a military director. That
that
was
one,
the
yeah.
line.
Not. Oh wait, I think I found it. Oh yeah, Tarkin gives Krennic the information about Edo randomly.
Mhm.
Why didn't he tell them this sooner? I don't remember what the information is, but like basically they're on the Death Star and he says, what does he tell him? So obviously in the earlier scene he says something like, it seems you have a very talkative cargo pilot or something that's escaped. But then like before he goes to Edu, he all of a sudden just reveals to Krennic that what is it that he reveals to him? I don't remember what he did in that scene. I might need to pull it up. But it's literally just before he goes to
Did he
Edu.
just say it?
Tarkin, I don't think it is. Wait. Sorry, one sec. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say
Well,
before I can.
it's what he says before that is that he's taking command.
It's not.
Mhm. I don't know what else you're looking for. I don't think
Yeah,
there's
me
anything else
neither.
said.
No. One sec. I'll find the scene. There was it was something that bothered me because it was like, oh, that's annoying. I can't find that scene.
Hmm.
Well,
And
yeah,
while
it was
he's
literally the
looking,
scene before Edu. I don't know if maybe Squibby can. I don't know if maybe you can get it up.
Yeah, I can.
That
Let
would
me
be
fire up
cool.
the console.
But basically, yeah, like it's like all of a sudden he tells Krennic something. Like I wish I'd noted it down more specifically, but yeah, I just have it. Like he gives Krennic the info about Edu. Why didn't he tell him this sooner? And I assume it's definitely something about the pilot.
Oh, I have to switch the video inputs. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I also have written down how does he even know. So maybe when you pull it up and you get that scene, we'll understand what my note meant. But yeah, but overall, in terms of Tarkin's character, I mean, like obviously he doesn't really do very much, but you know he's pretty. I would say I enjoy how he's relatively true to his original trilogy self, although he doesn't really do much there either. But he's very confident. He's very like he's quite witty. Like he's very like sharp. Like he always has a response. He's very quick to respond, and he's extremely intelligent, right? So I appreciate that kind of that depiction of him. But I wish that he was in it more. I wish he was more important. I wish he was. I wish he was the main villain. And I also said this to Ice the other day, but like, is there really a reason apart from the fact that obviously his actor passed away and they had like the kind of crappy CGI? But was there really a reason why Tarkin wasn't just the main villain? Like, why does Krennic actually exist? Like, I don't know what they just made Krennic.
Well, because then if
Like,
they
I
didn't
don't,
have
yeah.
Krennic, then so many other things that happen in the movie would be
Well, why
weird
couldn't
or wouldn't
Tarkin have just
happen.
been Krennic?
Yeah, but also I think they wanted the villain to also like completely lose and in the end also die in the movie, and that wasn't possible with Tarkin
With
because we see
Tarkin,
him
because he
after that.
obviously survives. But like, yeah, like the point is like, you could have just rewritten this movie to have Krennic beat Tarkin. Like he could have done all the exact same things. Like he could
Yeah,
have
but
been
who would you have the
the one
conflict
who's.
then about who gets the power over the Death Star?
Oh yeah, you don't need to have. Well, you don't need to have that conflict. But like, if you want to have
Stream's
that,
up,
then
by the way.
you can have Krennic. But the point I'm making is like, you could just have Tarkin all of the role that Krennic does. Like he could do all the things. Like, it should be just before Edo. So when he goes to the water planet. Oh, here we go. So yeah, so
Before that,
go
we're
before this.
already on Edo, no?
Too
Yeah, go
far?
before this. So go to the Krennic scene where he's with Tarkin before this scene. So it should be this bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, they have written down right before it. Why did Phil Guerrero kill himself? So it
Yep,
should be the stats for
should be
this.
right here.
So yeah, talking is. Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay, I can hear it, but I can't see it.
I was about to say, is it frozen for me?
Yep. Oh, Disney likes to do this. I have to go back and then start it again.
Holy now, all of a sudden it's loud.
Yeah.
That was the shot that we were talking about. That seemed
Yeah, the
really
shot with
confusing.
the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then when you see this bit, you realize how far away it actually is. Do you know what I mean?
It's doing it again. I'm just gonna sit and wait for it to catch up.
It's only really the dialogue that we need anyway.
Yeah, but it's gonna fully
I
freeze.
cannot make out dialogue here. Maybe skip like forward 10 seconds or something if that's possible.
No, I don't want to give it more to do. I just need it to load.
Okay.
Big up Disney Plus.
Big ups Disney Plus. Yeah. You make a streaming service, but then you make it not stream even though I have gigabit internet. But do you know why it does this? Is because
Why?
Disney Plus is designed to favor TVs, and that's it. Everything else is secondary, whether it's actually TVs and mobile apps are primary, and
I have
then
the
things
solution.
like Xboxes, browsers, everything are secondary. Did you find the scene on YouTube or something?
Yeah.
Great, let's just watch that because
Not good quality, but fine.
Right.
we just need the
That's all right.
dialogue.
I
Here we
believe
go.
I owe you an apology, Director Krennic. Your
Your
work
work.
exceeds all expectations.
Looks like a fucking zombie.
You'll tell the Emperor as much.
I will tell him that his patience with your misadventures has been rewarded with a weapon that will bring a swift end to the rebellion.
And that was only an inkling of its destructive potential.
I
He's
will tell him
not.
that I will be taking control over the
talking.
weapon I
Well, they
first
both
spoke of years ago, effective immediately.
We stand here amidst my achievement.
We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours!
I'm afraid the recent security breaches have laid bare your inadequacies as a military director.
The breaches have been filled. Cheddar has been silenced.
You think this pilot acted alone? He was dispatched from the installation on Edu, Galen Erso's facility.
We'll see about this.
So that's basically what I meant. Was like, why does he only just now reveal the fact that he was dispatched by Galen? And like why didn't he tell him that earlier in the movie? So that way he could have because obviously when he tells him,
because I think it's not really his job to play detective on that because he is Krennic's boss. It's Krennic's job to figure that out. So then when Krennic says the breaches have been filled, but then immediately follows that up with Jeddah has been silenced, then he's just like, well, this isn't just a Jeddah problem.
Hmm.
And
But,
that's where he follows up with the information. Well, because he says you think he acted alone.
but like what I mean is like earlier on in the movie he makes that comment like about the cargo pilot, so like he's obviously aware of that. And then like in my opinion, this just feels like because it's like yeah, like
Well, this is
Krennic
a clear excuse to just get Krennic to Edu.
Yeah, but the point is that yeah, like Krennic is like, oh, I've fixed, I've filled all the breaches, I've sorted everything out, and then he's like, actually no, there's a hole here, you need to go fill that out. It's like, why didn't you tell him that? Why does that reveal to him now? Well, Krennic has just been, Tarkin has just been sat on that information for some reason, and like you got to remember that, like this breach, this issue is very like this isn't just Krennic's problem. This is very much so his problem because like the Death Star being jeopardized is obviously not just Tarkin or Krennic's issue. Like this is all going to come back to Tarkin as well. So I just think it's random that all of a sudden, like, it's almost just to one up Krennic in this scene. Like, but it's like, why the hell wouldn't he have told him that sooner, or why wouldn't he have personally made an effort to send people to Edu or whatever to confront them? Because it's bizarre that all of a sudden now he just makes it be like a big surprise. Like, actually, no, we know that he was dispatched by Galen Erso. It's like, oh, well, that would have been useful earlier when we were like, looking for information on this pilot. Like, I don't know why that's all of a sudden now being brought up.
Well,
Mhm.
I
Um,
think it's like it's a dialogue before that, at least for me, it tells me that he wanted to see like, okay, does the station actually work so that when he takes control over it, he
mhm,
actually has that like thing against Krennic. Oh yeah, you are a bad director because you let this like security breach
mhm.
happen. So I think he was just like waiting to see, okay, do I want control? Or obviously, he wants control of the station, but would it be worth it? Especially, can it do the achievements that we want from it?
Right, but I don't really I understand. Like, I know what you're saying, but like, yeah, I don't know why. Like, I still don't get why he doesn't reveal. Because like I said, both him and Krennic are going to be like, it's not just Krennic that's going to be punished for. We can probably infer that Tarkin has been blaming everything on Krennic, like all the
Yeah.
issues that are happening, right? And
Oh,
obviously,
of course, of course.
we know that he has been having problems with the Death Star. Obviously, he says about the whole, like, the misadventures, whatever he mentions. So like, we know that he's been causing issues, but I don't know. It's just like, well, I also found, like, how does he know that?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's also what I would be.
I
Why
don't know
would
how
he
he
get
knows.
informed before Krennic?
Right? How does he know that the cargo pilot was dispatched from Edu from Galen's facility? And if that information, like, obviously, like, we know that the cargo pilot had been working on Edu or had been moving stuff to and from Edu, so that isn't like crazy. But like, why is this only just now being brought up? Because if they knew, like, he obviously the cargo pilot was already an issue earlier in the movie, so why? Yeah, like, they know he's coming from Edu, so they could have gone to Galen earlier and confronted him and his engineers sooner. But instead, he waits up until now. And once again, it's just kind of these little things where it's like the rebels are just getting more time, and then obviously by the end of the movie, they just barely succeed. And it's like, if these delays had just, if this all hadn't worked out in the way that it did, it could have it could have all gone wrong. And it's just
Yeah.
like, that's also why I had that comment about Galen Eartha not um outing himself in that scene
I mean,
as
as much as
causing.
we could like blame all of these different little things that slow it down a bit for the Imperials, I think this does circle back to our conversation about A New Hope, and I don't want to go on too big of a tangent, but
Yeah,
had they anticipated their ship was being tracked, the Death Star would not have showed up at Yavin, and they could have destroyed it at any other point.
yeah,
The
no,
reason why things were so tight is because they went straight back to Yavin
mhm.
with a tracker on their ship, and then the the Imperials are like, well, we literally built this station to wipe out the rebels. Now we just figured out where their freaking base is, so let's just go blow it
Mhm.
up.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's
like,
exactly what they were gonna do.
it's definitely like, yeah, in A New Hope, it is kind of like, I'm not saying that A New Hope is a perfect movie either, obviously,
Mhm.
but we're talking about, I don't know, we're talking about Rogue One right now. I don't want to like go and start talking about issues with A New Hope. I will also need to rewatch it because I don't remember, like, that feels like such a silly that feels like such a silly thing. It's like they know they're getting tracked, but they still fly straight to the rebel base. Like, that just doesn't feel like that can't have been what happened in the movie. Like, it can't have just played out exactly like that. Like, I don't remember. Like, that just seems so, like, there's no way a writer would do that. Like, that just seems so bizarre.
Yeah.
It's like they know they're getting tracked, so they fly straight to the rebel base, and then of course they find them there. It's like, did they really do that in the movie? Like, there must have been more to it than that. But I
Yeah,
don't know. I need to rewatch
definitely.
New Hope. But what else can I say? I think, yeah, like, we already talked about Krennic and how, at least I personally feel like he's quite underwhelming. Um, and obviously, like, we can also kind of talk about this in a little bit in the sense that, like, he's characterized as being, impatient. And in this scene, he's like, he confronts the engineers. He's like, did one of you do it? And then they don't say anything. So he's like, okay, we'll just kill them. And obviously, the smart thing to do would have been to interrogate them or to torture them or to do anything more than he does. He just immediately gives up and goes, okay, kill them. And
Yeah.
like I said, Galen, by confessing that he is actually the perpetrator, ends up kind of just rewarding his impatience. Like, if he had just said nothing, he could have delayed him longer and longer because his impatience ends up just killing off the engineers, which, for one, could have, like, obviously at this point the Death Star's already been completed, I suppose, so it doesn't really matter. But like, they just killed the engineers, and Krennic obviously wasn't suspicious of Galen because he's so certain it's the engineers. So it's like
Mhm.
he's just, Kanan kind of just ends up rewarding that impatience. That is, I don't know, just kind of annoying in that scene. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, like, Krennic I think, like, back to Tarkin, it's like he's super competent, he's super intelligent, and he's very like very slimy and very like I
Mhm.
don't know. I like how he is in the movie, but I wish we got more of him, and I wish that they had focused on his conflict with Krennic more, and
Yeah.
made that kind of an overarching thing throughout the movie rather than just something that happened. Like, that whole thing gets resolved in, like, literally in that Jeddah scene, which is very early in the movie, and it's like, in my opinion, I would have preferred it if Tarkin didn't get control of the Death Star until the last, like in the Battle of Scarif. I would think it would have been way more interesting if he doesn't get control until when he blows up Scarif, and like throughout the movie he's fighting to get that control, and it's much like he doesn't just like immediately kind of just undermine Krennic in that scene. Like, instead, it's this back and forth where, obviously not saying that Tarkin couldn't have taken control earlier, but more so that he doesn't because maybe you would have to rewrite a lot of the movie to make this work, but he isn't just able to immediately take control, and like whatever, this kind of grasp for power between them, and then also just get rid of Darth Vader and have to, like, because once again, as we've already mentioned, when you have Tarkin, when you have Vader, Krennic just does not feel remotely threatening when you have these characters, especially when they're so iconic. Uh, it just undermines Krennic, and we've already kind of gone through how he just feels
Yeah.
as the movie goes on, he's just less and less of a threat. Uh,
Okay,
and I
I
think it also,
think we definitely need to move on
okay, yeah, sure.
because now it's been 30 minutes of just characters. So
Yeah.
let's, without further ado, scoot on to
Obviously.
cinematography, category
Okay.
3.
Well,
When
I
I
would say I think,
quickly throw this in there, I just looked
yeah,
at the transcript and Leia yelled there, like, she says, "Oh yeah, that was way too easy." Han says, "Oh, you call that easy?" And he says, "They're tracking us," but Han doesn't believe her. That's the scene in A New Hope. And
Oh,
they fly back to Yavin.
so it's not Leia's fault, it's Han's fault.
right.
I don't know if
Wow.
you really want to sign off. Han just doesn't believe that that was easy, so they're not tracking us. That's just his belief. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And of course, he's the one
Because
flying the
how
ship,
do
so
they
he gets to
escape?
take
Because
control.
is that them escaping after the first time they were on the who?
The Death
Wait,
Star.
does somebody go back on the Death Star a second time?
No.
Don't think
No.
so, no.
It's just when they leave. How was it
Yeah, when they
easy
leave
though?
They
him.
fight, I
Yeah,
think.
there's a big panic, and then
Yeah, the only reason why it's easy is because there was a fight and then Vader and Obi-Wan are fighting, so then that's why Vader didn't catch them.
in all
But I think
fairness,
they fly out and have shoot like some TIE fighters, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
don't I
Were
don't
there any?
remember.
Were there 4 of them?
Wait, what do you mean for
TIE
on the
fighters as they were leaving the Death Star.
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
because they go into the gunner positions and wipe them out.
if
Yes.
I remember correctly, and this is kind of implied in the movie, but it's more so kind of asserted in like expanded lore. But if I remember correctly, on the Death Star, they actually kind of purposely let them escape, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
because
the
they're
movie
tracking
does
them, so
imply that.
they know that they're going to go to their base, so naturally they just
Yeah.
let them go.
So the point is, for anyone that wants to say like, because obviously it's extremely kind of like contrived and plot armory that they managed to survive on the Death Star. But obviously the point is the Empire knew that, so they didn't actually try and kill them, which is why they are able to get away. Uh,
Mm.
so like yeah, so Han doesn't believe her, and
Yeah,
so he's
let's just
still
get back
yeah
to the
yeah
um,
cinematography.
cinematography. Yeah.
I think I mentioned this briefly yesterday, but like the fact that most of the like locations are on what's the word, like on location filmed, like the environments are beautiful, like all everything, like all the kind of like scenic like places, like all of the stuff that's outside feels like it's outside. I'm not sure how much of it is, but I think most of it is actually being filmed in some kind of like real life location. It's not just on a soundstage or on green screen.
Yeah, which is a little bit of
Because
what they did for The Force Awakens for where
Mhm.
Luke is. That's a real location. I remember that.
Yeah.
And that like makes the cinematography way more not just realistic, but like special.
Yeah,
And
it
like
adds a lot.
you can tell when it's real or fake. But
Exactly. Everything
the reason why
feels
that matters in
bigger.
Star Wars is because in the original Star Wars and
Mhm.
now, all of the planets that they bring up, or most of the planets, are just like an aspect of Earth
Yeah, they're just like biomes.
that is just enhanced into an entire planet.
Mhm. Mhm.
So like
Um.
Camino is just the rain and ocean planet.
Yeah.
Uh Endor is the forest planet. I don't know, like stuff like that.
Yeah. Hoth is the snow
The
planet.
snow planet, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously
Tatooine, the
like
desert.
because of and like the irony is that in the OT they didn't have like really. I think they had blue screen, but they didn't really have good green screen, good blue screen. So they kind of had
Hmm.
to film on location. So
Yeah.
all the OT like sets that are like on, on like Hoth for example, looks awesome because it's real. They went to what? So they went to where did they go to? Greenland. I don't remember. I think they went to
Probably
Greenland.
Greenland.
Uh,
Probably.
and yeah, it just looks awesome, right? Like it feels real, and it's the same here. Like there's not really any point in the movie where, in my opinion, like off the top of my head, where a place that they're in just looks completely fake. Like it
Hmm.
just looks like crap. Like it just looks like CGI slop. Like everything feels very real. Like, even like on like yeah, like even on like the Death Star and stuff. Even on the actual set places, like it's done. Like the sets are really really cool, and CGI is used not like it's used sparingly in a way that is done really well,
Yeah.
especially compared to some future projects, like the Disney Plus shows
Yeah.
where everything feels like slop and crap and everything looks fake. Um,
Yeah.
and even in the prequels to a good degree as well, yeah. So I think that's something that I love about it. And um, I mean, cinematography, right, is like not just it's cinematography is like like types of shots and like
It's everything.
it's
Like
not like
anything that we notice in terms of like what we're watching and what
how
we're
it's being
hearing.
filmed. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So,
it,
first note that I had was
yeah, yeah.
the cold open for the film,
Hmm.
and it was completely unexpected. And I remember sitting there in theaters and seeing a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and then
Hmm.
just the cold open, and I was like, "Whoa, what is this?
Yeah,
Where's the rolling text?" But
yeah.
for obvious reasons, this is not an actual episode of Star Wars, so
Hmm.
it can't have that because that's like signature to the episodes because they say the episode at the start. And I don't think there needed to be an explanation before this
No.
because they started with uh, a scene from Jin's childhood when Galen is taken.
Hmm.
So because they were doing that, they didn't need to start with the rolling text. But I like that they did a cold open. I think
I
it
do.
was really effective.
I agree because I think like this obviously also is much more apparent in the Andor show, but like this movie's tone is completely different from the movies. It's much darker, much grittier. In Andor, it's even more darker, but it's very
Yeah,
dark and gritty here. And the point is, like, obviously we love the original trilogy, but it's kind of whimsical. The original trilogy, it's a lot more like fantastical. It isn't like it doesn't feel very gritty and real. Like it's kind of like a bit
yeah,
more silly. Do you know what I mean? And so like the opening crawl in the original trilogy is like it kind of exemplifies that. It's like you have like, oh, the rebels are under attack, and oh no, they're being chased, and it's like a bit more like silly and like a lot less serious. But then this movie kind of like it lures you in, but with the a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But then it doesn't give you that, and it just immediately goes into the film, and it already is kind of telling us that this is not going to be the fantastical Star
hmm,
Wars that we know. It's going to be a much more personal and like darker story. So I
yeah.
do appreciate that.
One thing that I
Um,
noticed from this movie to compared to the other Star Wars movies is the other Star Wars movies don't really have a theme to them. It's just like it's just scoring more or less and like the characters have themes. This movie had a theme. I could hear it in the music as the movie was going on. That it
right,
absolutely
okay,
had a
okay.
theme and
Oh,
right
you
in
meant
the
music.
opening scene they laid out that Excuse me, why am I burping? All I drank was water. Like, come on. Right in the opening scene, they use that theme and they introduce us to it.
Right.
And we
I
hear
thought
that motif used multiple times throughout the movie.
you mean music, right? I thought you meant like theme as in like a, you know what I
Oh,
mean, like
theme
the
music.
theme
Yes,
of the
of
movie.
course, the
I was
theme
like, there are
music.
absolutely themes in the other Star Wars movies.
Yeah. No. Theme music.
Yeah,
Yeah,
got it.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, they do have like that. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think I know what music you're thinking of. The one that's in the title card as well, right? That one or
The music of the title card is kind of thematic.
so no, that,
I'm trying to remember what it is. Yeah, it kind of is, but like there is an actual there's a theme. It's from the opening scene.
okay.
Do you want to listen to it?
Is it the
Maybe?
one like I don't know, like I was just thinking because like I think it's alright, but because this isn't technically cinematography, so I think
Oh, it is. It is
well,
definitely.
cinematography is just like how it's
Definitely
filmed.
the scoring, the underscoring, the music, the like all of that counts.
Does that count as cinematography? Does it?
Absolutely, yeah. Lights, sound,
I mean,
camera,
in my
everything.
film study classes, it doesn't, but
Hmm.
oh,
Okay, so this is the opening,
yeah.
the cold open, and then once we get to the planet.
What like when
Oh,
Krennic
right,
stormed
right there. They did include a panning up to something with the stars. Oh my fuck, Disney Plus. Which that panning up shot is still something that they do in every other Star Wars movie.
most of them, yeah.
And they did still include that here, which I'm glad they did, because that little moment of moving through the stars,
Well,
it's a little bit of buildup, but it still counts, right?
well, obviously this shot right here is meant to be a parody almost of the New Hope shot where the Star Destroyer comes across the top of the screen, and like when you first see this, it kind of like this is meant to mimic that. Like, this looks
Oh
like when
yeah,
the Star Destroyer is
for
moving
sure.
overhead, but obviously it's the
Yeah.
planet's
Well,
like
Disney
rings.
Plus is Disney Plusing, so
Mhm.
Want me to pull it up on YouTube?
can you try while I try rebooting it? Because this is so fucking retarded, Disney. Like, what are you doing?
It says 4K, but it's somehow not
But
4K.
what? There was no opening call in Rogue One. Just like a parody where they've added one on. I think it is,
I
right?
think so.
No, but they have different music now.
Uh,
Yeah, this is the A New Hope opening music, so it's kind of
yeah.
Okay, but it's a shot from Rogue One.
yeah.
Okay,
This is
this is the
definitely meant.
music. This is the music. Yeah. See if we hear it. It's when they get onto the planet.
I don't know if getting on the planet is actually in this clip.
Right here. This is it. This is it. This
Yeah.
is the theme.
That bit.
Yeah, that's the theme. And then it goes like one key higher, or not key,
Yeah, I know
like
what
a
you mean.
couple notes
Yeah.
higher. That's the Rogue One theme. And like literally
Dude, that is
first thing
played
in the
off.
movie, they introduce us to it. And I think that's part of the reason why I love the music in this movie so much. And like in Star Wars Battlefront from 2015, which has obviously the Rogue One DLC in it, the Rogue One music is the best soundtrack in the entire game because I have all the soundtracks on my phone. They released the album from Star
Right.
Wars Battlefront on Apple Music, and I can kind of pull it. I can definitely pull it up here because I have Apple Music on this Xbox. And all of the tracks for the DLCs, it's just one 10-minute track of what's it called? Like the actual music from in game. Sorry, those album covers kind of shocked me. That I do not listen to this, by the way. Sorry, I had to
What the
Hey,
fuck?
clarify that.
Scooby, I thought it's like your
No,
or something.
no, that song is over everything. Too much production, like it's just fucking noise. I can't listen to that. Ah, it says no DLC. Come on. Okay, can I click this and then do go to
So fast.
album and then do this?
Can we hear that? Yeah, we can.
How
Oh, it's
loud
just
is
10
it?
minutes.
It's
Yeah.
not loud?
No, it's fine. Very quiet right now.
Yeah, now it's louder.
Now it's loud. Okay, great.
Mhm.
This is the opening. So like this is one of the loading loops, but for the game. But still, this 9-minute soundtrack is single-handedly the best music that's in this entire game. Like I love some pieces from every track that is in this album, but the way they composed this Rogue One music, and it's like based on the film, and I can hear it. Like I love this music so much. I love it a lot.
Like, I think the music in Rogue One is good. I think like they do a good job at not stealing just John Williams' score, but they kind of mimic his score.
Yeah.
Like it's not John Williams' music, I believe, is it? The original Rogue One soundtrack is not
Don't
him.
think so. Who composed it? Let's find out.
I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be.
Who composed Rogue One? John Williams and Michael Giacchino. So it is still John Williams.
Technically, it is John Williams, okay. But
It is still him.
Yeah.
Yeah, this drop right here.
The music in Rogue One is
Like this music puts me on that beach. You know what I'm saying?
I think like I don't know, I don't. I think the Rogue One music is good, but I don't know. I don't find most of it very memorable at all. In the same way that the original trilogy's soundtrack has became so.
Oh, of course. And maybe like
It's-
I'm just biased, but like the soundtrack
No,
from the originals, I don't really remember, but it's like all the different themes that they came up with. Luke's theme,
Mhm.
Leia's theme, Vader's theme. They're all
Right,
so good. The Emperor's Suite. Oh, my
Yeah, but
goodness.
all of that is like Darth Vader's theme isn't meant to be Darth Vader's theme. Like the Imperial March was never meant to be just Darth Vader's music. It just
Yeah,
became Darth
it
Vader's
just
music because
became that
everyone
because
became
they kept
like,
using it for him, so naturally
yeah,
we associate it with him.
right.
Yeah.
But it's like, and same with Luke's. Like Luke's theme is kind of like that theme is played in like whenever the main characters kind of have that moment of like like do you know what I mean? It's not just used for Luke; it's used as part of the wider soundtrack
Yeah, definitely.
as well. It's not just meant to be for Luke. So I think they've all of them kind of became their themes because of how we connect those scores with the characters, but not because they actually designed them to be the themes for the characters. If that makes
Right,
sense.
yeah. And like this one in particular, I connect it with the movie because, well, actually listen to these next few seconds because this is another loading loop that just kind of starts. But this track, like this one makes me, like if I think about the movie while I'm listening to this, I can like imagine the battle that's going on, right? But like the emotion behind it, like what these characters are feeling, like the hope that they have, the sadness they have, the dread especially is in this one. Like that's what I feel from this soundtrack. And I personally just don't really feel that from the other DLC tracks, like for Bespin, Death Star, whatever. I don't feel that as much.
Right. I think I'm personally doing the opposite. I don't like Rogue One's music, but I don't find most of it like right now. If you were to get me to like hum a song from Rogue One, I probably couldn't. If I'm honest with you, like I don't know off the top of my head, I can't. Like I don't know. The soundtrack hasn't. I probably I know the Darth Vader theme music is probably the one I remember the best.
Mm-hmm.
But like yeah, like the music is I'm not saying the music is bad. I think the music in the movie is good. I think like I think it's done very well. But obviously this movie just hasn't. This movie, as a result of it being not a part of the main story and a variety of different factors, really just as widely
Yeah.
remembered as the one is the original score, and that's just kind of that's just kind of going to be the case. That's very difficult for them to top. Um, but anyway, more details about cinematography.
Oh yes. There was one thing I was going to show you,
Uh,
which was the intro to this that I made. I took one of those Rogue One soundtracks from the game, and
I
then
vaguely
this was
remember
supposed to
this.
be like my goodbye to Battlefront, kind of.
Hmm.
But I edited it in such a way. I edited it. Yes, nice. That the music sort of matches what's going on, and then I include shots from the trailers of every Battlefront hero except
Yeah,
Nyan. I think he's the only one that's not in it. Yeah, but this
he does have
intro,
footage.
I know he has footage, but I think I just forgot to include it, if I'm being honest.
Right.
But like, it's the way that this, for me, like this track captures like all of the sadness and the dread of what they're doing and that everyone dies in that movie and everything. But I think this is a really good soundtrack.
It's interesting. It's even. Yeah. I remember.
And then Jin, my favorite shot.
I don't think. Wait. Wait, this is from Rogue One, is it?
This music, it's from the
Or
game
from the Battlefront?
soundtrack. It's
Okay.
it's from Battlefront. Yeah,
I
this is
think
the
that's
Rogue One
why.
music in Battlefront.
Because this doesn't. What does it sound like? It sounds like that's how I feel like I've had parts of that in other Star Wars movies as well. I think that it's. I
Probably.
think that's just quite how the game soundtrack was
Yeah,
done.
themes like that are very common, but especially for Rogue One, it's like really fitting because it is tragic.
Yeah, but
It is.
in a way that I wish that it was used more in the movie. If I'm
Yeah.
honest with you, like those kind of tracks, I don't feel like appear as much in the movie as they could have done.
Yeah, because that's the whole point of Rogue One is obviously they get the plans, but like this is a whole tragedy that people don't know about. That
Which
one
is a good
admiral
thing.
knew kind of, but like Leia has no idea.
Oh, what like
Luke has no
the?
idea.
By the way,
Han has no
by the way,
idea. They're the ones that blow up the thing, but they don't know how they got those plans, and they don't understand how many people just died to get them the plans.
the admiral. When you say the admiral, do you mean the guy that's like the
That
Mon
one
Calamari
alien
dude?
admiral that looks like Akbar, that's like
Yeah, he
Rogue
dies.
One, may the force be with you. Oh,
He gets killed, but he's on the ship that Vader invades. He just dies like
right, so
after
he
that
just
scene,
dies. Yeah,
which
him
is
as
kind of
well. Oh
funny
my god,
because
so literally nobody
it's
knows.
it's
Wow.
kind of funny because like yeah, like when you have all those lines, like we have all those moments with him when you think like, oh, you imagine him going off to the rebellion and telling this story, but he just ends up dying anyway. So it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
literally everyone dies. It doesn't. Nobody really. Because that's like the whole point, right? It's like the rebels still they launch the attack, but even once they've got the plans, they like they Vader just like, shows up on a Star Destroyer and takes out the rest of the fleet anyway. So like
Mhm.
literally everyone just dies. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, like more about the
Okay. Yes,
cinematography
now
stuff.
we
Like
must move on. I'm sorry I spent so long on that, but
this,
I'm
like,
very passionate about good movie scoring,
I'm
and
not gonna lie, I
Rogue One
didn't.
has really good
Yeah,
scoring.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't take many notes about the cinematography because I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. At least me as a moviegoer, unless it's a movie that's extremely artistic in the cinematography is like an incredibly important part about it. And cinematography to me is a very, very, very small part about what makes a movie successful.
Oh, for sure,
Like,
yeah.
right? So I didn't really
Because like it
think
could
about.
go both ways. That like if the movie has great cinematography, like in my opinion, Rogue One does, but then the plot is complete ass,
Garbage. It doesn't really matter.
kind of like Rogue One. The movie is just kind of ass, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? Exactly. It's
But also, if you have
superficial.
a movie with a really good plot and it has completely awful cinematography, then
It kind of is like it's like
eh.
it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's a double-edged sword.
Like the movie Velocipaster that Hex was telling you about. If I haven't seen that movie, but that I'm
No,
not going to waste hours of my life watching that.
watch that.
But if the plot of it happened to be spectacular, but just there was no budget, clearly, from the shots I've
Mhm.
seen, and the movie looks like complete garbage. Is it then a bad movie? But it was actually rated pretty high, I think Hex was
Yeah,
telling
that
us.
was
Like, it was rated
ridiculous to me.
5 out of
And
10
then,
or something, or 3 out of
yeah,
5, and I'm like, "What?
yeah.
That seems insane," but
I just think that for the most part in this movie, there was not really any shots or like some of the establishing shots were really beautiful when you can see the environment, like in the opening scene and stuff. So that's awesome. But it's like there isn't really many like very very like special techniques for use. There's not any really like incredibly well like I'm not saying there's any bad it's bad shots, but like
yeah.
there's not any really really special shots where you're like, oh my god, look at how it's like you know what I mean. You don't be like look at where it's positioned and look at the characters like
Yeah,
the
it
block,
doesn't
you know
it
anything.
doesn't
There's not
necessarily
any.
stand out, it's
No,
just
exactly,
good
exactly. But it's good. It is good.
in
And
this film for sure.
I think
So then after the
maybe
opening scene,
mhm,
the I was saying the transition into the title works really well, and with the line, "We have a long ride ahead of us," I loved that line. I'm
well, because
so
yeah,
glad he said that, because
it's kind of
not only is that
it's a bit,
foreshadowing, but it's like it's saying that even though we're about to flash forward in time, which the audience doesn't necessarily know, it's like it makes you think about from that point to the end of the movie, a lot of stuff happens.
yeah.
And it is definitely a long ride, but I think that's a really good transition line to then ramp up the music and take them out of the tragedy of Jin's mom just got shot, and then into the title card, and then to the rest of the film.
Yeah. It's definitely a bit of a meta line as well, right? Because it's like he's kind of talking to the audience in a way with that line.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like the opening scene it was already quite dark. You know, the Imperials are showing up. Her mum's
Mhm.
dead. Her father's been captured. She's all alone, and like it's already quite a sad start, right? So it's like
Yeah.
here we go. You know, things are gonna go down.
Mhm.
Um,
And then in that scene, or in one of the first shots after the title card is done, we see
mhm,
Jin in her prison cell, and then
yep,
we hear the sad Star Wars. We hear sad music,
mhm,
and we see a stormtrooper walk by. And the timing of this movie's release is really good as well because it was right after The Force Awakens. And I can't remember, The Force Awakens opens with a shot of the new stormtroopers arriving on Jakku,
yeah, I
right?
believe
So
so.
we
Yeah, I
instantly
think it's
see the
shot like in the ship where they're all in and
Yeah,
the
and the lights
lights
are flashing.
right.
flashing and you see the
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
helmets. That
lights are
was a
flashing
really
and then they
nice
turn
shot.
on whatever. And then the stormtroopers unload into the village, they do their thing. So we're instantly given a shot of the new stormtroopers and what they now look like in the First Order. And then of course we see those suits everywhere and what they all look like and that they're just upgraded or renewed versions of the old ones.
mhm,
Then you go into Rogue One, and then the first scene we get, which is in present time, that isn't a flashback, we see one of those normal stormtroopers. Like it's just another nostalgia bomb, but it works.
I think like
Mm.
that's also another thing I didn't talk about when we talk about the characters. I suppose they are characters technically, but the Death Troopers themselves obviously are a new addition in this movie,
Yeah.
and they are the biggest. Just we want to make new toys characters. Like they do not do
Oh,
anything
100%.
special.
A
Like
hundred percent.
we don't learn. Like obviously we can infer that as bodyguards they are more advanced soldiers, but we
Mhm.
aren't actually given like we don't see any of their kit. We don't see any of them do anything specific like really cool or
We
special
see the
or
grenades they throw, which are
right, but
different,
which are
and the
different,
guns
but
are
they still
different. But like
explode.
that's
They're
that's
just
pretty much
bombs that
it.
explode. I mean,
The
yeah,
only thing we actually saw of the Death Troopers is on the Scarif Beach, which is that they can hit their shots slightly better than the
right,
regular
Only if
troopers,
the other
and
person
that's
doesn't have the force.
right.
yes,
Only if
only the
someone
other
just
person doesn't
walk
have the
out
force and
saying
can
we have
just
the
walk
force.
across without being touched.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's like
Or oh my god, the one shot. I'm thinking of the one shot when Baze is standing up. Holy shit. That one Death Trooper that fires 3 shots and one of them goes to the left of him, the right of him, and the left of him. What
how does
is
that
that
happen?
aim?
How does that
How
even
does this
happen?
happen?
Yeah.
If I was playing Rainbow Six Siege with like the Night Squad in the server
Yeah, and you
and
saw that happen.
they saw that on my spectator cam, they would be screaming to the high heavens
Mm.
about my aim. Genuinely, what is that? That
Yeah,
shot
that is
alone
tragic.
pisses me off. But also, yeah, the Death Troopers in certain situations are just more buffed troopers. But because we don't see them anywhere else, we can infer that Krennic just wanted special troopers all to himself.
Yeah.
And that's all they're there for. Because clearly Krennic just wants to be special because he's got the white cape. He wants to be the guy in charge of the Death Star. He's in charge of the something else. I can't remember. Like is the lead architect or something like that?
Yeah, I think
Something like that, and that he wants special troopers. That's all we see of this guy, and for that reason, it kind of makes sense that he's got death troopers with him. Because you also notice that in the first scene when he's I don't remember oh no, we don't get told the planet's name, but when he's going to get Galen, and he walks out of the ship and he's doing whatever, he has only death troopers with them. We don't see a regular stormtrooper of any
Yes.
kind or any variation from that era until Jin's cell. He only has death troopers with him. So it's very clearly a him thing
Which, by the
and
way,
not a we need to make toys thing.
I'm pretty well, yeah, but I think it's a both thing. To be
Oh,
honest with you.
both. From a marketing standpoint, 100%.
Yeah, there's no
100%.
reason for these. Like, I think, but I don't mind them existing. But it's mainly a case of they don't actually help explore why they're so special. There's not really a scene where the
Yeah.
characters kind of
There's
first
no
encounter
reason
them,
given to
and
us.
we don't have a moment where like they first get seen, and like maybe we have like a small battle with a couple of them where we see that they're really really dangerous and they have some really cool tech that makes them like a big threat that could be paid off in the ending. Like none of that
Yeah.
happens. They're just black stormtroopers with bigger guns. That
Exactly,
is
with bigger
literally all we
guns.
have.
And what was
It's
I going to
just a bit
say? Right.
shallow.
When he said, "Two men with me now," when he's going to the vault, right before that, he says, "Send my guard squadron into battle."
Right.
So he
So
had
he
obviously
obviously
he has a whole squadron, obviously on his ship, of death troopers, and then he's saying,
Death
"Send them into battle,"
yeah,
because
they're
he's got his own
only
little army of them.
yeah. See, that's another thing as well is that because like that line shows us that they are literally mutually exclusive to him.
Yeah.
There could have been so much more conflict with how they operate because that means that like nobody is going to ever have fought any of them. Like they're going to be completely unknown to the rebels because
Yeah.
how often will those people be engaged in combat? Very very rarely.
Very
So that could have
rarely.
been a cool like whole like concept they could have explored, but it just isn't. They literally are just black stormtroopers who are made to sell toys. So
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
obviously not to go off on a tangent too much, but yeah, Death Troopers, they're cool. They look cool. They have stupid voices where they're like they don't talk. They're mysterious, but we never learn anything about them, even though they're meant to be. We can infer very advanced. Obviously, being exclusive to Krennic, very rarely in action. So what could that mean? How could they have turned the tide and on Scarif, or how could the heroes have overcame this new like greater threat? That isn't really explored. They are just black stormtroopers, and the main character just kind of shoots a bunch of them, and it doesn't really matter. They don't really have any impact.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, back to the cinematography. Yeah, I'm trying to
Yes.
find some specific notes that I made about like any cool shot that were really. But
Yeah.
okay, there is one. There is one I can think
There is
of
one?
when 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 the Death Star dish is being lowered onto the actual Death Star, and there's
Yep.
like the shadow as the Star Destroyers are emerging. Is a very very cool looking shot. Obviously
Okay.
that's all CGI.
Yeah, I'm reading Hex's notes as well, and he said the Imperial destroyer emerging out of the dark abyss was fire. The only
Very cool.
like as someone who like I'm a logical thinker, I like to
Yeah.
think that I'm a logical thinker. So when I see that shot, I'm immediately thinking, what could be making this shadow right now? Because they really extend the shot until later we see, oh, it's the shadow from the cannon being lowered in, and that's why it's a hard shadow. But otherwise, I'm kind of thinking like wherever this Star Destroyer is, if it's near a planet or something, or another light source like a sun or whatever, that's not how shadows work in space unless if there's another object. So that shot confused me just a tiny bit, just a
Yeah,
little
for
bit,
sure.
because all the
Obviously,
other shots of Star Destroyers we've gotten have been from them emerging from above, below, or beside the camera. This time it's like head on, like in your face, but the shadow is what brings it closer. So that was like a little bit confusing for me until I saw the
yeah.
dish.
Yeah. But yeah, it's very cool. It's a very cool shot. I was also reading over Hex's notes, but he has some general just kind of good points about how Edu, the climate makes it kind of difficult for the rebels and the Imperials to
Yeah.
like counter each other, the darkness, the rain, and also a cool thing I think you mentioned is also that Scarif, the climate of Scarif, like guided that it's this paradise, kind of
Mhm.
contrasting the dark, like the desperate,
Yeah,
the
I think
war.
the way that they
It's
chose to design all of the unique planets for this movie are really good choices, and it
it's
really
yeah,
like that is the best way to get the audience into the mood of the scene, especially in a movie like this where you're going from planet to planet to planet a lot, right? So then they go to Edu and it's really dark, mysterious, it's stormy, like it's
it all
um
protects fallacy.
yeah, but it's
It's
like
not.
dramatic, I guess.
Mhm.
Or it's alluding to something, the fact that we're on a stormy planet now, like something's
Yeah,
gonna happen, right? Um, yeah, and then what else did he say?
yeah, like
Uh,
Scarif.
yeah, Scarif, and then he talked about Jeddah, pairing nicely with the jail cells, the thought of desperation, the uncertainty in Saw's mind, all that kind of stuff. And I agree. I like
Yeah,
what they
it's
picked for these planets.
the planets. Once again, I think are done pretty well, but it's just a shame we don't get to see more of them. They're very underutilized, and that once again with the kind of pacing of the movie, and it all
A
kind
little
of just
bit.
it means that these planets don't get as much maybe as you'd like.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
it's,
What I want to
it's
add to the
mhm,
planets, sorry for this week.
that's right.
The planet at the start where Cassian gets the information, I really like the design that it's like between two comets and meteors, like just flying around in
Uh-huh.
space.
Oh yeah,
And it
just the
reminded me
design
a
of the
bit
the
of
space station. Yeah, it
yeah, and
looks
it
really
Uh,
reminded me
cool.
a bit of Guardians of the Galaxy as well.
Oh yeah,
oh, I know
the
what you
the
mean.
the kiln, the prison, right? That's in
Uh-huh.
the
Yeah,
asteroid field. Yeah.
It's once again
just
that's a really cool
mm,
location.
Hmm.
there wasn't really
And
much in the movie.
it's literally in the movie for 1 minute. It's like literally a 1 minute scene.
Yeah, it
Mm.
is a cool
It's
location.
unfortunate.
But when they were thinking of where should this meeting take place, logically for the rebels, it would be somewhere like a trading post where anyone can be anywhere and it
Yeah.
doesn't affect anything, and you're
Uh-huh.
well hidden. There's traffic all the time. It's
Mm,
crowded, like all that kind of stuff, as
makes
opposed
sense.
to being on a planet. Like
Yeah,
had Cassian couldn't go to Jeddah, right? Like he wouldn't
right.
be able to do that because it's
Except when he
Imperial
does.
controlled. That's way too risky.
Uh-huh.
But I like that location. I agree. I think it
It's
was
cool.
really
They're
well made.
all the locations are pretty cool because also they
Hmm.
did a good job at making them not just be more of the same. Like all of them are quite new. Obviously, you know what I mean. Like they're not just forests and deserts and snow. There is some newer stuff there, and it's done in a different way, which I think is more than we can say for Force Awakens, where it's
Yeah.
just Jakku is just Tatooine.
It's just
Cycle
Tatooine,
Base is
bro.
just like Hoth.
Yeah, I don't know
But
why they're trying to play it off like it's a different planet. No, it's not. It is
yeah,
just
it's just the
Tatooine
same planet.
without the cities.
I don't know why they even changed the planet. Well, the reason they changed the planet was because they wanted it to seem like they
They
like
just
gave them
wanted it to
loads
be
left.
unique, that's all.
Yeah, but it doesn't
That's all.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
So yeah,
I
I
also feel like because especially in The Force Awakens, I don't want to go on too much of a tangent, but Rey is abandoned on that planet. If she
uh,
was abandoned on Tatooine, they'd be like, "Oh, here we go again," right?
right.
And it would literally like they already repeated so much from
Well,
episode 4 into
well,
7 that like that would have
Yeah.
just been too on the nose.
it's so funny because this was I think it was in more of the video. It's a really funny clip of Mark Hamill where he was on this interview and he said like, yeah, he was talking about Force Awakens. He says like, yeah, I mean, it's so cool. They wrote a story about an orphan child who's left abandoned on a desert who discovers inner powers and then finds the droid that ends up leading to the destruction of the Death Star. It's
Yeah.
so original because it's a woman. That's what he
Is that what
said.
he said? Because
That's what he
yeah.
said. It's really
No,
funny.
I 1000% stand by every single thing Mark Hamill said about the sequels being
It's
ass.
really
Like I
funny.
Mm.
absolutely stand with him on that. And we will get into the sequels. We will be reviewing the
Okay, this
sequels
is good.
at a later time for sure. Okay, next
That
point I
would
had
be a
about
lot.
Jeddah. Jeddah's
Jeddah.
theme becomes annoying after hearing it like 2 times
Which one is
because
it?
they the
Let
theme
me get it
song where
out.
it's like Ice, you want to pull that clip up?
Yeah, I
Jeddah,
can.
Jeddah theme.
It's like the really like
There's.
grady sounding, like I don't know if that's a guitar or what instrument that is, and then the drums.
Let's
But
see if.
they drag and drag it.
Is it this one you mean?
What? No, it's actual theme. Like when we were introduced to the planet. There it is. There it is. Maybe. Okay, skip forward like just a little bit, and we'll see if we can catch it. Yeah, this is it.
Right.
When
Yeah,
they
that was
play
playing.
this so much. Oh my goodness. They literally only needed to do it twice, maybe 3 times, but they just keep going, and then they do it again later when we're seeing the
Yeah.
planet. I'm like, "Guys, be so for real. This planet is not that significant.
It's not that interesting.
Be
No.
so for real. It gets blown up within like 15 minutes. Like,
Okay.
please." Yeah,
It is.
that's a small detail, but listening to that like shrill whatever that it just annoyed me.
Yeah, it's not nice.
Yeah, whatever that is. Ugh.
I think like also we brought up Jeddah, and like I don't mean to go on a detour into like the plot or whatever, but like it just reminded me of a line that Krennic has when he's talking to who is he talking to? It's one of the good guys. He says something like he's talking about, yeah, he's talking to Galen. He's talking to Galen when he's on Edu, and he says like Jeddah, the planet that's Saw Gerrera
The
was
holy
working.
city, Saw Gerrera, the last reminder of the Jedi
That
gone.
yeah, that
Yeah.
bit, like the bit of the mention of the Jedi,
That should
is
have been
one of those.
emphasized.
Oh no! In my opinion, that part of the line seems so random because
It
the Jedi
does.
aren't like in a way. I think that line is meant to be talking to the audience because like Krennic doesn't really. Why does he give a crap about the Jedi? Like the Jedi
No, he does
were
not
long
care.
gone, and like the Jedi aren't important in the story anymore. But for some reason, like he brings up that it's like a weird, like the Jedi weren't like the Jedi aren't they're good guys. They're not like affiliated with everything that goes on with like just because they're against the bad guys doesn't mean that the Jedi are involved with the good guys. Like I don't know why he mentions the Jedi. It just felt like really forced and weird. Where he's like the last remainder of the Jedi. It's like
Well, he
I
mentions
don't
the
know.
Jedi because it was a big Jedi. There was a big Jedi
Yeah,
temple on Jeddah.
yeah. But it's just like it's weird that he talks about the Jedi because he doesn't even have any like personal involvement
Yeah,
with
that's
the
true.
Jedi. Like I don't know why he feels like it's a big point to make about the Jedi being, and especially because obviously this is set just before A New Hope, where literally all the Jedi are dead, pretty much, apart from like the 20 that Disney keeps bringing back to life in the new Disney Plus shows. Whenever there's like a new Jedi that just survives
Yeah.
Order 66. But like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that was. It's not a really important thing. It's not anything massive. But I just thought it was a weird thing that he brings up the Jedi, and it feels like this is more so meant to be telling the audience, guys, the Jedi are all dead because in a couple days Luke Skywalker's going to come out and blow up the Death Star. It's like, get it? Because the Jedi are about to come back. Like that's that's what they're implying with that. It just I don't
Yeah.
know. It's like I don't know, weird thing.
Very weird.
Was there any? Did any of you guys take any notes of any like specific shots in the movie that were really cool? Like any specific like moment that looks really really beautiful, really like well filmed. Do you know what I mean? Any like specific parts of that?
Let me see. Well, I was already talking about different like nostalgia bombs and that kind of thing, and how like the intro is really good, the title card is good, the before and after of the title card is really good. One thing I did want to say,
Yeah.
Tarkin looks fake. He looks
Yeah.
really
We've got to
bad.
talk about it. Yeah, we have to talk about it, and it's also really sad because the actor who plays him is called Guy Henry. He also does the voice of him. He looks quite a lot like Tarkin already, and his performance in terms of the voice and the kind of trying to match his
Right.
tone and his body language is so awesome. I wish they just used him. Like I wish he just played Tarkin. I don't know.
Yeah, but
It's so
it looks like
unfortunate that
it
they
looks like they looked at it and the director was like, not enough. Completely like redo
mm,
his whole face and everything, and I'm just like, oh, it didn't
it's
end up looking
unfortunate.
good.
Yeah, let me get a picture real
Tarkin in
quick.
this movie ended up because he doesn't even look that old in A New Hope from what I remember. But like in this movie, he looks like what happens when you have too much plastic surgery and
Here
then
we go.
it all starts to deform your
I
face.
put it
That's
in
what
the
Tarkin
VC.
looks like in
Yeah,
this movie.
I put it in the VC chat. It's kind of difficult because he has the CGI things on, but this is the actor who played him, and this is what he looked like.
He already looks like him.
Like he could have just played him.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
unfortunate that they didn't just kind of recast him, especially
They could
because
have easily done prosthetics instead of CGI.
they could have done that as well. But it's like it's a shame because I reckon you should have just recast. You should have just had Guy Henry, that's the only actor, play him, and then it also means that if you want to use Tarkin in future media, you can just bring that guy in now, and he can just be the
Yeah,
new
he can
Tarkin.
do
Of
it.
course, it's unfortunate, but this is just and yeah, the CGI. It's really
Yeah,
jank, and it's like I said, it's unfortunate because I feel like it undermines Guy Henry's performance, not only
I
because
think so.
it looks silly, and also as a result of the CGI. This is something you would only know if you watch behind the scenes, but like it also kind of limits a lot of his facial expressions that he's
It
able to
does.
make. Like you don't see it as well in the
Yeah.
CGI.
Yeah.
But also
Tarkin did have
it
a bit
just
of an expressive face, right?
yeah,
In
he was
episode
quite
4, he
emotive.
was expressive.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and
But
you
also,
can't replicate that through CGI. And
well, yeah,
I
in
will
the
go on a
movie,
tiny tangent before you continue, if I may.
mhm,
Um,
mhm,
there was these before and after shots that you could see of the movie Avatar, and one of the
mhm,
actors in there, Zoe Saldana, incredible actress. First of all, and she's very pretty. I will say
mhm.
that. But oh yeah, she was one of my crushes when she did Gamora. Oh, 100%. Oh, okay,
We're
okay,
off topic.
you laugh, but you know she was really, really, really attractive in that movie. Anyway,
She's really bad.
Which
when
movie?
you see the before and after shots of Zoe's performance with the motion capture equipment on, like her face is
Uh-huh.
doing so much with the character, and you can see exactly what this character is thinking, feeling, everything. And then you look at the finished product, and
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 yeah,
it's just like where's the muscle movement in the face? The faces are
yeah,
just
where is
still
hmm
because you cannot
Probably.
replicate that, especially when you morph the character's face like that. That's a different example from Avatar, but then yeah, going back to this, like even with all those dots on his face, okay, like look, let's look at the dots. There aren't dots on his actual eyebrows. So that movement isn't being captured. Like that is one of the major things for expressions is eyebrow movement because where they sit in relation to what face you're making amplifies the expression that you're trying to make. And there's no
hmm
dots on this guy's eyebrows. So clearly they didn't capture that, right?
yeah, he's
Like that was one of
it's
the
just
things that was missing is that he just had like cold dead eyes the whole movie.
yeah.
Did he not?
And like no, and like you said, like in the movie in The New Hope, he is much more expressive. I will admit, in The New Hope, he is talking. Like the things that he's doing and talking about, he's a lot more like he gets angry a couple times,
Yeah.
So he has more reason to be emotive in A New Hope. But still, in this movie, it just feels like he's all the scenes. He's just like because how he acts. He's just like, oh yes, the plans for the station are kept there, are they not? Oh yes, we're gonna go to the planet. We're gonna kill them. Like he just talks like that, and he
So
has no
deadpanned. Yeah.
yeah. There's
The way
not
he talks is
really any
completely fine. That's fine. It's that the
yeah.
expressions don't even match the tone like perfectly,
No,
as if they
it's
would if
just
it was a real performance.
yeah. It's just unfortunate. I reckon they should have just recasted. They should have just
Yeah.
recasted, bro. I don't know why they.
Yeah.
And also, kind of on
CGI.
top of that, Carrie Fisher, or
Hmm.
the 2 second
I
shot.
think the Leia CGI was really good. I liked
I
it a lot because I compared it to Tarkin's, and suddenly Leia's
I
CGI looks
well,
great.
he's only in it for 2 seconds for one, but in my opinion, she looks like an actual like a doll. She looks like a plastic toy. She looks like a Hot Toys
A
action
little
figure.
bit. A little
Like she
bit.
does not look like a real human being. She looks
Yeah.
like a Battlefront model. Uh, it's kind
Okay.
of I don't know why she looks.
Yeah.
I don't, she looks really fake, in my
Yeah.
opinion. And like I just think both of them look pretty crap. But Tarkin's in it a lot more, so you're constantly seeing it, and you're just a bit like. Ugh. I don't know, like obviously I don't know how much Tori paid attention, but I'd love to ask her, did she realize that he was CGI? I
Right.
wonder. We should have
Right.
asked her.
Because then what we should tell her
See?
is we should tell her two characters in this movie the entire time were CGI.
The
And then we
whole
should tell
thing
her
looks there.
Leia is one. We'll tell her Leia's one of them. and then we're gonna
Mhm.
tell her that she needs to figure out of this list. We'll give her a list which one of
Yeah.
these characters is CGI,
Yeah.
and we'll
And
see if
see
she
if
can
she.
pick it out or if she can remember. I
Yeah.
am curious because, for context, Etoro never saw this movie, has never seen the movie
Or
until
yeah,
yesterday.
or any Star Wars movie for that
Yeah,
matter.
or any Star Wars movie. This is her introduction to Star Wars as well, which I kind of feel
Because
bad
I feel
about
like
because I wish we could have introduced her to A New Hope, but
the main
it's
series,
whatever.
yeah.
It's
But it's
okay.
also like if you had seen A New Hope and you had seen the actual actor originally,
hmm
you would have. I feel like you would notice it a much more
Oh yeah,
when
but
you're
like
now
even
watching Rogue
even
One.
then, you could tell him like this guy looks
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
sorry, but he just looks like
fake.
he looks like a
Yeah,
video game character. He looks
he
like a
does.
video like a GTA cutscene character.
hmm
It's kind of silly, but yeah, I still think like I think with the technology of the time, especially, they did an incredible job, but it just isn't enough. It's always going to look weird, and I
Yeah.
think they should have just recasted him. I think the original performer looks like him already, and is a really really good actor, and a lot of his performances undermined, and also like
hmm
his what's the word, like his credit for the role is completely like erased because he's just
Yeah.
completely he's entirely replaced in the movie.
Replaced by
um,
AI.
yeah,
Not
I
actually,
think
but
I believe the voice is him though. I believe the voice is all him, which is
I really hope
awesome.
so because his voice is
The voice
really
is really
good.
really really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he does sound
um
like him. Um,
yeah.
okay, so next point I had another nostalgia bomb, another
Mhm.
cameo of the guy on Jeddah. You just watch yourself.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So how did brother get off of Jeddah in that time period and then make it to
That's
Tatooine?
when
That's a good
I
point.
don't know. He probably just left. Like, we'll just have to believe that he immediately went to leave. Like they were
So
on
the
their way to
city is
their
under
ship.
Imperial control and they're just letting people leave.
That's why. Well, they probably
I
would have been checked
highly,
when they
highly,
arrived.
highly, highly doubt that.
They were
Maybe
probably
it's
checked
just his
when they
twin.
arrived or when they
And
left.
it's his twin, and then the other
Right,
creature
right,
thing
right.
is also his
Yeah,
twin.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah, of
don't
course.
like that cameo because, in my opinion, it was unnecessary.
No, for sure.
Mm,
Well, for sure.
sure.
It was completely unnecessary. It didn't serve any purpose other than just, oh, here's another
There's
nostalgia
the
bomb.
people.
Plop.
Yeah, there's the thing. There's the people. That is literally
Yeah.
yeah. They
There's
are
the
just
people you know from the next
plain
movie.
Easter
Is there
eggs.
is there another cameo that guy has?
No,
No.
that's the only scene he's in, I believe.
Think
No, no, no.
in that movie,
Sorry.
it
In
definitely
Star
is.
Wars universe, in the whole
Oh,
like,
I
because
think
we
I
see him in A
know
New Hope, we
actually.
see him in Rogue One. I have a gut feeling that we see him somewhere else at one point.
he's probably in some shitty
He might have
like
been in
animated
Rebels
show.
or something.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it was an actual movie. Was he in the prequels at all?
No, no.
I
No
do not
chance? Okay.
think so.
I don't know. Either way, the cameo on Jeddah only opens up a plot hole if you think about it for more than 2 seconds,
Well, like I
and the
said,
cameo
well,
is unwarranted and does not have a reason to exist.
I mean, people were still able to leave and enter Jeddah, but they would have just had to be checked. So, like, we can give them the benefit of the doubt that when they would have been checked
Right.
when they arrived and would have been checked when they left. I
hmm
don't think it's impossible. Like, it's not like they were all trapped in Jeddah. Like, we see ships leaving in that
hmm
shot where the Star Destroyers uh, floating over the planet. Obviously, there's cargo shipments, but like, yeah, I think, yeah, I don't think it's impossible that they got out, but it is just a cameo that's in it just for the banter. There isn't
I
really
mean,
any actual
maybe
reason.
one argument on the positive side of that could be
Mhm.
that by the time he gets to Tatooine and has that brush with Luke, he's had brushes with people before and has told them, "You just watch yourself." And now he's pissed. He's like, "Hey, this is the guy I'm gonna kill."
Is this one of the fucking face that?
Maybe you could say that, but that wouldn't be the reason for his cameo.
Mhm. No, no,
So
for sure.
no.
It's definitely just a silly one, but I also think it's it's one that doesn't cause any damage to the wider story or to anything. So it's not. It's just kind of like a, you know what I mean? It's not useful, but it's also not bad. So it's just whatever. It's just
It's
a
not
fun
terrible.
thing
It's
that
it's just
the
there, but
director,
it's like once you watch it
yeah,
and think about it, it's just like, "Okay, why
the
though?"
direct the director loves Star Wars, and I think he was like, you know what? I think that's a kind of just a cute little thing I'm gonna put
Yeah,
in there for the
exactly.
fun. It's
Yeah.
not really anything too
Um,
major.
so the entire like how they did the entirety of Galen's message
Mm.
was, I think, really well done, and I enjoyed that a lot. And the tension and the deliberation behind the Death Star not making sound and it having a muffled explosion, I
Uh-huh.
think I think there was something with that combined with the timing of what Galen is saying. I think.
I know what you mean, but I cannot recall off the top of my head
I
what it
can't
was.
recall off the
Yeah.
top of
I
my
have the
head.
scene open actually
Yeah,
because I wanted to
can you
see
please? Because
talk
I
about
don't
the
want to
Death
try
Star.
Disney Plusing
Yeah,
again.
yeah, sure. It's not the
Okay,
complete
because I
scene because it starts with on the Death Star, but it's most of it,
yeah,
I think.
that's okay, but I want to listen to what he is saying, what the music is doing, and what the station is doing.
Yeah.
We've already talked about why.
Yeah,
It's kind
yeah.
of silly
After
they
this, I
don't.
want to talk about this scene as well because for both things will be mentioned, I have
The
some
Emperor is
comments.
awaiting my report.
But let's first watch the
about that
scene.
he and Lord Vader might have been here for such an occasion?
And I thought it prudent to save you from any potential embarrassment.
Your concern's hardly warranted.
If saying it would only make it so.
Yeah, his face is just weird.
He looks old.
He is very old, to be fair.
He's not that wrinkly from what I
That won't be
remember.
necessary. We need a statement, not a manifesto. The Holy City.
Yeah, look at his eyebrows doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Target Jeddah City. Prepare single reactor ignition.
So we're in position. Ready?
Fire!
Commence primary ignition.
There is no better name, and the day is coming soon when it will be unleashed. I've placed a weakness deep within the system, a flaw so small and powerful they will never find it.
Okay, right there. A flaw so small and powerful they will never find it. As Krennic is standing there looking proud.
Like
Hmm.
ready swag,
That is
yeah.
absolutely deliberate.
And also this,
1000%.
and once again, I know that it's a completely different thing, but in Andor, like it's like the trailers, they have that line where it's like what's his name? Raylan is talking about how did he get into the Imperial to steal the Imperial. Was it he steals again? I don't remember. But he says they're so fat, like the Empire, they're so fat and satisfied. They don't care. They're not paying attention. They're so like arrogant. They're overconfident. And it's like that this moment like kind of is like the same sort of idea. He's like they'll never find it. But he doesn't say it, but it's like because they're
Yeah.
arrogant. They're so overconfident. They're not paying attention. It's yeah.
Okay, continue.
Beloved, so much of my life has been wasted. I try to think of you only in the moments when I'm strong because the pain of not having you with me, your mother, our family, and the pain of that loss is so overwhelming I risk failing even now. It's just so hard not to think of you. Think of where you are. My Stardust.
That Stardust, deliberate, obviously.
Reactor module, that's the place I've laid my trap.
Okay, so then the
It's well
tension
hidden
builds.
and unstable.
They're powering it.
One blast to any part of it will destroy the entire station.
Entire station, boom.
Yeah.
The timing of that is impeccable.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And then it keeps.
Something's cut out there.
No,
they
they
cut
cut it out multiple times. They did a couple skips, but either way, that was the point I had. Was the way that scene was planned out and the timing of all those different layers, like
was very
it
intentional.
was so good, really, really well done.
Very intentional.
Yeah, that's also something I want to say. Like, I really like this scene, just just from watching it.
Yeah,
Yeah, cinematically, because like how the Death Star is there, how it looks like darkening the sun, then how it shoots.
yeah,
I've just thought it was
Yeah.
really looked nice.
and how it
Yeah,
shoots and how they made it so that because it's covering up the sun, when the laser goes off, it's so bright.
Yeah,
Did
it
you
looks
notice
so
that?
nice.
It
Yeah,
is so bright. Look at
Yeah.
this shot right there. Complete
looks
darkness,
so
and it's just
nice.
a huge green laser.
God, and
Which
this whole scene just like it really like we talked about this a bit yesterday, but like how in universe how much scarier the Death Star is. And I'd like just imagine being on this planet and looking up and just this humongous thing in the air just fires a laser and everything is gone. You're just instantly like how
right?
terrifying that looks. Like,
And
that
then
is-
yeah, the way that it like they made this super foggy, the way it lights up the smoke, you only see the shot for a brief second, but it's like the pure contrast between what's going on in the rest of this shot on screen compared to the Death Star taking up like eclipsing the sun essentially,
Hmm.
and then
Mm,
that super bright laser. It's such a good shot.
It's really scary. Mm.
yeah.
Yeah. And
One more
I
thing.
find it funny that they were getting all the Kyber crystals out of this temple to build this Death Star, and the first thing they do when it's completed is go back and bomb that temple.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
It's like, all
it's all been
right.
used.
Hmm.
Ooh.
One thing to the message that I want to mention. I wanted to mention this yesterday, but I actually forgot it. What I
Hmm.
found weird about the message was that at the start it's like addressed to Sogoro with like, "Oh yeah, I don't, like, it's for you, and I don't know if you can find my daughter." And then he starts speaking to Jin. Then he
Yeah, he starts
mentions, "Oh yeah, I
addressing
had
Jin
this."
as if he
Yeah, then
can.
he says like, "Oh yeah, I have this flaw in the Death Star," and then he talks to Jin again. Like just in universe wise, it doesn't make. Why would you give somebody a message, address it to somebody else, mention important information, and then address it to somebody else again?
Okay, you know why? Is because, okay, Jin and Galen have been separated since
Hmm.
he was taken by the Imperials again, and he's
Hmm?
assuming that Saw picked up Jin, and he's
Well, no, but he
assuming
knows.
that they are
But he
still
says, "Oh yeah,
together.
I don't know if you found her, or if you're." He says like, "I don't
Mhm.
know if she will see this or something."
Yeah,
Yeah,
so then I think he's talking about way back in the introductory scene where she's in that bunker and Galen has no idea if Saw picks her up or not, right?
yeah, but the
Because
point
for
that
all
Ice is
he
making,
knows, she could have gotten out herself.
yeah, but the point what Ice is making is that like
Like,
he
look at what he
addresses the
says here.
message.
If
Yeah,
you are watching this, then perhaps there's so. If you are watching this, then perhaps there's a chance to save the Alliance. Perhaps there's a chance to explain myself, and though I don't dare hope for too much, a chance for Jen, if she's alive.
Yeah. Like
so the
he
point.
doesn't know that she's alive still.
Yeah, he doesn't know that she's alive at all. And the thing is, I would assume that he thinks that she could have died
You know,
when he was taken
but I think the
before
point.
Saw
Okay,
got
fair
her.
No,
point.
but I think the point that Ice is trying to make, or maybe this is just a point that I've now kind of thought of, is that, like
Hmm.
he addresses it to Saw, and he says like, "Oh, if if she's watching this, whatever, if she's alive, whatever." But then the rest of the message is all like him just talking to Jin.
Yeah, that's my
Like the
Right.
whole
point.
message is just him talking to Jin, even though it was meant to be for Saul, and he just kind of makes a like. Imagine being Saul Guerrero watching this. If Jin wasn't found, you'd be like, "Okay, this is for me. Yeah, you're watching it," and then he just starts rambling on about, "Oh, my daughter, I love you.
Yeah.
Blah blah. Blah, I love you. I made a hole in the Death Star, and like my Stardust. Blah blah." You're just like, okay, like it's clearly like a. It's like obviously because the movie knows that
Oh,
she is there,
okay.
and
You know
he
what
wants
is
to have
super
that
important?
emotional
Yeah.
he wants to have that emotional payoff, right? He wants to have that emotional build
Hmm.
up. And if
Hmm.
he just was like, realistically, he probably would have just said, Jin, if you're watching this, I love you, and that's it. But instead, he just like addresses the whole message to her, and it's really
Put
convenient because she's there to watch it, but she wasn't meant to be.
or
So it's
put the
kind of like,
emotional stuff like at the end of the message after you've like said the important information about the Death
mhm.
Star, but not at the start. That's what I was confused about. But other than that,
Mm,
the
okay,
message
okay.
and the acting of it is really well done.
It's really cool. Yeah, I love Mads
I would
Mikkelsen. It's awesome.
yeah. I was gonna
I
say,
love that scene.
a detail that connects that message to later that would be really
Hmm.
important is if Jin were dead, if Jin was not the one who was going to go to the Citadel Tower on Scarif and get the plans,
Uh,
they would need to know the project code name.
hmm.
He has to
Yeah.
say Stardust in that message. So then it's his way of doing that, I guess, is just talking about her, talking to her. Because obviously his hope would be that she'd be the one doing this.
But also, like
But mhm,
the whole Scarif operation wasn't at all the original plan for the rebels. They weren't planning to do that at all.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like he wasn't saying Stardust because he needs the rebels to find that as a code name, but he was just saying that, and like the Scarif operation was not at all the original idea.
Hmm.
So that was never going to be important to the
I mean,
rebels.
like
The
either
name
way, had they
Stardust.
found the plans, the project as a whole was nicknamed Stardust.
Mhm.
So,
But yeah, that message I really do like that scene, like the way it's being cross-cut between
yeah.
the Death Star and them, and like the message
That
lining
whole
up
that whole
with
scene was done so well,
it's really, really
especially
cool,
because
yeah.
like they knew, right? When they were figuring out the scene, figuring out the
Mhm,
shots, and then the sound design, they knew that they didn't need to have a big ramp up to the explosion and then have a big boom like on the screen
mhm,
and like a big explosion sound and everything. They knew they didn't need to do that
mhm,
because like the whole point of the Death Star is the fear leading up to it, not
mhm,
what it can do. We know what it can do. We've seen things that can do worse than what that thing can do.
mhm.
But it's the fear
Yeah,
and the
and that's
terror.
obviously and of course that links to A New Hope because, the line from Tarkin is that fear will keep the systems in line, right? It's like just the knowledge that they have this big fuck ass weapon, we cannot do anything. Because
Yeah.
if we do try anything, we all get blown up. And
Mhm.
there is nothing we can do. It's just this it's the threat. It's a classic thing, right? Even in our history, like just the idea of things looking scary to make you scared, but not really like it's the threat they're going to do something, not that they're actually going to do it. It's just
Yeah.
like the fact that they can do it. That's the scary thing. Like I doubt that the Death Star was going to, if it had existed for long, was going to just go around blowing shit up all the time. It was just going to be there in the background if it was ever really needed, they would have just used it as a threat. Like you would just see it everywhere, the Death Star, the Death Star, the Death Star, and you'd be terrified. But it probably wouldn't have really blown up any planets. Like really,
Mhm.
it probably wouldn't have
Mhm.
blown up anything because you can't you can't have a universe where there are no planets, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So like it would have just been this like statement piece. Like it would have just been everywhere you hear about it, and that's what keeps the fear keeps the systems in line. They're
Yeah,
not actually
exactly.
going to use it. It's just going to be there to look scary. But of course, as we know from the movies and whatever, they end up having to use it on Yavin, and then it gets blown up and everything. So yeah, that's
Mhm.
it's really
Yeah.
cool, and I do love this scene a lot. It's probably one of my favorite scenes.
Oh, for sure.
Where it's cross cut between.
Because
It's
there's
really really
so many
cool.
emotions going on. Like you've got Jin tearing up, watching this message. You've got Saw who's standing there watching, and he's starting to understand what's going on.
Hmm.
You've got the people on the Death Star who are just sitting there, Krennic's looking proud, like awaiting testing the weapon. You've
Hmm.
got like the Death Star itself. I would describe as a character for this scene, just
Mm.
because of how
Uh-huh.
important
I know
its
what you mean.
role is and the emotion that it instills on us, and
Uh-huh.
or like the impact that it has on the entire scene, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just
Very
like
special.
the familiarity of firing that Death Star because of like how terrifying it was when it actually got fired in A New Hope. And then we're seeing the
Hmm.
same people power up the station using the same methods, the button presses, the levers, the one
Yeah.
guy standing at the window who puts his arm up and then down to
Yeah.
fire, the guy's
It's all
bending over while the laser goes next to them, which is not
it's all the
possible,
same.
by the way.
Yeah, no,
That's complete
we already
and
joked
utter
about that.
BS. Yes, we
Yeah, we
did
joked
discuss
about
that
like
that is just not
that's
possible, and you would get
yeah,
fried instantly.
yeah, you would be disintegrated. Being that
But
close to it makes about no sense.
yeah,
I don't get
but the
you.
fact that they decided to include all of those shots to make us remember exactly what happened to Alderaan
Yeah, it's all the
and the
exact
way that they
in both
powered it
scenes,
up,
yeah. In the
which
Scarif it's the same, right? It's
in
all the
Scarif, it's
same
exactly the
shots.
same. They do the same thing again.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think on the second Death Star, they didn't do that.
No, they don't. They don't.
They did a
The
couple
second Death
shots for
Star.
powering it up, which were different from the first one. Obviously, it's different. But then that second Death Star can fire every like 2 minutes or something, right?
Well,
As opposed to the first one needing a full 24
it's
hours.
not no, it's not that it can it's the Death Star the second Death Star was just it was incomplete. I don't think the second Death Star actually could blow up a planet. It could only fire like because it wasn't
Right.
finished. It could only fire like lower powered shots, like when it was used to destroy the fleet. It wasn't
Yeah.
actually capable of blowing up a planet, I believe. Yeah,
That's not
Uh,
mentioned
I could.
anywhere, well,
it
I
Yeah, I think
think.
It is mentioned.
no, no.
Well, Palpatine says, blah blah blah. This fully armed and operational battle
Uh,
station,
so yeah,
like
it
fully
might
operational.
yeah it might be able to blow up a planet, but like the point is, I don't think that, Like, I think the first Death Star could have just fired multiple times, but they would have just lowered the charge. Like, they talk
Maybe.
about
Yeah,
a
they said
single
single reactor
reactor
ignition.
ignition, so
Yeah.
they
Yes.
can fire it probably more depending on how low the
Maybe.
ignition is,
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, yeah, because they did not use full power at all. That they blew up
No,
2 little cities. Yeah.
they
As opposed
never
to the
use.
entire planet, which would require a magnitude of
Yeah,
power
exactly.
compared to what they use. So I guess yes, that makes sense.
I think I don't think that there really is any difference with the first and second in regards to how the weapon works. I don't think there's anything to. It's
Right.
just obviously that with the second Death Star they actually use it
Yeah.
like within quick succession
Well,
multiple
it was
times.
also super evident that I think it could be assumed that I know we're trailing off a little bit, but this is still relevant.
Mhm.
That it can definitely be assumed that Palpatine's intentions with the first Death Star are like you were talking about, where he wants the tool to be able to fearmonger,
Mhm.
and all he needed to do that was blow up one planet. That's all he
Once he
actually
knows
needed
it
to do.
works,
Yes.
there we go.
Which
He's
is
got
what they
that.
did with Alderaan, and that's what Tarkin wanted, and so to
Mhm.
make sure that, like, they get that, they achieve that goal.
Yeah.
With the second Death Star, based on the fact that it was parked outside of Endor with a shield, and that Palpatine allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator. The
Yeah.
fact that he did that means that his intentions were probably not to fully complete it and then destroy planets with it the same way as last time, but to lure the Rebel fleet into destroying this Death Star before it's complete
Yeah,
and
no,
then
for
blow
sure.
up their fleet.
Yeah, he for
Maybe.
sure used it as like
They
yeah,
used
like
it for that. That's what they did. So,
mhm.
yeah. I How did they blow up the second one again? Did they just fly through the middle of it because it was incomplete and then find the
Yeah.
main reactor thing and then just blow it up because that works?
Yeah. I
Basically,
mean,
I think.
Right. Right, because it was incomplete, it was
you could
vulnerable,
go
which is why they had the
yeah,
shield, but then when they
exactly.
actually managed to disarm the shield, then they're fucked, right? That was the whole thing. So,
Which by the
okay,
way, as much as I
that makes
love
sense.
Palpatine, like I
What a
don't
fucking
like
idiot.
yeah, he could have just
Did you
lied.
forget about episode 9? It was all part of the plan
Yeah, but it's
to
like
make the
Ah,
it's
final
yeah, but
order.
how funny would it
uh,
have been? How funny would it have been if Palpatine was like, "Here's the shield generator, guys," but in reality, it's not there, and then they go and blow up this random place, and like
yeah, I
it
was
was
gonna
all
say, at
like he
least
could have
make
just
a fake
lied.
one and then send all of your troopers there. Like, why
Yeah,
did
you
he?
could have.
Okay, this we have to save for when we go to review Return of the
Right,
Jedi.
but
Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
back
Okay,
to oh god.
next note I have is all the way in the Scarif battle.
Mhm,
Because I didn't really write down anything else from there. But that
mhm,
they tried really hard to nostalgia bomb for the Scarif ship battle, which they they did really well with Gold Leader and Red Leader, because Blue Leader dies.
yeah,
And then Red 5. Logan, you pointed this out during the
mhm,
movie
yeah,
when he
yeah,
said, "This is Red 5. I need help."
and
And
he
then
just
in the
he
chat, you were
just
just like,
dies.
"Red 5?" And then the Leo fucking
What,
pointing
what?
meme.
Yeah,
That was so good.
obviously,
But yeah,
yeah, Red 5.
that little detail, I'm glad they included it because it made more
Yeah,
sense. Because the whole goal of this movie is to make episode 4 make more sense.
yeah, it kind of sets up for
Right?
4.
Is to set up episode 4. So I'm glad they did that included that little detail. And the gold leader and red leader did actually look really good. I liked that.
Mhm.
Was it the same actors?
Uh,
There's no way, right?
I don't think so. They wouldn't.
I don't know.
No way, right?
Probably
Because they
not.
wouldn't be. They
Yeah.
probably wouldn't be in the movie.
But then, like, the way that the X-Wings sounded, the way they behaved and everything, it took us right back to episode 4
Mhm.
compared to all the X-Wings that we get to hear in the new or in the sequels, which sound different. I know they do. Poe's X-Wing sounds very different.
Uh-huh.
So
They are
I don't
newer
know if it's the
models.
engine. It might be the gun that sounds the same, but something about it is different.
Right.
But then they use all the same like sound designs and everything
Yeah. I
um
also love how
for this
the way they
battle.
filmed the cockpit shots is like identical to the movie. They didn't just use CGI.
Yeah, it was the
They
same.
used paintings, I believe, or like they used like not paintings, sorry, but they used like basically they used the same in position like technique as they did in the original movie. So it looks
Yeah,
kind of old. Like it doesn't look like whenever you see
yeah,
them
they
in the
did.
cockpits, it looks like New Hope, where it has
Hmm.
kind of the dated kind of crappy CGI look, but in a way that's really cool. And it like yeah, like it's not like it looks terrible, but like you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how it's really hard to describe this, but if you compare the shots of the cockpit in both The New Hope and in Rogue One, it's not like the Rogue One is like really new and looks like super real, whereas the old they use the exact same techniques, so it ends up looking kind of old, like A New Hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, if that
I
makes
think
any
it was
sense,
really
and
well
that's the cool
done.
thing.
I think it was
Yeah.
so well done. I like it a lot.
Mhm.
Obviously, there were flaws with the ship scene that we talked about,
Yeah, we always talk about the story wise,
like why did
narrative.
they not just blow up the freaking hangar that had all the TIE fighters in it? But plot,
Mhm.
whatever. Plot.
We talked
Okay,
about the plot
any other
stuff.
notes for cinematography?
Nah, personally, I didn't really write that many. Like I
Okay,
said, I think
let me bring up a discussion point. What did we think about the final scene for Jin and Cassian where they are sitting on the beach as the
the beach.
explosion
They had.
nears? What did we think of that shot?
I mean, it's an interesting thing. I remember after Andor came out, everyone asked like, was that meant to be a romantic scene?
I
Are
sure
they
as hell hope not, because they only hug,
right?
and I did not want any romance between these two characters at all.
How
If
come?
that
No.
happened, I would have just been confused because they
Me too.
not really have like a positive relationship
They
in a
don't have
way.
that kind of connection. He
Right.
almost kills her dad. Like, what?
I think
That would have made no sense. It would have made. You know what? There's only one connection that would have made less sense. Is if Rey and Kylo Ren.
right.
Stop right
That
there.
happened that way.
That's the good one.
I'll
But
stop.
yeah, I mean, I think okay, on like, it's a cool moment. I think it's a very kind of once again, I think just overall, the characters don't get fleshed out very well in this movie, so
Mhm.
that scene doesn't have the impact that it could have had. Just overall, but I think it's still kind of a very like valiant scene. Like it's like this sense of like they just kind of accept their fate. Like it's over, and they
Mhm.
I don't know. It's quite powerful in that sense, right? Like, for
It
sure.
is, yeah.
It's I
I
don't know.
think
That
one thing
obviously.
about that is when Cassian says your father would have been proud of you, Jin. The dude's been dead like maybe an hour.
Okay,
Like, I
but
don't think
hours.
like I didn't feel that line as much. Now it's just like, like I understand why, but
Hmm.
also just the I don't know, something is off about it. I don't know what it
I know
is,
what you mean.
but
It feels a bit too, and also because especially
Personal.
considering that Cassian has been so important with the rebels these past like several years, and then for some reason he kind of like like obviously you wouldn't boast about it, I guess, but like he doesn't really get any recognition for all the work he's done, and it
yeah.
just like feels like that line from him is kind of directly from like I don't know how to word it. It's just like if I don't know if it's like a parent talking to a child. I don't know. It's like weird the way he says it. It's I don't know. That line is yeah.
Right.
I know what you mean. That line feels weird to me, and I don't know how to describe it.
It feels
It's
weird.
What I just want to mention, like the shot in general, I kind of liked, like when
I
the
like
light
it.
builds up in the
Yeah.
end. The only thing I found was weird is when, if you look here, why does he look like what? What is that face here? Why does he open his eyes and look like that? That's the only thing I found like
Yeah, if we
weird.
do like actually nitpick it, which is completely valid, I
the
think he should have
overexposure
just
makes
kept
it a
his
bit
eyes
weird.
closed and like if anything, you know how like sometimes when you have like a if you have a really emotional hug with someone, you'll like sometimes you can like nuzzle into their neck a little bit more. He should
Hmm.
have done that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
it would have
like
been better if he just
this
closed it.
for him, he's also realizing that like obviously he said he's been in this fight since he was 6 years old, right? He did say
Uh-huh.
that. So this fight that he's been in, this latest and now his last fight, should be hitting
Mhm.
him. It should be hitting him a little bit harder that it's his last fight
Hmm.
because he's clearly done so much for the rebellion. This is obviously the most important thing he's done. Well, yeah, obviously, but this is also the end of his journey, and I
I think
think
it's.
there should have been
Mm,
more of like him realizing that and like maybe him like hugging her a bit tighter. Like I wanted to see some kind of emotion from him and we just
once
don't.
once again, I think this is. I hate to bring it up, but obviously, I guess the line of him saying he's been in this battle since he was 6 kind of helps back this up. But Andor obviously fleshes him out much more, and as a character, he is very brooding. He doesn't show his emotions very much, and he's also like his death is something that he had anticipated. Like every
Right.
day, he expects he could die, and he is
Mm.
committed to this cause, and he is ready for this sacrifice. So in a way, I actually think
Okay, but
in
let's be
this
so
scene.
honest, as much as you could possibly prepare for it, when it actually hits, like, you're not ready.
Right, but I feel
You're
like in a
never
way,
ready.
he maybe not happy, but in this moment he would be
Mm,
like, I'm gonna die now. As I've been expecting my whole life, I am gonna die now. And in a way, it's like this powerful moment where they've succeeded. And he's like, my whole life I've been in this battle, and I've been prepared. Like every day I thought I could die, but now I know I'm gonna die. Like I'm in control of this moment, and it's like
right.
this is it. And it's this. It's quite in a way. It's kind of this
Yeah.
celebration. It's kind of like not happiness, but it's like I'm ready. I've done it,
That
and
kind of
now I'm
reminds me
gonna
of a
go.
moment from Endgame, Avengers
Mhm.
Endgame, when Tony dies, and then what's her name?
Potts.
Pepper? Yeah, Pepper
Yeah.
Potts.
Pepper Potts.
When
Yeah.
she says, "You can rest now." Like,
Yeah.
that
Exactly.
feeling is what he has.
It's
Like, he can
exactly.
rest now.
It's like he's done it. Like I said, like I don't know, that idea seems kind of beautiful to me. Like this
I
like
think that's what Jin
every,
feels, though.
I don't think she does because she doesn't. She's not been committed to this fight like he has. Once again,
Well, I
Andor
guess, but,
fleshes
like,
this out
there's
way
no
more.
evidence to suggest that, like, she would then want to keep fighting on with the rebellion. Well,
No,
maybe just until the Death Star's destroyed, but I don't think she would. Had she survived this and been in
mhm.
A New Hope, I don't think she would have properly joined the rebellion after that.
No, for
I think
sure.
she would have been done and said,
Yeah,
"I can rest now."
I don't disagree. But like the point I'm trying to make is that like with Jin, she's like her emotions come out, like she cries, or she's like, it's emotional for her in a
Mhm.
different way than it is to Andor. And like you said, like with
Right.
it's like the Endgame team, it's like I said, like every day he's been doing things where his life is on the line and he could die at any moment. But then in this moment he knows he's gonna die. And he's done
Mhm.
everything, and like this is such a powerful moment for him, like because
Yeah.
it's certain it's over, and he's done everything he can, and he's done incredible things for the rebellion, and this is his final hurrah. Like he's just like, as Jin says it to Krennic, you know, we've just sent a message to the whole galaxy telling them how to blow up your weapon. It's like that. It's very powerful to him, and he doesn't cry because he's been expecting death his whole life, and like this is he now knows
Mhm.
he's gonna die, and it's I don't know. I think once again, if you've watched
Yeah,
Andor,
I
everything,
don't know. I just feel like for his character, it would have been better if he, like, again, hugged her tighter or showed a bit of emotion instead of, like, because when he opens his eyes, what face was he making?
yeah, no,
Like, no
that bit is really
face?
awkward. That bit
He
looks
was
really
That
just
awkward.
like
that's
weirdly
just
looking at the
weird.
camera.
It
Yeah,
Just
looks awkward for sure. Yeah,
disturbed me in the
it's
scene.
it's weird, I think.
awkward. That bit is awkward. I think a lot of people have pointed that out because it just looks kind of funny. Because the overexposure just makes it really like silly looking the way he like opens his eyes.
Mhm.
Um,
What I also gotta say to this, for me personally, after watching the movie, and especially after watching Ender, I think the best death scene for him would have just been without Jin, like just him falling down on his knees on the beach and looking at like, I did it now,
Yeah.
basically, like on what Eternal described, like I can rest now, like just the
Mhm.
solo scene, like the hugging just doesn't really match his
it's,
character for
well,
me.
it kind of links to what I said earlier, but because of that line that he mentions about her father, like obviously like she's the main character, but all the credit gets given to her in a way. Like the credit gets all given to her for everything that's happened here. And then as someone who's watched Andor, it kind of makes you like, this guy has done so much for the rebellion, and he
Mm,
doesn't really get his own credit for everything that's happened here. Do you know what I mean? And I think I don't know.
yeah.
I'm not saying it's an issue. I'm just saying like it's an interesting
Mhm.
thing to mention about it, and I think that kind of links with what you were saying about him
Yeah.
having his own death scene. Uh,
When
but yeah,
he gives Jin a hug, or when they
mhm.
hug, is Jin already hugging him and we see his arms wrap around her? Because that's kind of important, because I think the
Wait, let me
hug
have a
is
look.
actually Jin saying, "Thank you for believing me."
Wait, we can just
Because
have a look
before
at
they
the
go to
scene real quick.
Scarif, Cassian says, but I do, I believe you."
Mhm.
So
Hugging
if
at the
that's what happens,
beach.
then that would explain it.
Uh,
Right, because they're both, like, sitting down, but then we cut to a shot of them hugging, like, after something else happens. It cuts to something
Mm.
else.
Yeah, there's the line.
Yeah, there's the line. Kind of a weird line. And then obviously that would make her emotional
She.
just thinking about that.
Mm,
But I also feel like, in a way, Cassian is trying to comfort her with death coming, right? But he
Yeah.
doesn't feel the same way about death as her, so he's kind of like she's very emotional, and like I feel like in one hand he's much more accepting of death than she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look.
Looks like
She's
hugging him, and
already
he.
hugging him, and then he gives
Mhm.
her a hug, and it's her. This is definitely her saying thank you for believing me, and yeah,
Yeah.
she is
But, like,
teary eyed.
yeah, this
It's
shot looks
just
so
Yeah,
weird.
the look. Why?
It
Why,
looks really
Diego? Why
gross.
did you open your
And also,
eyes?
by the way, I don't even think you'd be able to open your eyes here. Like, you would get immediately blinded. Like, you'd be like,
Oh,
like,
he's
you would get
looking
100%.
away
blinded.
from it. He's
Yeah, but still,
like
look at
she's looking
the
at it, but he's looking away from it.
right. But like, I feel like you would still get like, you'd be blinded. Like, oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
like
Yeah.
here you are
Oh,
blind. Like
fucking
you're
hell, you're
dead,
blind.
but you're also blind.
Could
I
you
don't know,
play it?
I'm not.
What did they go straight to black after this shot?
I think they
No,
stay at
it
white.
transitions into
No,
the
it fades.
explosion. Yeah.
I think they definitely could have made, like, this is definitely a cinematography thing. They absolutely
This
could have
looks
made that
nice.
shot more dramatic by making the explosion ramp up and have some sort of like flame effect to it. Not that it's setting everything on fire because it's the ocean, but that it would have some sort of flame effect and then it would go to black.
Mhm.
That would have been so much more dramatic for their deaths because the music, there still could have been a dramatic note for the score, and then after that it could have then built back up to the notes that we're hearing as we're looking at the whole explosion. I feel like that would have been better because
I
their
will.
death is supposed to be the
Yeah,
most dramatic, but it's
Yeah.
not.
I
I
agree.
would
Yeah.
also say. I would also say that just overall, it's just a funny little like nitpick. It's all very convenient that the Death Star didn't just fire directly at the city and just
I
instantly
was
kill everybody.
I
Like
was
it
about
hits
Did they
really
do
far
that on
away.
purpose?
the same. They literally left the top of the tower so they can have this cinematic shot where it shoots through the top of the tower.
Well, the beam itself goes through Krennic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like Krennic gets.
that's
Right,
they literally
Krennic
had to
is
make
there.
them
He gets
leave.
annihilated by the laser itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they
But
made
like what?
them leave so they could die through the
But,
explosion itself.
but yeah, but like what the point I'm making is like it's kind of convenient that the laser didn't just land straight on the city. It hits all the way over there, and then the explosion like
Yeah,
erupts from there, and then it gives them all that time
At
to
a
have that
very,
emotional
very
scene.
weird angle as well. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think maybe they would have just been desperate to shoot
that is true.
because from what we've seen, um, technically, there should be no reason why the Death Star can't instantly jump to the correct point where it needs to be near the planet. But I guess it does make sense that once it comes out of hyperspace and it's just at the planet on whatever side it
It's got
happens to be
aim.
at, that it does need to move and then properly aim.
Yeah, it's
And
very
that takes a
flat.
yeah,
lot of time. And had they taken more time on it, because look at the awkward angle that it's at right now, right?
yeah.
Had they taken more time on it, the risk level of the rebels succeeding goes up.
But then also the
Sure,
question: why would they shoot at this weird angle, not just straight down at the planet?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like
Explosion is the same.
Because well, maybe the time for them to angle down enough would have been different. Because
that's
I
true. Yeah,
Yeah,
think
okay,
if
yeah.
we remember when they're shooting at Jeddah, they're upside down.
Yeah,
We
they're
haven't
that's
seen it do that before.
That's okay. That's actually I forgot to. This is just a random thing I remember watching in a video before. It's not upside down. It's a science thing where like apparently when you're on if you're on the ground and you're looking at something like that, apparently it appears upside down. Now I don't remember how that works, but it
Huh.
is not upside down. It's just it's a
Well,
weird
what
like
I mean is like
physics thing
we
when you're
see a
on the ground.
shot of like we see a shot from space. We
Oh,
see
when
the
it's
planet and
pointing
we see
straight
the Death
down.
Star, and it's upside down
It's
as
pointing
it's
straight down.
moving. As it's moving.
What do you mean? Like when it's
Do you know?
pointing
Okay,
straight at the
could you pull
planet?
up that shot again, please, Ice? Thank you.
Which
Thank
one?
you. Um, I think
It's in
it's
here.
this one. It
No,
probably
this is
shows it.
just a message.
No, it won't be
There,
this one. No.
there.
There's the shot. There's the shot right
Yeah.
there. That
Yeah.
look. It's upside down.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. It isn't.
That's what you mean. No. Tunnel, what he means is basically this one should be like at the top, basically. That's
No, I
how
The
the Death
cannon
Star
is
understand.
was
usually on the
designed.
top the top
Yeah, no,
hemisphere
no,
of
no.
the Death
Top
Star.
half, yeah.
You're right, but what I'm saying is, it isn't actually upside down. It's just that
Okay.
it's.
We
I
see it
remember.
upside down. For them, obviously, it's not upside down.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is
Mm.
that in like it's actually a science related thing where like when it appears upside down, like it's not. Oh, I still have to describe this. Just Google it, like because there's a thing I remember watching about this. It was like why does the Death Star appear upside down? They just put that, and apparently it's actually science. It's not the Death Star isn't actually upside down.
There, why was the Death
Because
Star flipped upside down in Rogue One? That's an actual. Okay, wait. It looks like it was orbiting Jeddah at a lower
Okay, maybe that's
altitude,
not.
so they would have to reorient to have the super laser actually pointing at the city.
Okay,
Because
maybe I
there's
was
no
wrong then.
inherent up or down in space. It's just perspective. As the super laser dish was positioned to aim down at the planet in at the planet Jeddah in Rogue One. Hold on, I need to really like focus on this. While the station's internal gravity kept its crew oriented normally, essentially showing the dish pointing towards the planet's surface from the viewer's angle. Think of it like looking at Earth from space. Australia looks upside down compared to a map, but people there aren't upside down because they have their own down. To
Right.
yeah, I understand that. Like obviously for them, they have like
uh,
their own gravity, so for
yeah,
us it just appears upside down. But why show us an angle where it does appear upside down for us?
I'm trying
because
to
of
look.
well, okay, from if I had to guess from just looking at this shot, the planet, like where the planet is on screen, it looks like. Wait,
This side is more pointed towards it, so probably just that. That's why.
yeah, nah, I don't know. Then
It's
that's really
difficult. Yeah.
interesting.
I think the way we've got to look at it is that we perceive there's an upside down, but in reality, it's just a ball that just will like rotate on any axis and just like look
Yeah,
around. Like it's like an eye. It's like an eyeball, right? The
Yeah.
eyeball will
Hmm.
just like roll around, look everywhere, and it can just like it has complete full range of motion. So it's basically like omnidirectional. It doesn't really have an upside down or a top or a bottom. It just literally spins, and it can look weird because of we're so used to seeing that the laser on the top half. Like we're
the
so
fact
used
that
to that visual.
yeah, in these shots, I know we're circling back to this a little bit, but like this scene
Yeah,
is just it's so well done in this movie
I
and is
like
so
this.
pivotal to everything.
Hmm.
The oh wait, look at that again. Go back. Pause on the shot where we could see the actual Death Star before that.
I'm going back from.
Right there.
You mean this?
That's also an upside down shot.
Right, like now it's like upside. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Wait, is there? Why does it? Doesn't it appear that one laser here is missing? Or is it
Wait,
I
go
just
assume
me
it's a
spacing?
go are you going frame by frame?
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
going
yeah.
frame by frame.
That's the last frame.
Oops.
Yeah, that is the last frame.
Yeah, there's
It's just
definitely a
weird.
laser missing. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's missing one.
Maybe
It,
it's just because this video is so bad quality, this doesn't actually capture the frame where you can see this laser.
maybe, or maybe
Maybe.
they just don't show it. They might just
I
not
always
show it. To
found
be
it
fair.
weird that when they fire the Death Star, it like builds up to the ball in the middle and it's not just a big thing out of the center. That doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense to me.
For, especially for me, confused because they say single, like, what was it?
Single
Single,
Yeah,
reactor
it's
ignition.
different.
single reactor ignition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
Herc.
What's going on, kids? Sorry,
Hello,
I'm
Hello.
late.
hello.
Hello.
You are all good.
Fucking
We
responsibilities and
we
whatnot.
are just wrapping up the cinematography section. So we are yapping. We've been going for another 2 hours. No, but there is so much to be said about this movie compared to the others, both good and bad. And I think it's good that we're having a balance of both of those
Definitely.
discussions, types of discussions, right?
And also the thing with discussing movies is that it's easier to mention the bad than the good because you just accept the good as that's how it is, basically. You
Yeah,
more
yeah,
notice the
that's
bad
a
things,
whole
I think.
that's a whole thing we could talk about. Like that's just the mentality of everything of like life in general is
Yeah.
that the good is just good, but the bad is like what you emphasize on, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a really
Well,
interesting thing to think about.
the other aspect of this is that I doubt that Star Wars came from books, but
No, it
you could
doesn't.
have 100 people read a book, and every one of them would have a different movie in their head based on that book.
Well, I
Yeah.
You know
know.
what I mean?
Yeah, no, Star Wars is not a book movie. It was entirely written as a movie
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I figured
So
as much.
yeah, when you were
Uh-huh.
referencing the novelization,
Oh my
I
god,
was going to
amazing.
make a point about that. I can't remember if I said this yesterday or not,
Mhm.
but whenever it's a novel that turns into a movie, the film adapts whatever it possibly can from the novel and then maybe adds its own flair here and there. When it's
Mhm.
a movie that is then turned into a novelization,
Uh-huh.
um, the novel usually just tries to fill any gaps that the movie had,
Yeah.
and it's
Exactly.
so frustrating that they
That
do
was a
that,
big yeah, that
which
was
is
a
why,
big
like, especially
mm,
for like video game lore, well, there's only
mhm,
one video game that actually does this, which is Five Nights at Freddy's.
mhm.
That's why referencing the books is like BS, in my opinion, because that's not what
No, for
happens.
sure.
It's after the fact. Like
That
it's them covering their asses.
that was a big problem with the sequels novels, particularly Rise of Skywalker, is that
Yeah.
when you actually read the novel of Rise of Skywalker, it's basically completely different to the movie because they've just this like, oh, this bit happens. You're like, oh, that's in the movie, and then it's like, yeah, but then they add all this extra detail to make it all make sense,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
it's like
And
so
I
forced.
hate when they do that, which is why
And
for novel readers, for novel enjoyers, I'm glad that they do
it's
it,
cool.
whatever. But like for me, I ain't reading that.
Yeah, but the problem is, right? It's like if the novel content was all in the movie, it would be great. But for
Yeah,
some reason, like
which
for
is why
example,
like just write the novel first.
of the movie, yeah,
Just
well,
write
you
the
Yeah,
could
that's
book.
what I gotta say. Usually, when you first write the novel and then adapt it into a movie, the
it's much more
story is
solid.
more thought out.
It's
Especially
more
when
fleshed
Exactly.
most of
out,
like
exactly.
really, for example, Lord of the Rings is the best example. Lord of the Rings is one of the best story to movie
Hmm.
adaptations I
Mhm.
think I've ever seen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
From what I know,
It's fantastic. All the ways is incredible.
Yeah, like
yeah.
I'm the type of person that likes to think about every possibility, every
Hmm.
angle, like whenever I'm making decisions, whenever looking over how things are done or whatever. I like to do that is try to find all the answers. But
Mhm.
when like it's clear that the people who write these movies are not those kinds of people. Well, it's clear when they are not
Well,
those kinds of people
right.
because then you discover things like plot holes because it's so easy for all the writers to sit down with the
For
story fleshed
hours.
out and then try to figure out, does this work? Does this not work? Is this a problem? Is this a problem? Is this a problem? Because when you have a novel and you're writing, it is infinite it is infinitesimally easier to change a novel than to change a movie. Because
Yeah.
when they're doing the movie, they have the story written and they think that that's all polished and done. They go film and they edit and they produce. And then it's done. To
I would.
undo something or to add more to that is why Disney is failing so hard with all their new films where they're like 300, 400 million dollars each because they're paying so
Mhm.
much for reshoots because clearly the writers did not think of every possibility or every angle. Yeah,
What I
that's
get
I
my
at
whole
is
rant on that.
that I think one of the problems as well is that some writers just want this specific shot so bad that they will just make it happen and don't really
Yeah,
care about what it implies. Especially with the Holder maneuver in episode 8. Like that's just I think
yeah,
they
but
just
like, look
wanted
how
this
cool
shot
this
because it
looks.
looks really
look how
cool,
cool it looks, but it
but it's
completely breaks
Yeah,
everything we've
but
ever
I also,
known about all of
I
this.
also,
Like,
yeah, I don't want to cop out though the writers because like we can't just because like the movie would have been redrafted or at least should have been redrafted like hundreds of times or whatever, like countless times
mm-hmm,
to make
mm-hmm,
sure they don't break or like it all makes sense. So obviously it is easier to edit a novel, but like you can redraft a movie script in the same way that you can redraft a novel. But the
yeah,
problem is it just doesn't get that same kind of treatment. It's always
yeah.
worse. Like they always fuck up. And like I
yeah,
said, I mentioned it yesterday. One of the plot holes was how does Vader track Leia's ship through hyperspace, leading into A New Hope? Well, luckily the novelization has a crappy response to that. There's a
yeah,
hyperspace
exactly.
leak, like whatever the fuck that is. Like sure,
Yeah,
but
something
that's
that
not in the
is
movie.
worth mentioning about these movies in particular as well is that Disney had a plan from 2015, 16, 17, 18,
Mhm.
19 that they
Right,
wanted a Star Wars movie every year. That was their
right,
plan. And they planned this out as soon as they um what's it called? Completed their acquisition of Lucasfilm, right?
yeah,
Is they were like, we need a Star Wars movie every year. So here's the plan: 7, Rogue One; 8, Solo; 9. That was their plan.
uh-huh.
So they had hard deadlines. And the only reason why that deadline ever got pushed back was because on the set of The Force Awakens for Episode 7, a mechanical door for the Millennium Falcon slammed shut and broke Harrison Ford's leg and delayed shooting by 6 months. So all the Star Wars movies, from 7 to 9 and everything in between, was meant to be in the summer, but they pushed it 6 months to the winter just because Harrison Ford broke his leg, but they still had hard deadlines for these films. So for Rogue One, they came up with the concept, they wrote it all out, they did as much checking as they could, straight into filming because they literally don't have time.
I mean, I don't know when they started work on it. I don't know if it was in.
Yeah, I don't know, but this project is definitely not something that was thought about and formulated for like a period of 10 years. No way.
Yeah, which is also kind of just unfortunate because the Andor show, Tony Gilroy had been writing it and redrafting it for like,
Yeah.
I want to say years, but for a really long time. And that show is like, I don't want to say it's perfect, but like,
Yeah, the thing
does
about a
has its
movie
issues.
is you need time with it, which is why I am very much looking forward to going to see Markiplier's Iron Lung, is because he has been working on this film for 3 goddamn years. He's been on this movie
But
for
you wanna-
3 years. Disney whipped up a whole Star Wars movie in less than 2, and it was The Last Jedi, and it was complete ass.
So like, yeah, exactly. So if Markiplier's movie is terrible, it's gonna be like, well, what the hell? Like 3 years and you made crap. Like what happened? Like how
Yeah.
you had 3 years to redraft and then to actually film and then for post production. And like 3 years is really good for like the average movie, like you said, like nowadays, is like a year, 2 years, like roughly. Like that's like, most movies are made in that time.
Yeah.
And it's like you had 3 years. So if that's
3
proper, it's
years.
like what the fuck, man? Like what
Yeah,
happened?
exactly.
What were you doing?
It is also
Like-
worth mentioning, I think he said this, and I don't know if it's true or not, but he may or may not have broken the record for most blood used in a horror film,
Oh, I remember.
which would be an
hearing about
incredible record for him to break. Anyway, wait. Shoveling quesadillas into my face. This is from Hex. But a similar tangent is the Resident Evil video games Peak that were turned into movies. Absolute shit.
They were apps. Yeah, the movies are so
Yeah, because
fucking
they
bad, bro.
definitely had a timeline in mind and they
So
rushed to get it done. This is also why Star Wars Battlefront, the video game, and Star Wars Battlefront 2 are complete shit compared to what they could have been, is because they had hard deadlines with their producers and they had to rush to get these games done. And then after Battlefront 1 came out, the game was completely fucked for multiplayer. And there were so many different things that they wanted to add, but then of course Disney was cock blocking them and telling them no, you can't. But then they were like, "Okay, Battlefront 2," and then they were all like, "What? Battlefront 1?" And then they were like, "No, Battlefront 2, because it's coming out in 2 goddamn years after the first one." So there you go.
Yeah.
I'm actually upset about that, because what if they would have been able to sit on that movie for a couple more years? What if?
Judging by what Tony Gilroy made with Andor, I wish that he either one had more creative control in that sense, but also if they had more time to rewrite it and redraft it and make it so that way.
I love this movie
Yeah,
because I love the concept and I love certain scenes in it. But if I were to look at this movie from a critic standpoint, which is what I've been trying to do this whole time, and look at the whole picture, I don't like it anymore. Because now I'm noticing all of these things that are
There's all the
wrong.
issues of it,
And
yeah.
now that I'm old enough, I'm learning the reasons behind it. And I hate it. Like, I
Right.
hate these reasons. And like, why are they reasons? Oh, Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I digress. Is that everything for cinematography?
I suppose, yeah. I didn't take it. Like I said, I didn't take much notes on it personally. So.
Okay.
I'm not
Bro
really an
pulled back the
expert on
curtain and saw how hot dogs were made. Yes, exactly, Hex. That is exactly how it worked for this. It's because my biggest peeve with any kind of content or like any creative anything is wasted potential. That is my number one all-time biggest pet peeve. And almost every game I've ever played has a plethora of wasted potential. And it's so upsetting to see a movie have wasted potential because you can't remake this movie. Hollywood's not going to let you do that. Disney's not going to let you
It's
do
not
that,
easy to do.
right? It's out there. It is what it is. It's the same thing with The Last Jedi. The amount of potential they had from when Rey hands him the lightsaber to what does he do in the first shot of The Last Jedi, they completely killed all of it with the very first scene because he throws the lightsaber away. wasted potential squared. Like, biggest pet peeve of mine. But anyway, let us move
What's
on.
next?
The next
Is it
and second
enjoyability?
last category is enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start this one because I
Yeah.
am Rogue One's biggest fan out of all of us, I could say. And I have loved this movie for a long time. But if I'm being so honest with myself, I have loved it because I've held it to a high standard in my head and I haven't watched it in a long time. I have seen this movie maybe 3 or 4 times. I thought I watched it a lot, but I'm trying to think about it now. And I saw it when it came out, and then I saw it a couple times. I saw it in my like home theater when we got the Blu-ray disc for it. I know I watched it there a couple times, and then I've seen it on Disney Plus maybe twice. Rose-colored lens all flashbacks, exactly Hex. It's exactly that. Where I hold it to such a high standard, and in reality, it's not that great. I don't want to bring this up, but I'm going to, and I'm not going to include this in the thing. I will cut this out. But you know how much I've been talking about my first relationship? I've been talking to you guys a lot about that recently. I've been holding it to such a high, like the rose-colored lenses, exactly what Hex is describing, and that's where I'm holding it in my head. In reality, every time I talk to somebody who knows anything about it, like my parents or whatever,
It was not as good as you remember
they
it.
remind me of that it was not unicorns and rainbows and butterflies and
Right,
whatever.
exactly.
Right? So that's the exact same feeling that I have for Rogue One now, and it's a really disappointing feeling to have.
I also want to point out, because even though like I kind of took the piss out of Panda and like whatever when they were talking about it, it's
Right.
like this movie is quite boring in the sense that like I said, just because a movie isn't constant fighting, it doesn't mean that it can't be. It's not good, but like
Yeah.
there is a lot of slow parts of this movie, and then I think that kind of ends up being kind of a detriment because the pacing of this movie is kind of problematic. I think a lot of times like it goes from being really really fast paced, and then like the wrong scenes feel like they are too long, and then other
Yeah.
scenes feel too short. It's not the balance of that feels kind of clunky a lot of the time. So it's like
Right.
there's a lot from this movie where it just really drags, and then it's like, oh, now we're going to the big battle, and it's like, oh wow, okay, cool, and it's like, I don't know, like yeah, it's quite boring. A lot of this movie is really boring. I feel like
Hex is saying this reminds me. Let's see what he says. We have to do this for Good Will Hunting.
Oh no, I've not actually seen it.
What is
Is
that?
that movie really boring?
It's the movie that has the GIF that I just sent in the chat.
Son of a bitch, he stole my line. Yeah.
It's
it boring?
got Robin Williams and Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's in there for a little while. It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I've heard it's really really good, but I don't know anything about it. But yeah, like I think, yeah, what was it? Enjoyment we're talking about, right? Like, yeah, I do think though that like, yeah, despite that, which is obviously like a more negative thing, like I still think that a lot of it feels really really satisfying, even though, as we spoke about, we've kind of picked apart
We
the
have picked
story.
apart every single second of this damn film
Right.
over the past
Even though we've done
5
that, I
hours.
think like kind of artificially a lot of it feels really really satisfying and really really like cool, and like yeah, the movie looks awesome. There's some really cool action like elements, and it looks beautiful. It's yeah, in all these ways I think the movie is quite successful, and that makes it at least very fun to watch. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, my overall enjoyment, I still enjoy the movie. I don't think I'm ever going to stop enjoying this movie, but it is those other details that we've now pointed out that I just kind of ignore. But like for me personally, I kind of have this thing with most movies that I watch where there's like a third of the movie that I don't like. So when I watched Thor Ragnarok, the entire part where they're on that trash planet, what's the planet called? Sakaar? I just don't like
I
that
do not
part.
remember.
I
don't
don't
remember
enjoy
movie
that as much
at all.
as I just don't enjoy that as much as the before and the after because I liked the scenes with Hela who's the main villain, the goddess of
Yeah,
death,
yeah, yeah.
right? And then in Endgame, nope, in Infinity War, I don't like the battle on at
Titan?
Wakanda.
Oh, okay.
Compared to the
Yeah, the
other
Wakanda
battles, I
battle
just don't like the
is
Wakanda battle
different.
because it's just that send out a million troops to go fight a million
And also, it
little
makes no
alien
sense.
Easier
things, right?
point, yeah.
And it also makes no
Uh,
sense, but like the whole point is that Thanos still comes there and then he gets that final stone. That's what obviously
yeah,
the ending of the battle, which is what I like about it. But like for every movie, I kind of have that a little bit. And what I don't like
uh,
for this is like just I hate to say this because obviously
uh,
these are like some of the diversity characters, but
oh no.
Chirrut and Baze. I
No,
can't now. I can't.
I
After
know what you
watching
mean.
it now and
They're
then
really
like
weak
having a
characters.
brain while watching it instead of trying to enjoy it and just being
Mhm.
like, this wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. Why are you saying this? Why did you call her your little sister? Like all of that is just like I
They're
don't
really
like
weak
those two.
characters for sure.
They are,
Yeah.
and I just don't like them. So
Mm,
that
I get
definitely
it.
plays into the enjoyment factor. But
Yeah,
unfortunately,
for
yeah,
sure.
this film does have a third of it that I don't enjoy.
Uh-huh.
What
Uh,
else? Ice, what do you think?
Well, for me, the movie, when you first watch it and you're not really that much invested in the Star Wars story, it's a good movie. It's visually very pleasing. The story
mhm.
makes sense for the most part if you don't go too deep into it. So it depends on basically like what you're watching it for. Are you watching it really for the lore of Star Wars, or are you just watching it to basically have a filler movie that's just should be enjoyable?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
If you
it's
Yeah.
all
just
about
want
like
a movie that is visually pleasing, makes sense in the grand scheme of when you don't look at it too deeply, then
Mhm.
it's a good movie that you can watch.
it's like yeah, it's all about your like levels of engagement. It's like
Yeah.
how much are you going to pay attention? Because the more you think, the more it's going to come apart. And like pretty much like most movies are like this, but obviously really good movies won't have this issue. Like when you start to pick it apart, there won't just be problems that you find. It will be everything will just like work. Do you know what I mean? So like it all like the in like well I say all, but like in like 90% of the top like the best most iconic like yeah the best movies of all time. You won't just constantly find problems when you think like when you pick it apart, right? And yeah, it's just all about that level of engagement and at a
Yeah.
surface level, it's very enjoyable for sure. And I think like it's already been mentioned, the kind of superficial elements when it comes to
Mhm.
visuals and sound and like not to say they're not important, but those elements are done very very well. And
Yeah.
so yeah, yeah, I think that's awesome. That's
Okay,
a
so then
very strong part.
here's a big question for the three
Mhm.
of you. Because all three like Ice, Logan, and Hex, we've all seen all of Star Wars, right?
Yes.
If you were to do a Star Wars marathon where you are
Mhm.
watching episodes 1 through 9, do you watch Rogue One?
By
Question, do I
definition,
watch the
no.
sequels? But I
So
don't
yeah,
think I would watch it, to be honest.
no, I
But
would
like
say
It's
no.
a Star
yeah,
Wars
if
movie, but it is not Star Wars, if that makes any sense.
Same with
I know what you mean.
Han Solo movie. Like I wouldn't watch that
well,
either.
Solo is like purely a backstory movie. But if you
Yeah.
are watching, okay, let's say you were watching the general plot from Phantom Menace to Return of the Jedi. We're gonna just ignore the sequels for this.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Just until you get yeah,
I,
just until you get to the second Death Star blowing up, which is the end of
mhm.
episode 6. Do you include Rogue One for the purpose of how the rebels get those plans?
I
No,
personally don't,
I
and
wouldn't. It's
I
not
Interesting.
really
think
important for me.
I don't
I
think
would
it
say
is.
yes.
Okay,
I might be a little bit
that's
biased because I do
interesting.
like this movie, but
Mhm.
I would say yes.
It's only because of
That's completely
Felicity.
okay.
Don't believe the
I think
propaganda.
It's only
no,
because of Felicity.
I think the way I see it is, if this movie was important, George Lucas would have made it, and he did not make this movie.
That's
And
Fair.
not.
I think
Clickety clickety clock.
However, I don't think George Lucas ever had the intention of making fillers
no, I'm not
because
saying he
he
did, but the
did
point
4,
is,
5, 6, and then 1, 2,
no,
3. There was room for a 7, 8, 9. However, there didn't even need to be a 7, 8, 9 because was episode 6 left
six.
on any kind of a cliffhanger?
No,
No,
was very
really, no.
conclusive.
that could have
He didn't
been
even make
the
seven,
end
eight, nine.
because
It
Palpatine
Like,
just
it was
died,
my
whatever. That could have been
understanding
it.
that Star Wars, when it was originally pitched, before
Uh-huh.
4, 5, and 6 were released, it was already a 9-episode series, but Hollywood only
Ah,
wanted 4, 5, and 6.
no, it
right.
was
That's my
Yeah.
understanding.
He wanted to
no,
start
it
right in the
was
middle. Mm,
no. So he wrote the original trilogy. He
yeah.
then split it into 3 because he couldn't wait. Because he couldn't. Yeah, he split the script. It was all one movie. The original trilogy was all one script. He split it into 3, made the first third, which was A New Hope, and of course, massive success. So then he made the second 2. But then he ended up, while doing this, he kind of started writing the prequels. There was never a 7, 8, 9. There was never. He started writing ideas of 7, 8, and 9 after the prequels, but he scrapped all of it. And then he ended up giving it to Disney, and they said, "Oh wow, this is so cool. We're going to use it," and then threw it all away.
And then they threw it
So
all
he
away,
had very,
exactly.
very rough kind of
Right.
ideas for
And
7, 8,
that's
9.
kind of
It was
why he
never
gave it to them,
planned.
is because like from pure, I don't know, like pure what's it called? Analysis,
Mhm.
just from looking at the fact that A New Hope is called episode 4, we know for a fact he has episode 1, 2, 3 in mind.
Okay, well,
But
it was not.
we
It
can't
was not called Episode 4 when it released.
No, it wasn't.
It was not even called A New Hope. It was only. It was called. Only became A New Hope when the original. Oh, sorry, when the prequels came out. It was just called Star Wars.
Really?
Yeah, it was just
Yeah.
called Star Wars. It was never A
So
New
then what
Hope
about the title
until.
crawl?
Oh, that was added in post. That was updated in special
No.
editions.
Wow.
It was.
Okay.
It
I'm
was
just a liar
originally
who
just
lies
called
then.
Star
My
Wars. It
bad.
was just called Star Wars. Yeah. In all fairness, it might have became A New Hope once Return of the Jedi came out. That might be more accurate. I'm not quite sure, but it was never called Episode 4. That was
Okay.
added in
Yeah.
when the
This
prequels came out.
this is what Hex said. He pasted this from Google. Star
Yep.
Wars movies were written and developed across several decades, with George Lucas writing the original trilogy scripts in the mid 1970s, the prequels in the 1990s, and the sequel trilogy in the 2010s. Though Lucas had initial ideas and notes for the whole saga much earlier, even before the first film. The core process involved Lucas drafting and revising screenplays, often with collaborators, over many years for each film. The idea was there originally, but the scripts were
Okay, well,
spaced out.
we obviously have to pay attention to this a bit more because obviously this is probably like an AI summary because it says that Lucas wrote the sequels. He did not write the sequel
He did
trilogy,
not
so
write
I'm
the
not sure why
sequels.
that's
Yeah.
even there. He did not. He had no involvement in
Zero
the sequel
involvement for the
trilogy.
sequels.
We cannot allow for that kind of connection. But yeah, the point is back to the whole idea of would you watch it? It's like, pardon me. I think, yeah, when I say George Lucas didn't make it, so it's not important. It's like it's not necessarily that he wanted to make spin-offs, but more so that if this story was important enough, he would have put it in episode 4. That would have been in the whole, the
I
whole
don't know if that's an
acquiring the
argument.
plans is. Well, because the point is, if it's important that the Death Star, like, okay, as we kind of mentioned with Hogan the other day, the plot hole. It's not really necessarily a plot hole, but the plot point that this movie is trying to explain is why the Death Star has a weakness, right? That is why the whole point of this movie. It's not about getting the plans because that could have been like some guy could have fucking dropped it and someone could have picked it up. Like it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
need to have a big. We don't need to see this whole big battle to get it. We don't need that. But the point is, like, if that plot point was so important, then I feel like George Lucas would have included that in the original movie, and he doesn't do it because it wasn't really necessary. But obviously, some asshole at Disney was like, "We need to make a
Yes, for
movie."
the movies to work, it was not necessary.
Exactly. That's kind of just what I'm
Right.
trying to say.
Right.
Uh,
That is a fair
and
This whole
point.
thing screams, this quote unquote plot hole was pointed
Mhm.
out decades after the the full 9-part or whatever, or decades after the originals, and shortly after
Mhm.
the whole 9-part series was released. And they're like, hey, well, how did they get? And they were like, we can make money off of this.
Well, yeah,
That
there was probably some dickhead that was like, "We need to make a movie," and they were like, let me just think. Han Solo backstory? Yeah, well, who cares? Maybe we'll do that." And then someone was like, "Do you remember how the Death Star, like the the little like with the weird card that Leia like imagine like we made a movie about how they got that card and then you know what I mean? It was just like a I don't know, it wasn't like this
Oh my
movie
god,
needed
that's
to
the card that
exist.
she gives R2.
Yeah, the
Yes.
little yeah.
Ah, okay. Sorry. Another aha moment.
Yeah, that's the whole point
Apologies.
of the
I
movie,
have had
Squibby.
like two or three
Oh,
of those in the
brother.
past 2 days.
Squibby needs a Snickers. He's not him when he's hungry.
I'm not me when I'm
Right, right.
hungry.
But I also think like a point like this is gonna be like kind of a maybe like a really deep kind of philosophical idea, but um, like Star Wars, the original trilogy specifically, it's like a very timeless movie because it has these like this story and these character archetypes that are like you know iconic throughout stories, like you know like the this like the
Yeah.
new hero, like you know the old mentor, like all these kind of ideas are story like parts of storytelling that are so iconic, right? And it's like a it's the movie's very whimsical and it's very fantastical and it's like you know it's all I don't know it's all very like fun and adventurous and this movie doesn't really have those same kind of timeless elements. This movie isn't like it doesn't have these character archetypes in the same way that Star Wars does. Its story isn't like the hero's journey, like George Lucas based it off of or anything. Like it's completely different in that sense, and I think that makes it
Mhm.
a lot. It doesn't stand the test of time in the same way that the original trilogies will,
Hmm.
and I think that's an interesting thing to point out
I agree.
about Rogue One.
Yeah.
Well, coming back to the question, I would probably say like it's a similar thing to Eternal. I also just don't think that Rogue One is important to understand the plot of Star Wars. It's
Mhm.
more of just explaining a question you could have when watching it. So
It's
that's why I
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
wouldn't.
even.
If I were to show somebody like the Star Wars story, I don't think Rogue One would really be necessary to explain
Mhm.
it.
It's
Hmm.
kind of like the funny way that I would put it is it's like you know when you see something in Star Wars and you're like, what the fuck is that? So you go to Wikipedia and it brings up this like random page about some random
Mm,
like goober that did some random thing. It's like this movie is like a movie version of you going to Wikipedia and being like, how did they get the plans? And then you just search it up and then it's like they just made that into a movie. They were like this
Hmm.
random
mm,
question that somebody asked, we're gonna make a whole movie about it. It's like
Yeah,
it's
it's
not really
like a
needed.
college paper where you got to write 10,000 words on how the rebels got the plans for the Death Star.
Maybe the
And they were like,
original
here we
idea for
go.
this movie was like they already knew that they wanted to have a movie out every year. And I can almost guarantee they already knew that the that the Han Solo backstory movie was going to be a thing.
Mhm.
Maybe what they were also trying to think of is can we make a movie that will reference the original trilogy or be an homage to the originals?
For
And
sure.
then maybe
yeah.
of the ideas pitched, somebody's idea was, how about we make a movie right
Uh-huh.
before episode 4 where they go and get the plans for the Death Star and give it to Leia?
If,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Because when Disney first acquired Star Wars, they were still under the impression, and of course, it was still kind of true. They were under the impression that everyone hated the prequels, so they wanted nothing to do with the prequels,
They
which is
wanted
also why
nothing to do with them. Yep.
Battlefront was only the original trilogy. Everything
Yeah.
was the original trilogy, right? The sequels are, well, at least Force Awakens is like just a really shitty version of A New Hope.
Yeah.
You know, they released Solo about Han Solo, Rogue One, which is about the Death Star plans. All of it is original trilogy. It's only as they moved further into the sequels, like more so Rise of Skywalker, and then also you know afterwards with like Clone Wars and Ahsoka, all that, where they started going back to the prequels. So obviously, when they had these ideas about what movies they want to make that are spin-offs, there was nothing prequel related. They were too scared because
Mm,
they thought everybody hated them. They were not
yeah.
going to do anything. They were like, "Fuck that! Get rid of the prequels. No one cares." And obviously it's had like a revitalized life more recently where like a lot of people have kind of you know fallen in love with those movies, but yeah, I think that's also obviously a factor in this why
Hmm.
this movie was made. uh,
It
but
is
yeah.
it is kind of it's also interesting to think about that this could be the case, but like as you were saying, at the time of them releasing all the of Disney releasing the sequels and these new movies, that was at a time when they were under the impression that everybody hated the prequels, which they did. Let's get that right. People
I mean,
hated the
no,
prequels. They did
I
not
think
like it. But then
mm,
people started liking the prequels after the sequels were so much worse. Isn't that
To a
weird?
degree.
I think more of the people who were around for the original trilogy didn't really enjoy the prequels, so most of the people like didn't like the prequels, but the people who grew up with the prequels liked them.
Love them, right?
Mhm.
And as they get older, 20 years later in 2015, these people are now adults, and they're
Yeah.
now, they're
Yeah.
much more, I guess, like involved in society, and they're on social media, and they're young and all this, so their voices are much more heard now.
And that is when the
Um,
prequel hate like disappeared basically because the
disappeared,
people who liked the
yeah,
prequel like grew up
took over.
basically and
hmm But I
came
also want to
apart.
point out, because like obviously there was prequel criticism, but I remember like watching this also on EFAP is that there was not like it wasn't like everywhere you looked, everyone hated the prequels. It's kind of been like exaggerated by
Yeah,
recent
yeah, for
times. Like
sure,
it
for
wasn't
sure.
hated. Like it was like
But
everybody hated the
they
movies.
were just memed to shit
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. They
and
became very
ridiculed
iconic
beyond
in their time.
measure.
Yeah, but they sold a fuck ton of toys and such, so
They did, they
Yeah,
while they
did
were
loads
yeah.
and
memed
more.
on, they also were
They were
very
very
successful
successful,
still.
Mhm.
incredibly successful. But
Yep.
yeah, like they are not hated in the same way or in the same magnitude as the sequels by any means.
Mhm.
They are nowhere near, and also because you've got to remember that social media was not really around. So like it's a lot easier nowadays to just literally go on Twitter or whatever social media and just make a post where it's like this movie is shit and just break it down in a post and it could just it could go viral and then millions of people see it. Obviously back in the 2000s and late 90s you can't do that. So like voices were not heard and so you know criticism was not spread as much and like it was not as widely accessible to criticize these
Yeah,
movies as it is now.
definitely.
Uh, but yeah, Rogue One as a movie, which I assume you're kind of leading into the whole is it rewatchable element, right? I assume is what.
Yes, we are just about to get to that.
Mhm.
Do
But
you
yeah,
wanna go there now? Okay.
yeah, sure. I mean,
So,
I feel like we're kind of already there, but I think the
yeah,
whole
we're
idea
we're
of
kind
would
of
you
already
watch
there.
this as part of
Um,
the. Mhm.
yeah, yeah. Well, for like enjoyment, that's what I was kind of thinking is like half of rewatchability for a movie like
It's
this
enjoyment, yeah, for sure.
is like half of it is if you're watching this series, do you include this? And excuse me, the three of you had said no. I said
Mhm.
yes only because I like this movie, and I'm a
For
little a
sure.
little bit biased, but you three had very good arguments for why you would say no.
Mhm.
Now the question for rewatchability, this is for technically the second half of rewatchability, is would you willingly watch this movie again? If you were like, what should I watch? And Rogue One was on your feed,
Mhm.
would you watch it?
It would be my first
No.
choice personally, but it wouldn't be my first choice. But I don't know. Actually, mm,
For me, it's more like,
I,
let's say you're doing a marathon. Sorry to just interrupt you
yeah,
there.
no, it's fine. It's
If
fine.
you're
I don't.
doing like a marathon where you with your friends and you say, "Oh yeah, let's watch every Star Wars thing," or let's watch some Star Wars movies, then of
Mhm.
course you can rewatch it. But I would
Mhm.
not like sit down and only watch this movie like
Right.
alone. That's
Mhm.
I
my
would.
'Cause,
Yeah.
like,
I
I
think.
have gone out of my way a couple times to rewatch this movie as
Right.
I've said. And when we got the Blu-ray version, um, yeah, I watched it
Oh
at
my
home a
god.
couple times, and I remember, one of the times when I watched it on Disney Plus, I was, dog sitting for my parents, and I
Mhm.
went over there, and I put on Rogue One for the evening, and this was within the past I've been in this apartment for a year and 2 months. So this was within the past year and 2 months, and I put on Rogue One because I just wanted to watch it. So rewatchability for me, yes, I would rewatch this movie.
This actually reminds me of a really funny story because when I first watched this movie, how old was I in 2016? I would have been. How old would I have been? Like 11, I think. I was 11. I remember
probably.
when I watched this movie for the first time. It was right when it came out on DVD. I didn't watch it in the cinema, and I fell asleep. I didn't care about the movie at all. My dad woke me up
Oh,
when Darth Vader was killing everybody. He was
Oh
like,
my
"Logan, what the
god.
fuck? Darth Vader's killing people. Wake up!" I was like,
Oh
"Wow,
my
look, Darth
god.
Vader." So I'm not even kidding. I remember, honestly, I didn't watch like any of it really, but I remember coming out of that experience just being like, "This movie was so fucking good."
Well,
Like Darth Vader just killed a
this
bunch of
movie
people.
turns
That was
10
so
years old
cool.
this coming calendar year.
Mhm.
So you would have been 7?
No, I wasn't. I was
8.
no, I wasn't. I was
7.
shut up. Oh no, I was. Yeah, no, I was. I was 8. I was 8. Yeah,
Oh my
I was 8
god,
years.
Logan was 8
So
when he
8
saw
years older than
this.
me.
God.
Sorry, I did the math completely wrong.
Holy
8 years older than
shit.
me.
Scarred for life.
I
Yeah.
fell asleep, and then my dad woke me up when Darth Vader was killing everybody because it's Darth Vader killing everybody, right?
Mama, the Batman getting them.
No, I was loving it. I remember being like, I remember my jaw was like wide open when I was watching him just walk down that corridor, kill everybody. But like, apart from like that, I think I watched the movie maybe one, maybe two, but at least one time fully afterwards. Obviously, I didn't watch like any of it because I fell asleep. But yeah, like I watched it at least once afterwards, so I haven't really gone back and watched that movie again. Like, and I think, as kind of Hex said as well, like I don't think I would ever choose to watch this movie again. Like, I would never go back. Like, I would never go. I
Yeah.
want to watch Rogue One. I never would. I don't really know why. Obviously, I don't hate this movie, but it's just there are better options, especially in Star Wars. There are just better Star Wars movies to watch. So I
Yep.
think, I don't know, and it's also, as I kind of mentioned, that whole timeless element, because of those themes that are in the original movies. It adds that timeless nature that this movie doesn't have, and it doesn't make it as
Yeah.
powerful in that
The only
sense. I
reason
think.
I would consider actually no, you know what? You're right because this movie isn't timeless for how it portrays the Death Star. This movie is um like a representation of how timeless that Death Star actually is and then bringing it into a modern movie. That's what it
Mhm.
actually is. So, I agree with you, honestly.
Yeah, this last watch was the second time that I've seen the movie, and it had been almost. I think I saw it in the theaters when it first came
Uh-huh.
out, so
Oh, wow.
it had been that long between watching. So I had forgotten most of it. Like I knew
Uh-huh.
the core points of it and
Cool
whatnot,
premise.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
asking me to relay it from start to finish, no, not going to happen.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Mm.
it's it just I find myself losing interest and scrolling TikTok said in some portions of the rewatch. Like
Right.
TikTok
like
was
the
a
action
thing.
scenes were good because
Mhm.
They're
action
they're
keeps the
modern
attention.
action scenes, so yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
I think
the a lot of the background noise was just that background noise.
I think a fantastic way that you can kind of encapsulate this whole kind of idea is that when you think about this movie, what does everybody remember? They remember the Darth Vader scene. They remember
Mhm.
the scene where
Yeah.
the character from the original movie that was made in 1977 kills people. They don't remember any of the
Yeah.
new characters. Okay, I'm not saying they don't. Obviously,
I
people
will
remember it.
tell
Squibby,
you
obviously,
firsthand.
Squibby.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't remember that Vader was in it.
You didn't remember that? Okay, well,
I did
Damn.
not remember it.
Okay.
On average, though, like obviously, like the majority of
Like I mean,
fans and
I'm not a
viewers.
May the 4th celebrator or
Yeah.
whatever y'all's fucking religious Christmas is
Okay.
for this. But
Yeah.
I follow, but I'm not like obsessed,
Right.
And yeah, I was
But
like,
yeah, the
oh,
point is, like,
I know that guy.
right, but like obviously most people, right, they remember this movie for that scene, and it's like the idea that the most memorable part of this movie is a character who was created 50 years ago that isn't even original in this movie is like, I don't know, that's quite an interesting part about it. Like that, like those like the most memorable parts of this movie aren't the original characters. It's all the old stuff. It's not any of the new stuff, and I think that's kind of an interesting thing to point out because that just kind of shows how this movie has been remembered and how it has been, yeah, like acknowledged nowadays. It's less about like the awesome story and the original characters and all that. It's more just about
Mhm.
the old stuff that was in it. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I don't know. People don't remember the movies, the new elements,
Yeah.
this movie very well,
Yeah.
very much. It's unfortunate because I think
Okay.
there's cool
Well,
stuff there. But
that's a wrap on
yeah,
our first ever movie review for this channel. Yay!
Rogue
This
One.
is very exciting and I am so thrilled to be working on this type of stuff now and being able to have all of us share our opinions, but also for me to be able to work on something that like I'm genuinely really passionate about because like I wanna start going to the movies again.
Right.
But like for years after COVID, like the movies were either just bad or I was just convincing myself that oh, there's no good movies. But now, like once we get this
No, for
channel
sure.
going, we will be reviewing new stuff
The
as it
current
comes
stuff,
out,
yeah.
new relevant stuff, mind you.
Right.
Um, yeah, so I am super excited for that. But that
Does
is
this mean I
it
gotta go
for
to the
us.
fuck ass theaters?
That
Oh
means
my
all of
days,
you
not
have
the
to go to the
theaters.
theaters if you want to participate in
Oh
the
my
discussions for it.
days.
Yes, you all have to go see this movie with me.
Which
Am I
movies
allowed
to
to
fucking
download
like
it
go
illegally in the
see?
internet?
No, you cannot download it illegally. Go to
Okay.
the freaking theater and experience it with people.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can. You can
And
download
Go
watching
it.
is watching.
socialize. Go outside.
Go outside.
Fuck
No.
everyways. Have you
Touch some
seen people
grass,
out there?
guys.
It's
If my
disgusting.
girlfriend
Go
doesn't
from
want to watch the movie, then
yeah,
we will have a problem.
yeah. Go from watching your screen at home on your PC to watching a screen at a movie theater
Right, with a bunch of strangers
with a
and
bunch of
overpriced
strangers
popcorn.
and overpriced popcorn. Yes.
This is what we love.
This is what we love.
This
Absolutely.
is what we're here for.
But that is it for
America.
our podcasty
Yes.
section of our Rogue One analysis. I don't know if you'd call it review,
Yeah.
analysis, review, whatever.
Review.
So
Analysis.
that's it.
Sorry,
Yay.
I'm just imagining you being like, "We're gonna go on to your girlfriend. We're gonna go on a movie date," and then when you get there, you just put up the notepad, and she's like,
Oh my god.
"Right."
Talk about getting the fucking ick.
The problem
Jesus.
is that's exactly what I'm going to do. Is show up and I will be typing either on my phone or on an iPad the entire time.
Right.
I hope you brought
Because
your own
My
pen and paper because I'm not sharing.
right,
My
yeah,
girlfriend
exactly.
Is more of a, my girlfriend is more of a reader than a watcher, so I don't
Ah,
think she
right.
would want
gotcha.
to go to the cinema. She would just read the
Right.
book about the movie or something.
Yeah.